Started. Hi. I'm Councillor Alejandra Bravo, and I'm the chair of the Economic and Community Development Committee. We have quorum. I'm now calling meeting 16 to order. Welcome, everyone, staff, deputants, visiting councillors, and committee members. Today's meeting is being held by video conference and in person at City Hall in Committee Room 1. This meeting is also being live streamed online at youtube.com/Toronto City Council Live. Before we begin, I want to acknowledge the land that we're on. And while we're meeting in different locations, the Economic and Community Development Committee would like to acknowledge that we are meeting in the traditional territory of many nations, including the Anishinaabe, Chippewa, Haudenosaunee, Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. We'll also acknowledge that the City of Toronto that we are all treaty peoples, including those who came here as settlers, as migrants, either in this generation or in generations past, and those of us who came here involuntarily, particularly those brought to these lands as a result of the transatlantic slave trade and slavery. We pay tribute to these ancestors of African origin and descent. If you're registered to speak at today's meeting, please listen for me to call your name. I will call speakers in the order they appear on the list. The list of speakers can be viewed online by visiting the Economic and Community Development Committee page at toronto.ca/council and clicking the speakers box for today's meeting. Members, the City Clerk has provided all agenda materials on toronto.ca/council and on CMP. The Clerk's meeting portal, Clerk's IT staff are available to members if you need help with your devices. I also want to remind you to please submit and approve your motions by email. Staff are at ecdc@toronto.ca to help with motions. Are there any declarations of interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act? Nope. Seeing none, may I have a motion to confirm the minutes from our meeting on September 18, 2024? Councillor Moise, all in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Before we go to the agenda review, I want to speak to something that isn't on the agenda today, but is really crucial today in our city. Yesterday, I joined Gord Tanner, the General Manager of Toronto Shelter Services and Supports, in sharing the winter services plan for the City of Toronto. We've made some significant changes within the last year. Last year, we adjusted the temperature threshold for opening warming centers from -15 to -5. That means they will be open longer. Very important to me and to members of the community is we've opened up, committed to respite spaces that are 24/7. And so we're opening the Better Living Center, which can provide up to 300 spaces. So together there, it's 580 more beds. Something that we've heard often in this committee that we need is more drop-in supports for people who are living unhoused. And so we will be expanding our investment into daytime drop-ins. It's important to give people a place to connect with services, to make connections with others, to have a hot shower, a meal, and that's something that we're going to deepen in addition to making every effort to scale up the refugee house model, which has such good outcomes, much better outcomes for asylum seekers. We also shared the good news that we have identified, and this work will soon be done to let the public know about 6 new shelter locations. But of course, we know that the primary solution to homelessness is affordable housing, and in many cases, supportive housing. I wanted to share that and to let people know that there will be a Toronto Shelter item at the next meeting of ECDC. So let's proceed now to the agenda review. And we'll start with EC 16.1, Culture Connects, an action plan for culture in Toronto, 2025 to 2035. That's held for presentations. EC 16.2, Sidewalks to Skylines, an action plan for Toronto's economy, 2025 to 2035. That's held for presentations and speakers. EC 16.3, update on actions to address dangerous dogs. That's held for speakers. EC 16.4, update on outstanding directives related to the noise bylaw. That's held for speakers. I just want to let speakers know, if you're here, that we'll be considering 16.4 and 16.9 together, both items, so that's a heads up. EC 16.5, changes to Fairbank Village Business Improvement Area Board of Management. Anyone want to hold that? 16.5, changes to Fairbank Village Business Improvement Area Board of Management.
Yeah, happy to move the recommendation.
That's moved by the Vice Chair. All in favor? That's carried. EC 16.6, Toronto Seniors Housing Corporation Service Model. And we are going to hold that for presentation and speaker. And members, I'm going to ask that be number 1 on the agenda so that we can let Mr. Lohman go off to his job, and he's not here all day. That'll be a shorter item. EC 16.7, Ombudsman Toronto Housing Unit Status Report 2024. It's being held for speakers, but I am going to have to defer this item because the Ombudsman the Ombudsman is not available today, and so he has requested a deferral. So a question of Councillor Fletcher?
So you're going to defer that, but when you make that, I'm just going to ask a few questions about the deferral then, if you don't mind. So can we just hold that?
Okay, we're going to hold that
deferring
for
it?
the deferral because there will be questions.
Yeah.
Will he come?
Yeah, so we won't, no, you will be able to make deputations at next month because we can't consider the item before us today. Sorry, apologies for the trip that you made. EC, when will it be heard?
I think it's important, if we're deferring it, that we're deferring it until what meeting? Which meeting?
The next meeting of ECDC, November 26th.
So it won't be heard today, it'll be heard on November 26th.
Yeah, the next meeting on November 26th.
Okay, thank you for clarifying.
No, I think we're gonna do some questions from Councillor Fletcher, so we're gonna, yeah. The next one is EC 16.8, Soundcheck project, and that is held for speakers. EC 16.9, reporting noise exemptions and noise complaints transparently will be considered together with EC 16.4, and the speakers will come at that time. And the new item, EC 16.10, updating the city's Coyote strategy. So I'd to motion to add this to the agenda. I'm all in favor? Opposed? And for this one, we can deal with this quickly. We'll do it at the end. I have a motion, but we'll do it at the end. Okay, so we're now on to EC 16.6, Toronto Seniors Housing Corporation Service Model. And so please come forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If I may make a few opening comments. Can you hear me?
I can't. Sorry. Yeah, we can hear you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. So my name is Farid Amin, and I have the privilege of chairing the Toronto Seniors Housing Corporation. I want to thank you for accommodating us at this meeting, and thank you for allowing us to provide an update on the service model. I would have loved to be there in person, but as you can probably hear from my voice, I'm a bit under the weather, and I'm getting over a bout of cold and some amount of coughing. So my apologies. I didn't want to be amongst people and have an impact on your health. So thanks for accommodating us, and my apologies for not being there I'll hand it over to Tom, who has a short presentation, and then I'll be on standby to address any questions or concerns that members might have. Tom?
Through the chair. Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Fareed. I'm Tom Hunter. I am the CEO at Toronto Seniors Housing, and so glad that we have this opportunity today to share some information and I think some very clear outcomes of the work of Toronto Seniors Housing as it relates to their service delivery model. And just more specifically, this report and the presentation is in response to a City Council direction from July asking a more kind of in-depth information around our 83 buildings and the implementation of the integrated service model, and then also considering our program partners and including areas where we work with the city and the divisions around public health or parks, forestry, and recreation. Okay, just waiting for the presentation. There we go. Just move to the next one. Just quickly, this next slide, indicates the strategic directions for Toronto Seniors. It's the excellent landlord, the tenant engagement, partnerships, and innovations. And while we just wait for it to come up, I'll continue with the enablers that we have identified for ourselves is organizational excellence and being an employer of choice. The next slide looks at more specifically the integrated service model as it was kind of introduced and implemented with 4 key innovations. And highlighting one was the investment that the city made in staff, and providing more details on that. There was focused work around senior-specific policies to help seniors remain in their home for as long as possible. And then also providing, the third innovation was around access to health, social, and wellness activities for our tenants. And then finally, it was more specifically around designating care coordinators to help connect tenants to health and community support services. Here, I will provide a bit more detail in the presentation, just how that work has kind of really had to shift as a result of COVID and our health partners and where we're heading with that particular innovation. This slide around innovation is really what we want to be able to share with the committee today, is how that investment with the city has resulted in favorable outcomes for Toronto seniors and specifically for our tenants. So there was the investment in 42 senior services coordinators. Their work was specifically to work with the individual seniors around their required kind of application for their annual renew, or connecting them with a service in the community, and also our tenant service administrators. They did a lot of that detailed work around rent review and following up with tenants. And that we've shown on this chart, and I'll just highlight a couple of the indicators, and you'll see at the top we have the LHC, that's local housing corporations. That is a provincial average of the 9 local housing corporations across the province, which represents about 40% of all social and public housing in the province. So there we see, if you look at the far right-hand column, that has been our performance around our housing occupancy rate. We are now at, in fact, this month, a vacancy of only 1.3%, which represents about 150 to 200 units. And even when you look at that across the province, we are surpassing that benchmark. I also wanted unit turnover days. Here we've had, with the implementation of the corporation and the focus on vacancy, we have gone down from turning our unit over in 73 days to 63 days, which means those vacant apartments are getting filled up very quickly. Next slide. And then also what we wanted to focus on was not only was, or share today, not only was there the investment that the city made around those specific staff, but it was also what we have done over the 2 years in terms of realigning internal resources. We put together an environmental health staff team, which really their focus has been on pest management, which was a significant concern but there have been improvements within our buildings, and those have been highlighted in this slide in terms of the gains and improvements that have been made. Just wanting to highlight the last point around our work with Toronto Public Health, have been a very good partner here in supporting pest treatments with tenants' more challenging needs. And there's been about 120 cases where public health has helped to support us in terms of addressing pest management in units. We also created, the realignment of resources, we created a complex tenancy team, and there they are on the slide, and this team of 5 have been pretty instrumental in helping our tenants, who have their challenges, whether it's health, relating to mental health, accessibility, whatever, with these individuals. And you can see there, they have the success with 96 unique experiences, the hours that they spend, but also here is this further collaboration with the various city departments where we can remain connected to best support the seniors in maintaining their housing. We also created a paralegal staff team of 3, and they work very closely with the Office of the Commissioner of Housing Equity. Many of you may know it as OACH. And here, once again, we see with this investment, we have seen I think, very positive results. There's a 1% eviction rate across our entire portfolio on an annual basis. And also, particularly as it relates to financial arrears, you can see there that only 24 units have been vacated for financial arrears since January of 2023. We also just wanted to highlight, really important, how the average amount of arrears is going down. Right, so that's positive. And then the unmanaged arrears, that number 2, in August of 2022 was at $380. We're now down to an average of $201. And this all speaks to helping sustain tenancies. And then just the final area that I'll share with the committee today is around enhanced staffing. We implemented 4, we call them community services coordinators, and their focus is really around supporting those tenant-led and partner-led programs within our buildings. And there's just some information there, and certainly more information in the report around the gains and strides that have been made in this area. Then with the second innovation, just wanting to highlight around the seniors-focused policies. This work has been really such rewarding in terms of the work that we have done with our tenants around the development of these significant policies. I'll talk a bit more about the Community Activity Fund in a following slide, but you can see the dollars that we have been able to support tenants around their activities within their buildings has gone from $61,000 to up to over $300,000 this year, and certainly that would be something that we would want to see increase in terms of that financial support for programming. And also just mentioning the use of community-based tenant human rights policy. Those were just approved by our board in October, and key to us with 65 different languages in our buildings is our translation and interpretation policy, very specific to seniors. This, I won't spend a lot of time on this slide, but it just shows how with our policies such as the Community Activity Fund, the engagement that happened at the buildings, moving into Q2, the information that received around what the tenants would like around their programming and also their requests for equipment in the building, and then through Q3 and 4, what we have been delivering on. This particular slide addresses the Innovation 3 and the collaboration we just wanted to highlight with the city divisions, which was one of the things that was requested from City Council. You can see the various partners of the city who we are working with. In this particular one, I referenced public health around pest management, also their dental clinics, vaccine clinics where supports are provided, and for something like the PF and R, the work there, our senior services coordinators can connect to those services, and I'll just talk a wee bit about that in an upcoming slide. This, in the appendix of the report, we created 4 regional profiles, and as it relates to something like rec centers, what our senior services coordinators can turn to, or community centers, they now have this as a reference to identify where they connect those supports for seniors. So really important for supporting our seniors. The next slide speaks to, we created 83 different building profiles for each one of our buildings, and this really starts to show you how that integrated service model has been applied to the various buildings. I've just highlighted a segment of those profiles, but they also include, and I highlight what are the preferred languages at buildings, programs requested, what has been spent on community activities funds, and very importantly is our tenant volunteers and how we are connecting with them. And that just leads into our Community Connect Plus. We're really excited about the work that was done. You can think of this as kind of tenant engagement. It was a co-designed model with our tenants, and it has evolved in terms of extensive representation with our tenants from the board and across the city with our seniors tenants advisory committee. We have regional meetings 3 times a year, and then also in each one of the buildings, all 83 buildings, we have our tenant volunteers and our what we call them tenant circles in the buildings. Just around Innovation 4, this is our health system and care coordinators. This is where prior to COVID, there were care coordinators in some of the buildings, but with the COVID and subsequently kind of the continually kind of shift around the health system, we are looking differently at how we connect with the health system. We have in the Northwest excellent program with Baycrest and Ontario Health for the delivery of health and wellness services. Also, we're looking at best practices, what's happening at OCH, that's Ottawa Community Housing, PACE in Halton, and what they've done around the work with care quarters and working with Ontario Health. So this is, as it relates to those four areas, those 4 innovations with the integrated service model, this is one where you know, there's I think the most significant gains that we can make in terms of supports for our tenants. This is just our path forward, and what we wanted to share with the community. I think this is important, those outcomes as it speaks to the tenants, just highlighting, you know, do they feel safe in their home, and staff respecting them, as you can read there. The couple of stats or data that wasn't there was as it just related to our maintenance program and the completion of maintenance work. There was 85% satisfaction. The cleanliness of the buildings was at 86. So want to certainly maintain those and improve. And then the bottom 3 images relate to the survey where it did cite improvements around continuing, you know, additional program. We certainly recognize that, improving in our complaint process and access to and improve our access and referrals to services. Quickly, that was the integrated service model. Quickly, but I like this slide. It just, you know, kind of shares that information on language. And right now, we provide translation formally to 13 different languages across our buildings. But just a little bit of information. But thank you to the committee.
Thank you for the presentation. We might have questions, but we have do we have questions? After, yeah, we're going to go to the. I just wanted to check. We have a deputant, so we'll have to call you back. This deputant is Bill Lohman, Seniors Housing Advocate. Bill Lohman, online? Not in the room. Bill Lohman is online. Okay.
There it is. Excuse me, I had a little trouble getting my mute button off.
Hi, is Bill Lohman? You have 5 minutes. Welcome to committee.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the Economic and Community Development Committee. Thank you for this opportunity to speak on item 16.6, the Toronto Seniors Housing Corporation Service Model. My name is Bill Lohman. I sent some packages of files with some information along with my presentation. I'm an individual who has been involved in this process from the very beginning. I go back to tenants first and their consultations about the seniors, and I've been involved ever since. I have to say that I'm just amazed at the amount of work that has gotten done in 2.5 years of this corporation, and you can see most of that from what Mr. Hunter presented. And I am in support of all of this. And, you know, and I've been involved in it from many different angles. I mean, as part of working with the new Community Connect Plus. I've also been involved in pilots with Baycrest, with interprofessional care teams, and with, and I'm part of the Northwest healthcare team that's with Baycrest providing services. There are just a couple things that that are unresolved, and I would like to just excuse me here. Just having trouble finding my way around this morning. The accountability framework, when we're talking about the, Mr. Hunter was talking about the role of the SSC, that's Service Community. The problem here that's been from the very beginning and was announced at the second STAC meeting upon seeing the accountability framework is that there is no accountability to tenants. Tenants are not a part of this accountability framework. And I think that starting from there, that other things are starting to manifest that have relation to that are not necessarily benefiting tenants. And the way some of these things are set up, for tenants, it feels that the role of the SSC is almost more like they work behind a closed door, even though there's a window, the shade's pulled. And to many tenants, it feels like it's a night duty nurse, where people go to this individual with all their complaints, and this is the person that gives answers. And I've heard many tenants talk about the feeling that it feels like a nursing home model. And part of this is, I think that because of the way it's set up right now, there's no transparency and there's no accountability to tenants. If tenants have an issue or bring something forward, well, it goes behind a closed door. And they're not privy to what's going on. What decisions are being made, they have no voice in those decisions. And so this is part of the staffing model that I think that hopefully at some point here, we can start bringing these things together where it's more cohesive. And this is part of the idea of bringing the integrated model together. And I really believe that tenants need to be a part of this model, not just the recipients of it. So I think that when we talk about the engagement, I would like to speak to the BMG, who were brought in to flesh out a new tenant engagement model. I mean, I was involved in all of the discussions and the Health Commons report, as well as the the policies and procedures for tenant leadership, and I have some issues with the way this is rolled
wrap
out.
up. You're almost at 5 minutes, sir.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
So I would look forward to having discussions about this. One of the things that we've done here in our building is
Thank you. You're over your time, sir. So thank you for that. I gave you an extra 15 seconds. It's only 5 minutes. Thank you. We're going to go now
Thank you very
to
much.
questions of staff. Councillor Fletcher, you had a question?
Yes, I just want to really thank, it's been a short number of years since this corporation was put together, and great part of that was the pandemic, as I recall. So how long have you really been on the ground, so to speak, in buildings, in the 83 buildings?
Through the chair to the councillor. So, I mean, the formation of the corporation was June 2022. So that was the COVID was essentially kind of over at that point in time, but the seniors housing unit that was established as part of the beginning of the corporation, that was a couple of years earlier. So that was during COVID during that time. So it's really been this 2.5 years that we have had that focus.
And this was part of the tenants' first initiative in order to bring the senior tenants together, have as many programs as possible, assist in all of their paperwork, all of the different things that are required, and also a health and wellness model, as you've indicated here today. So thank you very much for all of your work. You do have a tenant advisory committee, and I believe Mr. Lohman might be on that committee.
Yes.
That was part of setting it up, and then City Council directed you to maintain that. Has that been a useful, important part of your tenant engagement?
So through the chair to the councillor, absolutely. It has been, I would say, very fundamental to the development and to the point that we are today. It initially, with the corporation being formed in June 2022, they really were the kind of the point group of tenants that we went to in terms of any kind of input and suggestions around the work that we were doing. So the deputant mentioned the Health Commons report, right? So that was really, there was a lot of work that was done with STAC, consultation done with STACs. We did quality improvement projects in our first year. STAC was continually kept up to speed. And also even with the work on our board, it was STAC, any policies or procedure changes, they were consulted before it went forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now I'm just going to ask, I guess I'll ask the Deputy City Manager, because not everybody else is here, but one of the models in setting up a seniors corporation was also to make sure we're delivering on the ground programming. And I noticed that there's agencies doing it, but I don't really think we have something with PF&R for recreation programs from the recreation centers that are in the neighborhoods. I'd like to note for Ms. Andrea Campbell that one of the AOCs has recently canceled their programming in one of the seniors buildings, and I'm not sure you know about that.
Thank you for the question, Councillor. Through the chair, no, I did not know about that, but certainly will follow up immediately.
So we should have very clear, we have AOCs, there's programs they do deliver. Unfortunately, one was canceled. I haven't ever seen a recreation program or any of the staff that do recreation in any of our buildings. Public health, I understand we do dental, but some of those just things that you might have to go to the pharmacy for, or just kind of standard, not diagnoses, but your blood pressure, you're this, you're that. That I just am asking you, Deputy City Manager, do you think there's room to now add, now that we've gone for 2.5 years, it's set up in this way, that there's room to really be clear and add on some of the city's own departments that deliver programming into the seniors portfolio?
Through the chair, thanks, Councillor Fletcher. Yes, I agree that there's opportunities for us to be more proactive in this space and to support seniors in their residence and with expansive array of programs and services.
Great. Now I'll ask Mr. Rollins that Mr. Hunter's talked about the STAC, the Senior Tenant Advisory Committee, which he's indicated has been so helpful. There was a determination prior to you getting here, Mr. Hunter, to dissolve the STAC, and City Council had to say you have to keep the STAC to the Seniors Corporation. Is there any change that you're anticipating that the STAC would be dissolved, or are you considering that from a tenant's first point of view, Housing Secretariat point of view, that this is a critical element in delivering programming, to have a a seniors table that's basically recruited through a city process, assist the Seniors Corporation?
Toronto Seniors Housing Corporation is first and foremost about the individuals that live there, the seniors that require support, and their voice is paramount to understanding how the corporation operates and the services and programs they provide. The shareholder direction from the city spells out the need for intensive and thoughtful engagement, and the city at this perspective, working with Mr. Hunter and his team, have no plans to change the stack. Its input has been valuable, their insights have been helpful, and I think there's an alignment to continue to work with the stack so we can continue to evolve and improve programs and services.
So if the stack was to be taken apart, you would feel you'd have to come back because it is a city council, it's a shareholder direction, not a casual decision.
No, and if the stack were to be, I think we do need to recognize that engagement needs to evolve over time, but currently stack is the mechanism which is primarily leading the involvement. I would imagine there will be engagement elsewhere above and beyond the stack, but it is the foundational program committee right now that is the primary voice to have tenants inform leadership, management, and members of the board on how things are working and how they can be improved.
Thank you.
Right. Any other questions? I have one quick question. I understand there are significant differences between the support for rapid rehousing clients if they're placed in the Toronto Seniors Housing Corporation versus the Toronto Community Housing Corporation. And at this time, can senior TCHC tenants access senior programmings within the Toronto Seniors Housing Corporation? And is that something that would be contemplated in the future?
Through the chair, and for that question, I'm just, so I think there's around the opportunities, right, with Toronto community housing, kind of as it relates to kind of opportunities for seniors. Would that be one part of that?
Yeah, I'm just, there's a big differential about the same, people coming through the same initiative and they're having very different experiences. I'm just wondering if you can comment on that.
Yeah, so I think that there's it is important to recognize that there are 17,000 seniors who live in Toronto Community Housing Corporation. Toronto Seniors is with 15,000. So we are very mindful as we kind of evolve around what are the opportunities for really best practices and best service delivery for both organizations. And I think some of our Toronto Seniors, some of our best practices around translation and interpretation policies that we use around engagement, right? Those kind of continue and can work and share those with Toronto Community Housing. I know also the CEO of Toronto Community Housing and myself are meeting with the lead with Ontario Health to look at across our two corporations, which represent 65,000 units of social and public housing in the city, serving over 120,000 people. We're meeting with the Ontario Health to look at, how do we provide those supports to the different buildings, to those different communities. It could very well look differently, but I think part of that is looking at where there's kind of a proximity of many seniors in a Toronto community housing building next to Toronto Seniors Housing. How do we really kind of amplify that support and maintain and develop it?
Thank you, and I don't see any other questions. But I'll just add, thank you very much. Impressive presentation. Yeah, before I go, I just wanted to say thanks. Go ahead, Councillor Moyes.
Thank you, and thank you for the presentation as well. Councillor Fletcher touched on it a little bit, but for me, it's around isolation and loneliness for seniors, right? We know that a large percentage of seniors do experience loneliness. I just returned from Copenhagen at a Healthy Cities conference, and we focused on that at our conference as well. So you talked about in your slide, 4 to 5 are happy with TSCH services. Did you probe a little further as to why 1/5 of the population are not satisfied with your services?
Yeah, Yes, through the chair to the councillor, absolutely. I think that's that 20%, but I also think there's the other tenants as well. Overall, they would like to see kind of more tenant-supported, tenant recurring programmings and partner recurring programs in our buildings. And so, we have really, and COVID wiped out so much of that activity. We have been looking to rebuild, reintegrate those providers, those partners who we were working with those tenants to get many of those programs reinstated. We are at a place now where we have surpassed the level of activities in our buildings post-COVID. That, though, it's still significant around isolation, those vulnerabilities with our seniors, that support is crucial. And so it's not only our policies, whether it's how we connect through language, better interpretation, or specific programming, it is an area that we have to build. And I would like to say and just reiterate around this Community Connect Plus, our engagement with the tenants. We now have annual meetings in all the buildings where we connect to understand and ask, what is it that you would like to see around programs and services and equipment? And if you look at the presentation or in the report, the tenants identified 300 different tenant-led programs, over 300 partner-led programs, 300 pieces of equipment. We have work to do to get that in place, but certainly recognizing that it is pivotal, and that integration with others building that community also helps to sustain and housing and people live a higher quality of life in their unit.
And there's been conversations around the city, various organizations around cultural sensitivity spaces. For example, the Rakai Center has a rainbow wing over at Sherburne and Wellesley. They're opening a second one down in the south end of my ward. Have you looked at forming cultural sensitive spaces for, I don't know, people of color, from the LGBTQ community and so forth?
Yeah.
Because I feel that there's a missing gap there.
Yes, through the chair to the councillor. I don't know if it's a missing gap, but there's certainly the work that we need to do in that. And when we did our tenant survey, we asked specific kind of questions around kind of the EDI and understanding more about the tenants who are in our buildings, and then subsequently, based on those who lives, the profile of those individuals, what is the type of programming that we would like for those individuals. And right now we're just we're kind of completing an EDI framework for Toronto seniors with the framework and the actions, and that certainly will look at both not only for our staff but with our tenants. How do we ensure that there's really a comfort kind of in those spaces and the programming? And there has been some very specific program relating to identified kind of cultures and individuals and groups.
And in one of the slides, you said it's a community activities fund, $300. Is that a month or a year?
That's through the chair. That's per year. So what we through the development of that policy as really kind of a starting point, we looked at X amount of dollars per building based on the number of residents, and we actually did a bit of an environmental scan about what was happening in the social public housing to kind of establish that. It could evolve, but that's where we currently are. And as I said earlier, I hope that amount grows.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? I see Councillor Crisanti is here. Were you hoping to ask questions, Councillor?
No, actually, I got my questions actually answered through the discussion that's already taken place, but thank you for asking.
Okay, so I'll call on you if you want to speak first after. Would you like to speak on this item, or are you just here to listen? I couldn't quite hear you.
Sorry, could you hear me now?
Yes, so we're now speakers, and if we'd like to speak, you have 5 minutes.
So I'll make a couple of comments. So thank you so much. In terms of the questions, my questions were answered through the discussion that's been taking place. I've been listening. So the Toronto Seniors Housing Corporation, in the short time that it's been a corporation on its own, and has done a phenomenal job. It's been a challenge. It's always a challenge. You know, we've got a brand new corporation dealing with senior-specific issues. As we heard from Tom, there are more seniors actually outside of the corporation than we have within the buildings that we serve. And I think that's going to be an ongoing challenge. So I know that we're doing all we can to extend support to the seniors outside our corporation and communicating with them and ensuring that we provide senior-specific programs for them as well. And of course, we have annual meetings, as we heard earlier as well, in all the buildings. But it's hard to attract the seniors that are extend outside the building envelope. So that's a challenge. But I could tell you that, you know, we're working hard to make sure that the communication and programs and services extend to all seniors and nobody gets excluded. So I think those are my comments, and thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor. Other speakers? Councillor Fletcher?
Thank you. I do have a motion, Chair, that I've worked on here, the DCM, and also Mr. Hunter, and that's to report back in April on the work plans of Parks, Forestry, and Recreation, technically Recreation. We don't need to hear about the Forestry and Parks part. Toronto Public Health, SDFA, and Senior Services Long-Term Care. That would support the Toronto Seniors Housing Corporation, any programmatic budget matters that may be required to advance programs to seniors in 2025. And I really want to thank Mr. Hunter for coming here today. I know he was a little surprised when the annual report got bumped to committee, but as you indicated, the work to set up the corporation took place all under COVID, and I happen to know that very well, having been on that board. And nice to see you here. And the role of the STAC, the Senior Tenant Advisory Committee, transferring everything from Toronto Community Housing, leaving many functions at Toronto Community Housing, all major capital, IT, HR, finance, because this is a small corporation. Why spend a lot of money doing the same thing? So it's a different model, but working very well. So really the focus of this corporation is on service and on seniors being well and aging in place well, which makes it easier because you don't need to worry about all those other things like legal and all those different things. But I think that you've got lots of relationships and there's many different organizations that have put their oar in the water and are helping. But I think one of the things when we first set this up would be that there would be more of city-oriented programming, or all the programs that the city actually has would be able to be available to seniors in whatever way. So while, let's just take an example of Maddie Eckler, where somebody's teaching one class there, maybe they'd be teaching a class up at Greenwood Towers, if that's something that people want. So it really is something that we haven't looked at. And then I mentioned to Ms. Andrea Campbell about Eastview having pulled their programming from 80 Danforth, which I found out when I just done a series of seniors teas that's taken me to many of these buildings, which was highly concerning because the model we've put together is a model that's to increase services, not remove services. To have a city-funded agency remove services is very concerning to me, so I'm sure we'll be talking about that after. So if we can get that, I think we'll kind of get that oar in the water and start looking at what's possible, and I hope that that will be welcomed by you to see what other services we can bring forward. If there's other departments that Mr. Azouz thinks might be useful to come in for that kind of thing, that would be great. I know that sometimes fire services comes in and does just meets with tenants to say, here's what you do, here's what you don't do, or other health matters. So maybe paramedic services. But this is more along the lines of the agencies that are coming in already. We have our own internal structure that doesn't appear to be coming in the way that I thought we would have done that. So this is just an evolving corporation. I understand from Councillor Crisanti about the number of seniors that are outside of Toronto Toronto seniors that are in regular TCHC. They're in many, many disparate buildings. That, I think, needs to be a strategy not led by Toronto Seniors Corporation or TCHC. That needs to be led by our Deputy City Manager and the SSLTC, our Seniors Coordination, to see what does it look like to bring those services into that place. And lastly, I just want to say for a second, the Tenants First process, which set up the Seniors Corporation and the role of Ms. St. Louis out of Housing Secretariat at that time, and bringing a panel together of tenants, which had not been done before, that were recruited through the city, by the city, very high level, to assist in the implementation. And so I am assuming that the stack, which, as you heard, somebody wanted to do away with, said, well, we set the corporation now, we don't need any more advice from seniors. So that got set straight with the council motion. And then the same motion was for Toronto Community Housing to set that straight, so that somehow through the city as the shareholder, we're always ensuring that we have tenant voices that we've amassed from all different parts of the city that have met certain tests because they've been recruited, are able to advise, because as Mr. Lohman said, this is a corporation set up for seniors, just as Toronto Community Housing is set up for low-income residents. So very often what happens is once we do something, we say, well, now we've done that, we don't need the tenants anymore. The tenants are always core and central, so I'm just advising that I don't think you should be changing the stack without asking the stack, because I wouldn't want to see that happen. It would have to come back to council. Thanks very much, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Fletcher. Any other speakers on the motion? Just going to display it on Councillor Fletcher's motion. All in favor? Opposed? That's unanimous. And on the item, that's it. Thank you. It was a presentation. Thank you for joining us today. We are going to now go on to EC 16.1, Culture Connects, an action plan for culture in Toronto 2025 to 2035. And we're going to start with the presentation with, I think, multiple staff, but led by the General Manager, Economic Development and Culture. Welcome, everyone.
Hi, Chair Bravo. Thank you very much for the welcome. My name is Pat Tobin. I'm the General Manager of Economic Development and Culture. I'm very pleased to be here today to bring forward a new culture plan for the City of Toronto. I'm accompanied by my colleague, Adironke Akande, as the Director of Arts and Culture Services. And we'll just take a moment to get the technology hooked up before we get started. So while we get hooked up, thank you, clerks. They're distributing both a hard copy of the presentation, which you now see on the screen, as well as a hard copy of the actual plan that was released last week. So great. As mentioned, we're very proud today at Economic Development and Culture to be able to bring forward the first new cultural plan for the City of Toronto in more than a decade. This follows more than a year of consultation, research, and expert advice, culminating in the plan that we bring forward for committee's consideration today. Next slide, please. So why a new culture plan? Really 4 key points. 1, culture is a critical component of Toronto's economy. It makes up $8.4 billion of GDP. That represents 5% of overall GDP in the city. And there are 146,000 people working in culture in the city. Second point is that it has been some time since the last culture plan, Creative Capital Gains, was adopted by Council in 2011, and the great majority of those actions have been delivered upon. Thirdly, no secret to this committee, the pandemic has had profound impacts on Toronto's cultural sector. As many would say, first to close, last to reopen, significant employment and revenue and audience impacts, the likes of which the duration and severity are not yet fully clear, but certainly this disruption requires us to look at and act in support of the cultural sector. And finally, there are a number of critical challenges certainly the sector is facing, but Toronto is known globally as a creative cultural hub. Many people worldwide learn about Toronto through the work of our many incredible creators, and there are many strengths that this plan looks to build upon. Next slide, please. So what are we talking about today? This is a 10-year action plan laying out an ambitious agenda for culture. I'll speak to you in a moment about the process that took us here, but a bit now about what we're putting in front of you. Culture for the City of Toronto is an expansive definition that encompasses heritage, the arts and performing arts, and creative industries. In consulting with community and looking at the research, we arrived at 4 priority areas that ultimately are going to encompass 28 actions. These areas are culture everywhere, culture for all, culture for the future, and culture beyond our borders. And in a moment, we'll work to unpack a bit what we mean. In view of the continued effects of the pandemic on the cultural sector and the acute nature of the challenges facing many of our artists and cultural organizations in the city, we define a series of urgent actions in the plan that need to be taken immediately, and we propose that to this committee and on to council, as well as a series of longer-term transformative actions, noting that many of the challenges revealed through the disruption of the pandemic are in fact structural in nature in Toronto's cultural sector and require very specific attention if we are to arrive at greater organizational and sector stability over the long term. Notably as well, this process of a year of consultation and research analysis and expert advice has allowed us to significantly enrich the way in which that we will measure and report on the progress of not just this plan, but how the actual cultural sector in Toronto more broadly is faring. Next slide, please. And now a bit about how we got here. So very proud of the work undertaken by staff in economic development and culture in close partnership with the Toronto Arts Council, who are represented here today. On 3 main streams. The first was broad-based community engagement, working with monumental projects, local facilitation, consultancy in the city. We engaged fully 4,000 residents through a variety of modalities, including artist-led initiatives, virtual town halls, smaller focus groups, and an online survey. Secondly, there was a lot of research. As we entered into this project, it was immediately recognizable that the state of data about Toronto's culture sector was wholly insufficient for us to make sense of what was going on post-pandemic and thereafter be able to identify specific solutions. So a significant level of effort has been dedicated to creating a new baseline of culture in the City of Toronto by which hereafter we're going to be able to track progress. And the city worked in close partnership with a large number of external organizations, principally the School of Cities at the University of Toronto, to be able to develop an evaluation framework that will be able to service over time and ultimately improve data collection, analysis, and sharing so that the City of Toronto and its other partners in support of the culture sector can work together in a more informed fashion about what's going on in the sector. That research was complemented by in-house research, for example, jurisdictional scans in looking at what other major cities around the globe were doing to support their cultural sector and what we might learn from and perhaps borrow from them as well. Finally, we had an external advisory panel. This was co-chaired by Councillor Carroll as well as Maxine Bailey, who's Executive Director of the Canadian Film Centre. It was composed thereafter of some 20 community members. And this group spanned people working in Indigenous screen production, in heritage, in the creative industries, in the performing arts, And I want to very much thank those individuals who identified by name and role in the plan for the quality of the advice that they provided and their persistence with, again, what was a year-long process. What ultimately resulted from those inputs of community consultation, expert advice, and research and analysis were the 4 priorities that I mentioned previously. And I'll just begin to define a little more clearly what each entails. So taking the first, culture everywhere, this is ensuring that culture and creativity are essential components of thriving communities across Toronto. The report does present an analysis of the investment pattern that has existed historically for City of Toronto cultural funding and points to some gaps that we may wish to address. So culture everywhere is the pillar which undertakes that work. Culture for all is ensuring that there are affordable cultural activities available on a regular basis, again, no matter where people live in this city. Culture for the future is looking at the structural issues currently confronting the cultural sector in Toronto. And these are many, again, significant shifts in terms of audience behavior and what that means for revenue, an erosion of traditional sponsorship opportunities, corporately and philanthropically for the cultural sector moving into other areas of the economy, and certainly rising input costs and labor disruption. So we are looking structurally at what is going on in the sector. And beyond our borders, as mentioned, many people globally do learn about Toronto through the work of its creators, such as The Weeknd, Drake, Adam Ogoyan, and others. But here we want to be very explicit about ensuring that culture takes its place in terms of the city's international foreign direct investment, talent attraction, and tourism offering, so that we in turn see benefits return to the sector from economic activity in those areas. Moving to the next slide, we'll talk a little bit about what targets we are attaching to each of these 4 areas. So for culture everywhere, we have a commitment of a net new 1 million square feet of cultural space in Toronto. Now, that will not be delivered by the expansion of cultural centers that are city-built and city-managed, but through a variety of means, such as working closely with the offices of councillors in a post-Section 37 context to ensure that we can extract the greatest value from developments in this city for sustainable cultural space. It means working with Councillor Ainsley and others who are here on aspects of the nighttime economy to help work with commercial spaces and DIY producers to ensure that we are creating a safe and accessible and sustainable space for cultural production at the street level. And it also means working to support third-party organizations. I'll use the example of the conversion of It's a Different Book List into the Blackcars Cultural Center to be able to access the resources necessary to create relevant cultural spaces across this city. So just to note that this is not all city capital, but it's a variety of means. Moving to culture for all, in wanting to have this plan have clear commitments to the residents of Toronto, this is a signature commitment of ensuring that we have one free city-supported cultural experience in everyone's neighborhood each month at least. And by neighborhood, and we've reasonably received questions from councillors on what we mean by that, this is the 158 neighborhoods that the city identifies in the purposes of its community planning. So this is a metric that we know to be ambitious, but we heard very clearly in the consultations that proximity to culture is a growing issue for this city, and that people are challenged to be able to access culture due to the travel times associated with some of that historically, and they really want relevant culture close to where they live. So this is a commitment that tries to deliver on that. Culture for the future. Again, we are seeing both an immediate liquidity crisis driven in part by the lingering effects of the pandemic, but also driven by structural issues within the cultural sector. We are going to address that both by an infusion we propose to council of cash immediately. This plan calls for $35 million in incremental investment over the next 10 years, as well as, again, addressing the structural issues to ensure that that funding leads to a more sustainable cultural sector And I'll break down a bit what that funding is composed of in a moment. And then finally, culture beyond our borders, to make real the reciprocity in terms of Toronto's cultural sector and markets and audiences abroad. We want to talk about creating 1,000 new creative export and artist exchange projects over the next 10 years. So urgent actions. Here is where, in view of the situation facing the cultural sector, we feel it's necessary to make some immediate investments and actions. It is not lost, I think, on anyone at this committee. As I look around the composition of the committee and the councillors, our group has had conversations with each of you around the precarity facing cultural organizations in your wards. And so we know that the time to invest is right now, and the cost of not doing so is a cost I don't think any of us wish to bear. So I've mentioned the immediate new funding. Within that, there is a significant emphasis on equity. So this plan proposes an increase of $10 million over 5 years to the Toronto Arts Council. Fully realized over that term, that would be a 40% increase from the current baseline for the Toronto Arts Council now. And the Toronto Arts Council, who long have pursued an equity strategy, are looking at how that new funding can further advance access by equity deserving artists and arts organizations to that funding. We're also talking about opening up new creative space and preserving existing spaces. And we'll be talking later in this council session about how that might be done under the auspices of the nighttime economy. We also need, as noted, a stronger connection between culture and tourism. This council session will also be considering work by the city to maximize the benefits to community of our hosting of the World Cup in 2026. And it is now time for Toronto to get very serious about culture as a defining aspect of its brand globally, perhaps of its hosting activities, and ensuring that tourism returns benefits to the cultural sector. Moving to the next slide, I'll break down just in a bit of detail. As mentioned, the TAC money is a commitment. In accompanying that is a doubling over the same time frame, over 5 years, of the LASSO budget. So currently, 6 local art service organizations share $1.8 million, and that is proposed in this plan to be doubled to just under 3.7 over the next 5 years. Notably, like our colleagues in Social Development Finance Administration have done for some time with community grants, this plan proposes an indexing of cultural grants for the first time to inflation. That alone in 2025 would be worth $1 million that flows directly to community in the form of grants. This plan also calls for some staff resources and grant money to roll out the Cultural Districts program that has been sought by council through various directions, spanning back now about 5 years, and we would look for a rollout in later 2025. And then finally, some investment in tracking, research and evaluation, and work towards really an accountability session with residents and the cultural community in late 2025 via an inaugural Mayor's Cultural Summit, which we would propose thereafter to repeat on a biannual basis. Again, the engagement, the deep and broad engagement that led to this plan is something that we know does not end today, but we need to create the structures for a sustained conversation. And looking to wrap up here with just a couple of slides left, we've mentioned the longer-term transformational actions we need to take. We need to look at new models for space ownership and occupancy and to take these to greater scale in this city. And that does mean things like meanwhile leasing city spaces. We've mentioned the DIY and commercial space aspects of the nighttime economy work. As mentioned, one of the lingering effects of the pandemic that probably exacerbated pre-existing trends is a slow return of audiences to cultural producers in this city. We need to be much more deliberate about how we support cultural producers in their discoverability. We need to work on joined up marketing initiatives. We need to have the data and analytics necessary for them to make the right choices about presentation and outreach. And we need to work on audience development to perhaps include demand side incentives to ensure that we're building the next generation of cultural audiences. We also need more structured partnerships with corporate and philanthropic groups. As noted among the structural trends, we are seeing a significant recession of investment by both corporate and philanthropic sources in the cultural sector. And that is compounded. The effect of that is compounded for the fact that these long-term historic funders in the cultural sector are not talking to one another about who is funding what and why, so that we, at the very least, can be most effective, and the very most, that we avoid creating significant perverse effects of the erosion of funding. We also need to create greater pathways in the city between those working in the not-for-profit cultural sector and in the burgeoning creative industries in Toronto. Moving to the next slide, and in view of time, there is a lot of detail in terms of success indicators. I'll touch very briefly. As noted, with the commitment to a net new 1 million square feet over 10 years, that is certainly a metric we're going to be tracking. The cultural experience is accessible by neighborhood. It will be another metric. We are looking at movement among creative industries. So for example, we know this plan cites that we've seen an erosion of live music venues in the city of Toronto on the order of 13% from a 2019 baseline. We will be tracking to make sure that we are not seeing the erosion and ideally driving the growth of other creative enterprises. And visitors who identify culture as the primary reason for which they're visiting Toronto will be a metric that we will track. Finally, a note on financial impact. This plan for the 2025 budget calls for 5.247 million gross and net new funding. This accounts for 5.5 FTEs. Those FTEs are applied to work on 9 of the actions that are currently unfunded. A couple of notes, 92.3% of that 5.2 million goes right through directly to cultural organizations. 20% of that 5.2 million is accounted for by the indexing to inflation of the cultural grants. So more than 20% of that goes immediately to the indexing. And if you wish, the 9 unfunded actions are laid out in greater detail in the work plan that is included with this package as attachment 2. So that is the end of presentation. Thank you very much for your patience and interest. And we are happy to entertain any questions that you may have at this point.
Questions? Questions from committee? Okay.
Chair Bravo, it's Councillor Candeville.
Visiting Councillor Candeville. Sorry, I'm not able to see you, so we'll go to you first. 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you, Councillor, and through you. Thank you to staff for this presentation and report, very comprehensive, and in recognition of the complexity of how culture is funded, supported, and cultivated across our city. I'll keep my comments for the second portion, but my first question is, the report rightfully identifies geographic distribution as an important part of culture everywhere. Can you expand on Toronto's current geographic distribution of cultural space? Which specific parts of the city are most underserved?
Through you, through Chair Bravo to you, Councillor Candeville, thank you for the question. As noted, there is a lot of work going on to create the baselines necessary to both understand the current state and set targets and track. The provision of cultural infrastructure on a geographic basis is one of those. We are working with the University of Toronto and ERA Architects, among others, because there is no single comprehensive data set to measure that. We understand, although that work is incomplete and a lot more needs to be done, and we expect that by the Mayor's Cultural Summit next year, we will have a much more clear portrait. The trends that are emerging right now are that areas of central Etobicoke and northern Scarborough are those that were one to heat map. The provision of cultural infrastructure would have the lower relative density of that infrastructure than other areas of the city.
Thank you. I would venture all parts of Scarborough. I think having that data, you had mentioned rightfully so, about having data across the 158 neighborhoods would be an important metric to help understand where how Torontonians are underserved. So looking forward to that.
Sound is really hard here. Sorry to interrupt, but it's not great sound today, and I don't know if it's the counselor that's not close enough, but even all the speakers online were having trouble hearing in the committee room.
How about now, Chair? Is my voice audible?
It's not particularly clear, but if you can turn up your sound and try to speak.
If I could turn my video off, maybe that.
Yeah.
Okay.
I paused your time, but try to project.
Yes, will do. I'm
the
speaking
theater.
as close as I can to my microphone. So question 2 is, and I appreciate the recognition of racial equity in terms of funding allocations. How will funding be targeted and increased, if at all, to groups that are considered underserved?
Through the chair to you, Councillor Conwell, thanks for the question. The first thing I would point to are the increases in allocations to Toronto Arts Council and the LASSOs both. As mentioned, the Toronto Arts Council has a commitment for the prioritization of equity-deserving groups for this new money to include Black and Indigenous and other equity-deserving groups. And the local arts service organizations, the 6 of them, who provide a catchment in the outer areas of the city, almost by definition and by location, have a highly diverse clientele. So we're very confident that the doubling of their budget, an incremental investment of $1.8 million proposed here, will yield significant benefits in terms of the access to cultural programming for diverse community members.
Thank you. In the priority of culture beyond our borders, is there a plan to leverage existing cultural actors and agencies in our city, as opposed to not just attracting international talent, but many of our cultural communities liaise and engage with talent outside? Is there a plan to include those agencies and actors?
Through the chair to you, Councillor Conwell, yes, absolutely. We don't want to replicate the wheel here. We have incredible globe-spanning cultural institutions who we would work with very closely. Yet we have also heard from Toronto's cultural producers that they feel while Toronto's cultural production, and think perhaps here the Caribbean Carnival, is used to help define the city's brand abroad, perhaps that they do not benefit as directly as they might like from that return from tourism spending. So we are going to work very closely with our partners at Destination Toronto, who I would add have done admirable work over the course of the pandemic and beyond in reaching out to the cultural sector to ensure that Toronto is more integrated.
Just one final question, sorry. Pat, I appreciate that. Have we done an assessment of if any city properties could be leveraged for cultural use and or organizations that are looking to acquire cultural space, if there are any urgent action items to reference those 2 priorities?
Yeah, through the chair to you, Councillor Conwell, thank you very much for the question. Yes, it is absolutely a priority within here. There is a lot of work going on. I'll reference just one in Councillor Malik's ward right now. We have an organization in at 468 Queen West called It's Okay, who's a DIY multidisciplinary cultural producer. The city is working to find them another location nearby, as that city-owned facility will no longer be suitable for the use, but we will find another. We have an Office of Creative Space for whom that type of work in matching need to underused city assets is a big part of their work, and we look forward to continue doing that.
Thank you, Councillor Candeville. Are there any other visiting councillors online who would like to ask questions? Councillor, no? So Councillor Fletcher, questions?
Yes, I'm just looking at this great document you have here, and there's a big picture on the front page of thousands and thousands of people. I'm not sure where that is. What part of the city is that?
To you, Councillor Fletcher, through the chair, it's the Taste of Lawrence.
It's the Taste of Lawrence.
East.
Oh, it's Scarborough. Okay,
yeah.
I couldn't figure out where that street was, so that looks like that is not a, are we considering the Taste like this I guess it's a highly successful event in Scarborough as what I'll say, part of the big cultural scene, all of the tastes. So the cultural taste, the location taste, geographic taste.
Through the chair to you, Councillor Fletcher, I'd say there's two things that really argue why Taste of Lawrence should be considered as cultural. One, Torontonians are really interested in festivals, and a lot of our research tells us that that's among their preferred way to consume culture. And number two, Toronto's culinary scene. So we have heard a lot, including in the action plan for Toronto's economy, about the importance of the culinary scene. If anyone has been to Taste of Lawrence, it is perhaps the best place to taste the next Toronto in this whole city.
Very good. So I just want to ask now about, there's a very clear approach in here to the city's reconciliation action plan and supporting Indigenous culture, correct? That's a platform and a seminal piece that we're looking at.
That's correct. Through the chair to you, Councillor Fletcher. Among a series of principles that were encouraged, the community encouraged the city to consider, was having a primary commitment to Indigenous cultural and narrative sovereignty. And there are a series of actions within here to ensure that we provide higher levels of funding to Indigenous cultural producers.
Thank you. And then something that we've talked about already, because I don't see in here, maybe I haven't read it as closely as you have many times, that the Francophone, that fact that City of Toronto has a great large Francophone population, that there are a lot of theaters. Well, Toronto Théâtre Français is in Toronto. So when we're looking at the 1 million square feet, there may be a possibility of a certain amount of that square feet, not all of it, not anywhere near 1 million, but to be adding some of the infrastructure for different communities, such as the Francophone community. Is that something that this cultural plan should be supporting in some way or another?
Through the chair to you, Councillor Fletcher, yes, in fact, there's two explicit references to supporting cultural culture in the plan. One is related to the expansion of creative space, and the other relates to aspects of promoting Francophone heritage through city museums.
And there is no creative space that they currently have as their own, is there? Or they use other spaces?
There is a Maison de la Francophonie and efforts to create new Francophone-serving cultural infrastructure in the city, and we're supportive of those efforts and are working closely with the community and possible other funding partners to realize that.
That's great. And then just with the lassos, because this really is a focus on spreading culture through local groups. Just as we did Art in the Park, I was part of getting that established, which pushes culture out and makes it available to everybody across the city. For the lassos, how many are there? There's 2 now established in Scarborough. They didn't have an arts council previous to amalgamation, correct?
No, through the chair to you, Councillor Fletcher, that's correct. While the other lassos were largely formed from the remnants of the pre-amalgamation arts councils, Scarborough did not.
And did North York have an arts council?
No.
But Etobicoke had an arts council.
Etobicoke
so
did.
Etobicoke and Toronto had existing arts councils that would feed their arts communities that way, but there wasn't one in Scarborough or North York until amalgamation. And rather than set up a total different arts council, would you agree that the lassos are that way to introduce local funding and local activities into?
Through the chair to you, Councillor Fletcher, yeah, the lassos are the city's principal delivery partner outside the core. And the city has worked over time to ensure that there's sufficient coverage. And in the last decade has incubated, therefore, 2 new lassos, both North York and East End Arts. And that has resulted in, I think the lasso budget, I believe, has gone up about 170% in the last 10 years. So it's an area, as with this plan, we want to continue investing in because it provides a great return in terms of access.
And just on the film sector, that's pretty much a standalone. It's part of the culture, but it's also part of the economy. So it's straddling both of those. And there's probably things culturally that can be added in, but that will be addressed more in our next presentation, which
Last
is
question.
the economic driver presentation, right?
Through the chair to you, Councillor Fletcher, while film is touched upon in both, given the virtue of its size and employment footprint, it features more prominently in the second.
Thank you very much for this and this great presentation.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Malik, questions?
Thank you very much. And I want to echo the thanks from my colleagues for this plan. And my first question is just on the target of 1 million square feet of new cultural space in Toronto. And this is especially important as we know we are losing cultural space every day. You know, it won't be lost on anyone what we experienced over the last year with Artscape, the significant work and resources that went in from the city and also from community members and organizations and artists themselves to kind of recover and protect that cultural space. So just as we're looking at that 1 million target, are we looking at 1 million net new square feet? And can you speak a little bit more to how we're holding together the acquisition of new or building of new, as well as supporting and protecting existing?
Sure, absolutely. I'll thank you for the question. Through the chair to you, Councillor Deputy Mayor Malik. I'll start and then ask my colleague Adiraki Akande to fill out what I've left out. Yes, it is an increment. It's an increase over a baseline today. That baseline is frankly, given the fact that we want to apply a broad definition of cultural space based on how people consume culture, it is proving more challenging than we had originally thought a year ago to assemble the baseline. But that means we preserve everything that exists today and we add over 10 years 1 million new square feet through a variety of measures. I would note things such as the work in the nighttime economy that in fact unlocked performance space within licensed establishments from 6 to I think it's 25% now. So there would be a variety of means by which we'd undertake that all the way through to city-owned and operated spaces, but they would certainly be in the great minority of such space.
Yes, then thanks for the question. So through the chair, just to add, the other component we're obviously looking at is with the growth in areas. So as part of the development process, you may recall as part of the community development plan with the Downsview development, we had a specific marker there with respect to creative space, and that's something that, cultural space, and that's something we're looking at as opportunities arise across the city. So multiple mechanisms. Pat referred to some of those, meanwhile space, the development process, the performance space. So all of those things to help to get to the net new 1 million square feet.
Thank you. My other question is just on cultural institutions in the city. You know, my downtown communities are home to many large and small arts and culture institutions and organizations, and very fortunate for that. And it's also been something that has been built up over time, and investment and advocacy and the continued leadership in our downtown communities. And I'm excited to see that, wards and communities in every part of the city looking to be supported in accessing local and citywide programming. And we also know that institutions and organizations across the scale have been under tremendous pressure financially and otherwise over the past few years. So I'm just looking to hear a little bit more about how this plan looks to expand the pool as opposed to just redistributing or playing a bit of a shell game on some of those resources.
Through the chair to you, Deputy Mayor Malik, thanks for the question. Our intention stated very clearly would be to hold whole major cultural institutions in the city while allowing for resources to go to new and emerging organizations. A lot of the risk area we're seeing is among organizations that are 25 years or less. have recently taken on capital campaigns, frequently are BIPOC-led or serving. And we're really, really concerned about the loss of the gains that Toronto has made in terms of diversifying its cultural sector in the last 25 years. We also need to layer over an analysis of need, and we're in clear communication with the cultural organizations, particularly those of scale, who at times have shown the ability to raise philanthropic sources to address what might be structural operating deficits or other financial pressures. So for the City of Toronto, I think that is a factor. I think that this 40% increase over 5 years to the TAC will allow for a lot of that work, being able to retain the significant investment we've made in major cultural institutions that have yielded so many benefits in terms of a livable downtown and up to Toronto's brand abroad, while also addressing the pent-up demand for new organizations that have the resources necessary to get traction and scale.
Thank you. Questions? Councillor Moyes?
Thank you. Thank you for this comprehensive report. I know a lot of work went into it. I want to start off by talking about the advisory panel. How did you go about to decide who sits on this panel? We talked about a lot about festivals, which is a big part of the city, Pride event, the Caribbean Festival. But looking at the panel of advisory here, I don't see any of these organizations represented here.
Through Chair Councilor Bravo to you, Councilor Moyes, great question. There were multiple inputs in terms of determining a panel. One of those inputs was trying to control for groups who have sustained and structural access to the city. So for example, you don't see the Lassos in the group, and we applied that logic for the economic plan. You don't see the BIAs in that we have a constant conversation with those groups. Festivals is also a group that we have been speaking to very, very frequently in the last while. So there are a number. Luminato is represented. There are others, Toes for Dance, who do organize festivals, but some of the larger players that you might be thinking of in terms of Caribbean Carnival or Pride, no, we didn't include them in the advisory, as we have almost weekly conversations with them about what needs to be done. Okay. We were trying, therefore, to create an opportunity for those who have not been in the policy conversation in the past. And this is an area of concern for us too. When one looks at advocacy patterns in the city, we see a real generational divide. So we were trying to invite into the policy conversation, particularly that generation of new cultural producers and entrepreneurs, perhaps 35 and under.
So are their voices captured in the report?
I would say so, yes. And we launched this plan on October 17 last week with about a third of the panel members attending and addressing the media. And they were uniformly satisfied, I would say, with how their input was being translated into the plan. Never perfect, but I think in general, the panel feels very supportive of these actions.
Okay. And of course, you know, Toronto has one of the largest Pride events, I think, around the world, and also the Caribbean Festival. So I always say it's important to support the base, right? You know, I support the expansion that we're talking about, but it's important to support the base. Are we continuing to invest in the base of the city when it comes to culture, like Pride, like the Caribbean Festival?
Yeah, through the chair to you, Councilor Moyes, I would say yes. The city, notably, council approved this year $2 million for the Special Events Stabilization Initiative to address a lot of the rising costs facing street festivals. So I think festivals we have heard have been on the mind of council, and there have been a variety of actions that council has directed our division to undertake to support their sustainability.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. We're going to go to the vice chair last, but I have a couple of questions. I first want to say thank you to my colleagues, asked some of my questions around expanding the funding pool rather than just spreading it around. And then the question, as chair of the Francophone Affairs Committee, it's of great interest to the committee that Toronto's Francophone communities are served in this way because it's a goal to preserve one of the official languages in Toronto. My first question has to do with the animations in neighborhoods. Is there a contemplation of ensuring that emerging working artists would be integral to those animations so that we're creating opportunities and developing the pathway or pipeline from neighborhood-based artists? And the art production is happening all over the city. It's just there's not always the access.
To you as chair, Councilor Bravo, yes, absolutely. I would note the work done by Marguerite Piggott and team as an example. So as Toronto's film sector expanded and there was a need for talent, our sort of defining asset on the world stage, to be brought online in a predictable manner as soundstage capacity expanded, we needed to turn to the large number of very strong community-based cultural training institutions to include Remix, NIA, POV, Third Street, OYA, and create a clearer pathway up through colleges and labor and onto certified production. So that is something we're really proud and would look to replicate in a lot of these areas. One thing that we did here was that there is not enough connection between opportunity and creative industries and those working primarily in the not-for-profit sector right now.
Yeah, that's great. So connections into a pathway to employment is an important outcome for cultural workers. You raised the NIA Center. It's technically outside of my ward, but I've been very active for 25 years in that neighborhood around our arts, community arts. And I know it's a beautiful building. It's a great project. There's the lack of operational money to be able to make sure that it's constantly being used. So you're indicating that this will be a priority in a place like on the Oakwood corridor, for example?
Yeah, to you as Chair, Councilor Bravo. The NIA Center is in fact emblematic of the need that we were just speaking to, but organizations found in the last 25 years. And I would add, moreover, the city's obligation to the NIA Center is multifold. Created out of the Youth Challenge Fund following the Year of the Gun, city assets, close work with colleagues in social development, finance, and administration. We need to ensure the success of the NIA. And you're right, they share characteristics with other organizations who have mounted highly demanding capital campaigns and yet achieving the sustainable operating resources necessary to maintain expanded operations is a huge challenge. So this is a massive area of concern for us, NIA and organizations who share these characteristics, and it's where we need to invest, frankly.
And you indicated that the origin story of this and other organizations has to do with the imperative of providing relevant programming to youth in particular, and cultural programming is proven to be much more effective than many other interactions where to make connections and move forward in a good way. Is that something that will be lifting up? Will there be a priority on kind of mapping where there is a greater need, where we want to prevent violence, we want to have animation that connects youth to better outcomes?
To use Chair Councilor Bravo, yes. Culture Everywhere we described as wanting to solidify culture's role as a component of healthy community at any scale in this city. And it's something that doesn't exist. Mm-hmm. And while the city has a habit of talking about park deficient areas and applying other such metrics, one thinks of the libraries. I think we need to begin to think about cultural access in very much the same way and embedded in every neighborhood. And Adirondacke and team are doing really good work from developments at scale like Downsview and the waterfront through to the Jane Finch initiative, but that is how we will solve these issues.
Thanks. So the last question is a little bit focused on Davenport, my ward. We have a huge stake, a lot of density of artistic spaces, organizations, and huge density of artists living in and I understand ranks number one in terms of working musicians, for example, in the city. We've already been through the Artscape model, and some of the that's been commented on, but Davenport's face of relentless loss or threat of loss of these spaces. I note that you reference alternative models for spaces for their ownership and operation. I'm wondering if we could be explicit about making sure that the social ownership is part of that. I'm thinking of cooperatives, I'm thinking about land trusts. A lot of work's been done at Building Better Bloor Dufferin, created a fund specifically for this, and there's a massive interest, I think, in my ward and others in this piece. Is that something that could be made explicit?
Yeah. Thanks for the question, Councillor Bravo. Yes, absolutely. We're looking at areas like London and the erosion of live music venues, London, UK, and what we're seeing is the most durable segment of the sector is not-for-profit led. We have two not-for-profit led live music venues of some scale in this city, and they are outperforming their commercial counterparts. So we need to work on a variety of solutions to this. That includes, we're under direction from council to look at expansion of the creative co-location facilities property tax subclass for other creative enterprises, city-owned certainly as part, but enabling community to produce solutions, be they creative land trusts or other mechanisms, is perhaps the most important one to support.
Thank you. And now, Vice Chair Carroll, questions?
Well, the only question that's left, I think, that may help a little, I just wonder if you could talk a little bit about, because I think there's still not quite the understanding here, and I think we're going to need it as we go to council. There's a symbiotic relationship that exists between the local art service organizations and Arts Council. Artists, they sometimes come to a lasso to facilitate something, having already built the capacity, and they're engaging with the Arts Council itself. There are some artists who go first to a lasso and say, how do I do what I want to do? And they haven't got there. So they serve both kinds of artists, and the Arts Council is aware of that. And so raising the funding of both at the same time is a really big capacity lift, whether you're just earliest emerging or just beginning to be able to be sort of a dead cert for annual applications to the Arts Council. So have you had conversations with the executive director about what that looks like? Councillor Malik asked, how much are we floating boats that are already on the water, and how much are we getting more into the water? Have you had those conversations about this influx of funds, 10 million over the next 5 years there, and a doubling of Lasso? What sort of work the Arts Council will do to make sure that it really is serving both things at the same time? Or are they in lockstep with us?
Sure. Through Councillor Bravo's chair to you, Councillor Carroll, yes, the local art service organizations and Toronto Arts Council perhaps have the strongest collaborative relationship that we have seen right now. And they are complementary to one another. The TAC, by virtue of its citywide mandate, does need to provide knowable, intuitive programs that are accessible for all. And thereafter, the LASSOs are able to work at a community scale to look at what the needs of their specific population are. I think, for example, of Urban Arts, who had an emphasis a few years ago on seniors isolation as well as youth engagement. So it provides us a great complementarity. And the scale of the investment for the LASSOs, this is a 20% increase in 25. For the TAC, when one factors in the indexing, it's a plus 10%. And then for the TAC, over the scale of this, when we get to 29, we will have increased the TAC budget by 2.5 times based on a 2013 baseline. So this is, council is continuing a significant commitment, should these recommendations be adopted, of investment in the arts in the city.
Okay, and one other question, because there's been a lot of focus on the space target that we're setting for ourselves today. And while we talk about it all the time, the last two culture plans mentioned, gee, space is hard for artists. It was basically just a sentence in the opener. this target really says to you and your division, you now have an outcome we're counting on you for. You now have the directive to go out across the landscape, but also to go through every city silo looking for ways to partner and create that space. To this point, up until this plan came out, have you ever felt you fully had that license to go forth and make space?
Through the chair to you, Councillor Carroll. I think should this recommendation be adopted, it'll be a very clear direction from council to do as you describe. I would also say two things. We've heard loud and clear as the questions from Councillors Moyes and Deputy Mayor Malik reveal that we need to shore up what we have first, and there is a lot of work to do that. And then secondly, to move on the incremental target, it feels achievable as well for the maturation of certain city systems. So we have Create TO, having entered, let's call it the second phase of its mandate, having made gains on housing targets, and they are ready to engage on looking at underused or redundant city assets in terms of cultural use, and they've been great partners. Waterfront Toronto, as it enters into a next phase of its renewal, where culture will be a defining element of the redevelopment of our eastern waterfront, that provides us another structural opportunity. So we really feel that there are some significant partners that we'll be able to work with to deliver this ambitious target.
Excellent, thank you. Those are my questions. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Chair Bravo, this is Councillor Candeval. I wanted to ask a few more questions for round two. Is that possible? Sorry?
Light is on. Oh, there we go. Thank you, in the booth. I'm checking with committee around a second round of questions, and there doesn't seem to be an interest right now in doing a second round of questions. I suggest you take your questions offline to staff, because we are now at the moment to speak. Yeah, and who, hands to speak? Deputy Mayor.
I'm also right down the hall.
Yeah,
Councillor Candeval wants to chat.
To speak, we're going to go to, thanks. We're going to go to visiting Councillor Ainsley first. 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to all the staff for this amazing report. I want to give a shout out to Councillor Fletcher for recognizing Scarborough and the amazing taste of Lawrence we have. Councillor Fletcher's been to a number of events in Arts Festival that I hold annually in my ward, so thanks for the shout out, Councillor. And I want to begin by thanking staff for all of the work that they've done on this, all of the consultations that have been held, the outreach that they've done. I'm here wearing a number of different hats. First and foremost as a city councillor. Secondly, as the City of Toronto's Nighttime Economy Champion. I also sit on the Music Advisory Committee, the Film Board, and the Toronto Public Library Board. So I spend a lot of time interacting with people and talking to people across the city about how important culture is to this city and the investments that are needed in both money and staff time, which I more often than not lately have heard coming out of COVID as organizations are trying to get back on their feet and work and revitalize, how important this investment is going to be over the 10 years in this plan. Across the city of Toronto, you can see events, people, organizations looking for assistance from our government. And that's everywhere from, festivals, events, as I mentioned, BIAs, community organizations, all looking for assistance. Even, individuals. I was taking a GO train home a couple of weeks ago, and I stopped in the GO train. When I got off the GO train, and I heard music blaring, and it was 11 o'clock at night. And I was like, who's buskering in a GO train tunnel in Scarborough at 11 o'clock at night? And when I got to the tunnel, there was an individual there practicing his saxophone. And I said to him, what are you doing in a tunnel in the GO train station at 11 o'clock at night? And he said, Councillor, He said, you know, I have nowhere to practice. He says, there's no studio space in Scarborough. I can't afford to go downtown. I don't have the time to go downtown. So here I am. So there's a lot of different components to this report. For myself, as I mentioned, in all the roles that I try and fulfill, I think they're all needed. The investment is needed, both in staff and timing. And once again, I want to thank everybody that was involved in this, and I'm looking forward to seeing all of the recommendations implemented. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Candeville, would you like to speak?
Yes, thank you, Chair Bravo. And through you, once again, thank you to all the committee members who lent their leadership to this, and staff for bringing this forward. Appreciative of all, in particular, culture everywhere is a central priority in this plan, and appreciate the acknowledgement art and culture play in building complete communities all across our city, not just in the downtown core. Communities outside of the core, like Scarborough, are incredibly rich in culture and creativity, yet this isn't always acknowledged in municipal policy and funding. And particularly as I hear directly from certain cultural groups across the diverse South Asian communities. And historically, our investment in arts has not reflected that diversity of our city and has not been geographically equitable. For example, in 2022, we heard earlier this year when Council adopted certain motions on arts funding, 77% in 2022 was awarded to organizations and artists in the downtown core, yet of course, many exist in the inner suburbs. So appreciate the accommodation and adoption by senior staff in recognizing this inequity and need, and appreciate the commitments to bring forth data next year across our 158 neighborhoods, and especially in light of the need, and rightfully, applaud the commitment for 1 million square feet across the next 10 years. And again, particularly using a geographic lens to help animate that reality. The directions in this plan are important steps toward geographically equitable cultural investment and strategic plan for the next 10 years, and I hope they'll be implemented in a meaningful way to tangibly benefit underserved communities across our city. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. And to speak, we'll go to, Councillor Moise and then Deputy Mayor Malik.
Thank you. I too want to thank staff for the work that they've done. It's quite comprehensive. And as I've mentioned in my remarks, in my questions earlier, in that it's important to support the base, like Pride Toronto, like the Curman Festival. They actually are bring a lot of resources, lots of money into the city. And so it's important to make sure we continue to support those as well. But it's also important to note that councillors must do their parts as well. You know, I think this year, the Taste of Lawrence celebrated the 20th anniversary. It was Councillor Thompson who actually started that initiative. Last time I was in this room at ECD, Councillor Cole brought ideas forth for a pizza festival. So it's not only up to staff to do the work, it's up to councillors to actually go out and work with the communities and bring these suggestions forth as well. So I just felt it needed to be said. But again, thank you to staff, and I look forward to continue to work with you, not only to support what we have already, but to increase it across the city. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor, thank you, Councillor. Deputy Mayor Malik to speak.
Thank you very much. And I do have a motion, and I believe Clerks has it, and we'll put it up on the screen. And this motion does two things. First, looks to affirm our commitment to decent work for artists and culture makers who make our sector what it is. and 2, identify opportunities to extend arts and culture programming and the expansion of street art programs to create more opportunities for artists to work with the city. And I appreciate working with Councillor Carroll and the chair to bring this forward today. And I want to begin by thanking everyone who has contributed so much to this detailed plan. And in my downtown communities, I witness every single day the incredible contributions that art and music and theater and film and cultural festivals make to shaping our city in incredible ways, the way that we engage and discover it, the way that we feel about our city, and how we also identify as Torontonians here in our local neighborhoods and out in the world. And I also see the challenges every day. I hear from artists and culture makers who increasingly are finding it difficult to imagine a future in our city with the cost of living and housing becoming unmanageable. And my motion asks us to commit to decent work for artists and culture makers and look at using our city programs to create even more opportunities. And I also hear every week from arts and culture organizations that are facing increasingly higher barriers in finding and holding on to affordable and accessible space and meeting the demands for their programming on ever-reducing budgets. And that's why I'm so glad as a city we are moving forward with this culture plan, investing in new cultural spaces, creating opportunities in every neighborhood in the city, and doing our part to address instability in the sector, and continuing to make clear that Toronto is a global creative capital and a hub. And I'm excited to keep working with people from across the sector to see and learn from your ingenuity, and whether that's repurposing underutilized office space, organizations coming together to support fundraising and to secure funding collectively to keep space in the community. I know there is a lot to be learned from the sector, as well as the work that we're doing investing in it. And I want to thank the leadership from members of this committee, the advisory panel, and everyone who has been a part of this, consistently giving their time, their energy, and their heart to making it what it is. I want to especially thank Councillor Carroll for her leadership, and thank you to everyone who served on the advisory panel from the culture sector and creative industries. And thank you, everyone. And there was Torontonians from across the city, and we had some special opportunities in my ward as well to engage community members in their feedback and in their care in developing this plan. And particularly, I want to thank staff who carried this out and drafted this report and honored that feedback and that input. Special thanks to Pat and Adoranke and Mojan and Ben and Marguerite and Kathy for your incredible work. There is so much to be proud of here, and I'm so excited to look at what we have to do to roll this out and to get this going. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher to speak.
Yes, I will. I don't have a motion here. I'll move it at council about the French Theatre and square feet for new cultural spaces, which I think can be a very exciting part of this plan. I do first want to really thank our staff for this really comprehensive approach and looking at this in a kind of, I'll call it a brand new way, in a very comprehensive way, rather than little bits and pieces. And also to Councillor Carroll for her leadership here. She has been for many years on Toronto Arts Council. She's been a driver in this division, in this sector. And I think this is very fitting that you're bringing this to us today. So this is really about investments and how we're going to invest. I think those of us who've been here for a while know there was the Toronto Arts Council when we got here with some grants. And when we look at what we've done over the last number of years, it's very exciting. And I also just want to talk about that expansion across the megacity. And I wouldn't want councillors to forget that we used to have 6 cities, and 4 big cities and 2 small cities. And everybody had something different that they brought into the cultural world. We had museums, we had special houses, we had a lot. And bringing that all together, piecing it all together, and finding the way to spread that out across, spread the love and spread that out across all Toronto has just been something that's been ongoing. And I wouldn't want us to feel that somehow we've not been doing that, because that's been the project since day one, since the megacity was created. So getting on our feet, getting things established. I want to really pay tribute to the Arts in the Park, which was the first time that we really looked at moving culture into people's front yards, which are the parks in their neighborhoods, and allowing people to come out in the evening and see terrific performances. I'll also remember the dusk dances, which started, I think, 40 years ago in Withrow Park. And when they tried to move into Malvern, I had to get involved because the Parks Department said, well, that's not something we do. If it's not a baseball or a soccer ball, it's not a park activity. So changing our mindset about what goes on in our city and where has been one of those things that we've all worked on together over the last 20 years of amalgamation or more, 25 years of amalgamation. So with that big, broad stroke across the city, we're looking at who had arts councils. That's why I asked that. You know, Toronto had an arts council that was established forever. Other places didn't. So the Lassos have now stepped in order to make sure that they're looking after all of those distinct needs in various parts of the city. And I wouldn't want anybody to think that that isn't happening. Can we do more? Of course. But when I look back and I see where we started from, with one central tower called Toronto Arts Council, and then nothing anywhere else, look at what we've been able to accomplish. And this next tranche, this next number of years, really builds on the fact that first, however many years that is, 28, and now we're going 25 to 35. We have a plan for the next 10 years to make sure we're building on what we've accomplished. It's a very exciting opportunity. So I would just say that let's take advantage always of those, that we know where the holes are. We've heard from Councillor Ainsley, somebody practicing in the subway. What's happening with the RT? Are there spaces around there? Where are the properties? You know, the city stopped last term, 2 terms ago, from selling everything. We were selling every bit of property that we could get our hands on in 2010. We're not doing that anymore. Are there properties that can be repurposed for various things? Just one little example, where Bike Share now sits, I got approached by Build Toronto to build townhouses there, and I said, hold on, it's a little industrial building, and there is Bike Share. Its whole operation out of downtown runs from there. So let's think about our spaces in a little different way here to make sure that we're collecting where they are, what they could be used for throughout the city, because I believe, Councillor Ainsley, there's a place, if we look, we can find rehearsal space somewhere in Scarborough where we own small properties and small buildings. So this is the next tranche for that, and I'm very excited, and I just want to thank you again, Councillor Carroll, for your leadership.
Thank you, Councillor Fletcher. I'll go to speak, and then I'll pass it to the Vice Chair last. I have a motion. I'll start with that. It's to prioritize options for alternative cultural space ownership and operation that's including social and community ownership, cultural spaces, trust and land trust, and worker cooperative models, so that we're focusing on social ownership. I want to also thank the Vice Chair, and who's been a champion of this work for a great number of years, and has brought with staff who have worked diligently, convening the community, convening important conversations with a really diverse set of stakeholders. It's a lot of different people who are coming together to build out an arts and culture ecosystem in Toronto that we can see, that we can map, that we can invest in, and that we can understand is producing really powerful outcomes for people. I want to say that the arts and cultural experience, we must never think of them as an add-on or a nice to have. It's foundational to everybody's sense of themselves, to form identity, to form connection, to imagine a better possible future while also digesting some of the pain that we have in our lives. It's absolutely essential that we prioritize this as a way to have a healthier city, And I'm happy to hear that we're reconnecting this to the important investments in youth, and that we understand that this is a critical violence prevention work. It's critical for better outcomes for, especially for young people who I feel have been neglected in our society for so long. The arts ecosystem includes all of the elements that have been named, the local arts organizations that have a service mandate, lining them up with working artists that are emerging in neighborhoods, and then connecting them with other working opportunities so that we can see the pathway into an arts and culture profession that has a good standard of living. Historically, the Toronto Arts Council had animated that through the Neighborhood Arts Network, and I'd love to see that really come to life. I think it's crucial. On the organizational sustainability and support, what we're doing now is making a commitment, a promise to fulfill promises that were made for a really long time, but were not kept. This sector has seen so many promises broken over time, and people are holding it together with duct tape and string. And we need to recognize that these organizations are in a fragile state, but we need them absolutely. I'm thankful that Deputy Mayor Malik talked about arts and culture workers and the need for decent work. And I tie this to the sustainability of organizations. For too long, we looked at the arts and culture sector as a value add where we could extract. So it was about how much do they contribute to gross domestic product, but at what cost? We cannot extract from people who are working, many of them precariously and with low wages. We have to value them because they're essential to our well-being and the access that we all need in neighborhoods to be able to interact with that and across the board, including the major arts organizations that characterize the city. So there's a whole continuum here that needs support. And finally, on the cultural spaces piece, my ward has been so impacted, and it's such a powerfully important value that we have working artists, working musicians that are contributing to our city. We need to take care of the spaces where they rehearse, where they create, where they show. And without that, we won't be able to have a sustainable and viable arts community. I think that the use of city buildings, which has been referenced, is absolutely crucial. The use of repurposing every possible space can be an animated space for cultural activity. And as I mentioned, the social ownership piece. Why does it matter? Because we need to prioritize imagining how we're putting resources into the hands of arts organizations, of artists. And by social ownership, I mean not just public city ownership, government ownership, but community ownership that's long-term, protected, and not going to be set into the whims of the market or tied to a lease that's for a limited time period, and then we lose the space. We need this, we have to grow it, we're all gonna benefit. And again, thank you to staff and to the Vice Chair for all, Shelley Carroll, for all the work that's been done. I really appreciate the thoughtfulness and the effort of staff in bringing this forward in this way.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It was really interesting to listen to the questions and to the speeches today, because it looks at the places where I know we need to really double down on communicating what's coming out here. That's why I find the motions helpful, because they just help to further communicate what the task is going forward, and we have to do it. One of the most important pages for me in the strategy is to really understand who we are and where we're at right now. And that's the graph on page 12. In terms of truly direct professional artists, we do have 32,000 professional artists in Toronto. It's an extraordinary number for Canada. 32,000 artists. And by and large, they live in poverty. They all live below the living wage, every last one of them. Some of them so much so that they have to have a day job. And so, this does have to be hand in glove with whatever we do in the economic development plan as well. So much so that when we started to convene both of the advisory panels, even the business community was concerned about it, and we told them, you know, here's a work plan for what we need to talk about in the economic development plan. They said, what about culture? Should we do that too? It seems like we should. They know the value of it. And we said, well, the culture sector in Toronto really knows itself and can do that work. And we think it's important enough that there should be two separate conversations happening, and they will come together in practice. But if we move beyond those professional artists, the reason they're concerned about it, 32,000 professional artists. People who really work as a result of that, 93,000. And if you go all the way out to the creative industries that actually attract investment to the city, it's 15% of all the work in this city. You know, all of the other things where you want them to be living within a vibrant culture sector because they'll be better at their jobs. It includes people in our employ. It includes people who work with all those developers we spend too much of our time with, figuring out the growth of the city. There's creation in all of that. And so for all of that to thrive, this has to succeed. And they look for that. We had all sorts of international delegations in last year for the Toronto Global Economic Forum, and they measure that. How do I feel moving about the city? Where should I go tonight? What are you doing? Where's the live music? Where's the visual art? All of it goes hand in glove. And so we do have to get this done. My start in being involved in arts as a councillor, Councillor Fletcher and I joined council in 2003 at the dawn of a new plan. It was called an action plan for a creative city, but our nickname for it was just Creative Cities. And it was really the first post-amalgamation plan. And a key directive in it was art can't just happen downtown. Obviously, a major art center like an opera house, which is something that was still a thought then, but we knew we needed to build one. Meridian Theater, large facilities like that with large capacity. They grow out of the central business district of any city. But we knew that if you want to keep feeling the connection, you need to go all the way out to the city limits. And so at that time, Mayor Miller sent word to Toronto Arts Council, we expect your funds to find their way all the way to the city limits. And them was fighting words. It was met with outrage. Mind your own business. We do what we do where we do it. And had that been the case, that really would have been a very short-sighted action, and it would have actually threatened the success of that organization. But luckily, it's a very democratic organization, and they really sat down and they wrapped their heads around it. And they actually do reach out to the city limits. The situation now is that they've been through the global disruption and they need more help doing that. Arts in the Park comes out of the foundation and the private sector investment. You know, outdoor art, murals, all of those things that push out into the suburbs are about pulling audience back in to every cultural enterprise. They're also about pulling patrons in. When we invest with this plan, the uplift of the grant program in the Arts Council, what we do in LASSOs and beyond, indexed to inflation, we're saying to the donor community out there, we're back in the business of culture. Forget that global disruption that starts with the letter C. We're moving on now, and we're investing. And we hope you'll invest too. You know, we're exercising our muscle to generate funding in the arts. We want to see the patrons back investing in the arts as well, because they've gone quiet, but we see good signs in the economy. And so now it's time to think, where do you want to invest? Where do you want to be philanthropic? The tradition in Toronto is to be philanthropic in the arts. What we do leverages that. And so we're sending a big signal to those communities now. It's time to come back with your leverage. We're sending a signal to the other orders of government. These guys aren't going to make it without us. So all orders of government need to start to invest. That's how we move into a new world post the global disruption that starts with the letter C. What I hope is that by the time we get to council, people have had time to read through the plan and its implementation plan to see that there are the immediate and the short-term actions. They're all meant to be very inclusive, but that it's also a living and breathing plan that intends to take a good, hard, long look at itself within these walls annually, biannually, in a large public summit, so that we're basically committing here and now to give ourselves a report card biannually. How are we doing? So that this isn't going to go sit on a shelf. It's going to live and it's going to respond to the times. And if if it isn't enough, we're going to know within that time frame, we're going to be able to address it together as council, but hopefully together with the arts community as well. Those are my comments. Thanks, Madam Chair, for your indulgence there.
Thank you, Vice Chair. So on the motions, we'll go to Deputy Mayor Malik's motion first. All in favor? Opposed? That is unanimous. Then we will go to my motion. All in favor? Opposed? Also unanimous. On the item as amended. All in favor? Opposed? And that is also unanimous. So let's keep going. We are next going to EC 16.2, Sidewalks to Skylines, an action plan for Toronto's economy 2025 to 2035. And Pat Tobin, General Manager of Economic Development and Culture, and staff will be presenting again for this one.
Thanks, Councilor
Welcome.
Bravo as chair. We'll just take a moment to have staff settle in and get connected. Here, let me get the tech person. There you go. Is my seat tiny? Am I in a tiny seat? You could probably raise it, eh? Oh, you can lower it, too. There, that's better, okay. You're good. Yeah.
Chat come up?
Yes.
How do you
like
disable?
that.
Yeah, how do you disable that?
That's a good question.
Come here. How do you disable? Your WebEx is showing up. I know. How do I disable that? Oh,
Do you know?
I think you could need to log out. Just log out of the WebEx.
Yeah, close your WebEx. And then you can
And Jabber too.
close, yeah, Jabber. Okay. And then you can go to presentation view. How long did I go on with the first doc?
Where am I going from? Slideshow?
Pardon me?
Slideshow.
Yeah, if you hit this one, I think, that little guy looks like a T. Oh, no, that's, yeah, there you go, you're, great, and it gives you a preview. I think so. Hey, thanks a lot. Pardon?
This chair is going down.
My ears.
And it looks like we're ready to go for the presentation. You're most welcome.
Hey, thank you very much, Chair Bravo. And again, thanks to the committee for the invitation to present Sidewalks to Skylines, an action plan for Toronto's economy 2025 to 2035. I'm Pat Tobin. I'm the General Manager, Economic Development and Culture. I'm accompanied today by my colleagues, Claire Barnett, to my left, who's the Director of Business Growth Services for EDC, and to my right is Mariana Mota, who is our Manager of Policy and Research for EDC. We're happy following a year deep public consultation to be able to bring forward a new economic development plan for the City of Toronto entitled Sidewalks to Skylines, and we'll take you through that now. So why a new economic development plan for Toronto? First point is because it really matters, not just for Toronto, but for the province and for the country as a whole. Toronto represents 20% fully of the national gross domestic product and 53% of that of Ontario's. So more simply stated, as goes the Toronto economy, really so do those of the province and the country. It has also been well over a decade since Council endorsed the last comprehensive economic development plan, then entitled Collaborating for Competitiveness. If one thinks back to the economic position Toronto was in at that point of time more than a decade ago, it is very different than where we find ourselves today. So not only have the commitments on collaborating for competitiveness been largely completed, but we face a very different context right now. And while Toronto continues to have many underlying strengths in its economy, such as the strength of its economic system, major institutions, our ability to attract and thereafter integrate talent globally, we are increasingly facing significant new challenges, both at a local and global level. These include challenges to our livability, affordability, what we are seeing by way of technology adoption and changes in consumer behavior, broader labor market disruptions, the return to the office, and other aspects, as well as increasingly fierce global competition, both for talent and for foreign direct investment. So action really is required now to strengthen both our considerable assets, but also address the economic headwinds that Toronto may be facing. So what are we bringing forward today in the form of a new action plan for Toronto's economy? So it's an ambitious 10-year vision that's intended to guide Toronto towards a more prosperous, sustainable, and inclusive economy. It sets out a foundational priority of getting the basics right. And in a moment, I will expand a bit more on what that means. But it is addressing those risks that confront our livability and prosperity right now. Thereafter, having addressed foundational issues, there are 3 additional priority areas for action, which are strong main streets, quality jobs, and global competitiveness. Across those 4 themes, we find 29 leading actions, including 10 which are addressing the basics in this city, and an additional 19 across the 3 priorities identified above. In total, this plan encompasses 73 actions, which is demonstrative of the breadth of the levers associated with Toronto's economic development. Much as the City of Toronto doesn't control all the influences on its economic development, so too does the Economic Development and Culture Division not control those. So this is a deeply networked plan with 18 city divisions and agencies having contributed and thereafter being represented in the work plan. Progress, as noted with the culture plan, there has been a lot of work over the course of a year with many partners to ensure that we are going to be able to measure progress against this plan. We operate from a position of strength in having a Toronto economic dashboard, but that frankly is the envy of many jurisdictions, but it needs to be made more sophisticated in terms of how it captures outcomes in the economy in terms of its inclusiveness. How did we get here? So the plan was developed again through 3 major streams of activity: broad stakeholder engagement, research and data analysis, as well as advice from an expert panel. Over 1,000 stakeholders were consulted, and these were largely organized sectorally, groupings that you might reasonably anticipate, such as manufacturing, retail, small business, real property, but those that may not be as intuitive. So we brought together many of the players in the local economy to include people working on employee ownership trusts, to include community wealth building practitioners, to include the Indigenous community, as well as youth and next generation civic leaders brought together through our partner at Civic Action. Ultimately, we took this consultation out to all districts of the city, and we were very happy to have the engagement of local councillors as we delivered sessions in Etobicoke in partnership with Humber College, Scarborough in partnership with Centennial College, and in North York with Seneca. Research, this was a networked effort where we drew in the expertise of Toronto's world-leading post-secondary institutions, so Toronto Metropolitan Youth University through the Civic Lab TO process, the University of Toronto, the Canadian Urban Institute, and others. And I'm really beholden to the Economic Advisory Panel that accompanied us on this journey. The co-chairs there were Councillors Shelley Carroll and Zabine Herji, formerly of RBC, currently affiliated with Deloitte, but an expert in human capital questions in the economy. They led a group of 26 experts that was incredibly broad in nature, spanning manufacturing, real estate, the venture capital sector, creative industries, Indigenous entrepreneurs, labor, social service agencies. The commitment of these leaders, I'll just note briefly, was incredible, not just in terms of the advice that they provide us that culminated in the production of this report, but also at various points along the way, where they were a sounding board on issues confronting the city in terms of its economic competitiveness, such as congestion, the reliability of public transit, safe and clean streets. And we had a very productive conversation with actions taken over the duration of our engagement with them. What we heard ultimately resulted in the framework that you see in front of you here. So it's a vision for Toronto to be a livable, inclusive, and prosperous city. And again, with a foundation around getting the basics right. And I'll take a moment just to discuss this. When we undertook these consultations, we frequently heard three things. One was that people weren't interested in talking to the city about an ambitious agenda for economic development that didn't a priori address some of the risks associated with our long standing strengths in terms of livability and prosperity. So we were drawn into conversations, as we should have been, around congestion, again, around safe streets, around the provision of reliable city services. And so that ultimately culminated in this focus area called Getting the Basics Right. Within that, there was a conversation too, that there's a recognition that Toronto could not solve all of that alone. And so in many ways, this report issues a call to action for our partners in industry for sure, in the small business community, but also spanning our post-secondary partners and the broader not-for-profit sector to join together to address the issues confronting Toronto. And finally, it issues a clear call to action that Toronto needs the resources commensurate with the responsibilities that it has, particularly in these foundational areas around safe and clean streets. And so that came together to form this foundational priority around getting basics right. Thereafter, what we heard was the need to focus on three areas in particular. One, strong main streets. And this is also a proxy for the fate of small business and our neighborhoods. So within strong main streets, notably 98% of residents in the Toronto region live within 1 kilometer of a commercial main street. They support 33,000 businesses and 290,000 jobs. Small businesses in the city account for well more than 90% of all employment, excuse me, and yet have faced significant challenges in the pandemic and thereafter. Quality jobs. Some of the trends that led us to focus on this area is one, while we are seeing a return to pre-pandemic levels of unemployment, we are still seeing high levels of job vacancy, and we are seeing a rising and a decade high in terms of youth unemployment that today sits at about 16.8% and is 2.5 times higher than that of the next cohort of 25 to 54-year-olds. So there are certain trends in the Toronto economy that we wanted to attend to with quality jobs. The report goes to pains to also point out the flatlining in terms of access to middle-class income that has occurred over the course of the last generation in Toronto, and the need, therefore, to focus on the maintenance and creation of good jobs in all areas of the city. Finally, global competitiveness. We heard that there were risks to Toronto's global brand abroad that, if not tended to, could undermine our strengths in both talent attraction and foreign direct investment attraction. And we have worked to shore up what are our key competitive assets in those areas, including thinking more creatively about the continuum between foreign direct investment attraction and existing efforts in business retention and expansion. Moving to the next slide, going a level deeper, we'll talk a bit about what these priorities and leading actions are. On getting the basics right, I've mentioned the clear call for effectively more New Deal work for Toronto from other orders of government to address our long-term financial sustainability and address some of the risks to our livability. We're also looking at incenting with leadership under the city's planning division as to how we might incent a greater mix of commercial use in downtown buildings, looking at the persistence, vacancy in our commercial real estate in the core, but also beyond. And there are measures here that just summarize some of the city's efforts in construction coordination and other to address congestion. We have measures in here as well that address strong main streets in terms of addressing rising costs, helping small business access funding to support their capital needs, and expanding the number of BIAs in Toronto, and we'll touch a bit more on that. Quality jobs, we've talked about youth, and here in echo community calls for action in creating specific numbers of new jobs for Toronto youth. We have a focus on community wealth building initiatives and local employment initiatives that were also touched on in the conversation of the cultural plan. Finally, in international and global competitiveness, we were told clearly that Toronto needed to be more deliberate about naming and thereafter championing its significant sectors of strength. And so here you think of manufacturing through to the creative industries and food and beverage, but technology and innovation certainly foremost among them. So there's a number of actions in naming and championing these sectors and targets associated with how we will know when that support is yielding the desired results. More specifically, what's this going to look like in implementation across the city? On the first area in supporting small business, we are calling for a target of 125 business improvement areas for the City of Toronto by 2035. That is, in fact, an ambitious target, but also one in keeping with the expansion of that network that we've seen over the last 20 years. We need more investment in the public realm and feel that BIAs are in complement to work done directly by the city through transportation services and other, that BIAs are a very locally based mechanism to do that. Employment lands, we propose to preserve all existing and intensify their use with a target of 5% more jobs to be contained within the city's employment lands. We want to maximize the employment potential of major precinct developments, be they the Portlands, Downsview, Golden Mile, Jane and Finch, and other. Congestion we've touched on. Sector focuses, again, here we were called upon not just to support certain sectors of strength for Toronto at an international level, but then to look at what thereafter those sectors and their expansion might be able to do for the local economy. Touching upon two of these, Toronto's culinary scene is having a bit of a moment internationally and presents the opportunity for good entry-level jobs and entrepreneurship opportunities, particularly for Toronto newcomers. Toronto has certain advantages that it needs to exploit to a greater degree in terms of green technologies, both to address our own Transform TO climate goals, but also to seize opportunity for the expansion internationally of the green economy. Business climate, there are commitments in here with respect to the ratio between commercial and residential property taxes, our desire to see an uptake of 15% over the 29,000 current recipients of the small business property tax subclass, as well as a call to work with the province around measures like commercial rent control. And then finally, on workforce development, we call for greater partnerships with our post-secondary institutional partners and targeted workforce development initiatives that thereafter support the sectors of strength we've identified. And we are also looking to work with the broader not-for-profit sector on those type of workforce development initiatives. We also, before going to the next slide, heard clearly that there was a call on the part of our partners for the city and principally economic development and culture to improve its service offerings. And so this plan does call for the addition of some staff. And among the areas that they would be applied to, 2 FTEs are called for in the 25 budget for the business improvement area office to support the ambitious expansion target, while also ensuring that we have the resources to shore up the existing network and clarify the relationship of BIAs to the city. We're proposing the creation of an office for technology and innovation sector. And we are hearing from Toronto's tech sector, who are growing faster than any jurisdiction in North America, that they require a dedicated support in order to be able to sustain that expansion. We have heard a lot that small businesses are struggling to navigate city regulatory and other services. And as a result, we're proposing the creation of a small business service office, which would provide single window dedicated concierge support to small businesses to navigate the challenges they face. And finally, as mentioned, we need to reinvest in our business retention and expansion activities so that we can reliably land the major foreign direct investment opportunities, mandate attraction opportunities that we are seeing our FDI attraction partner, Toronto Global, produce for us. Knowing I'm going a little long here, I'll move quickly through the last couple slides. So how will we know we are making progress? Slide 7 here indicates a number of success indicators. Notably, 1, we're operating from a position of strength with a very sophisticated Toronto economic dashboard. 2, we do need to layer in new measures that take a more local and population focus on performance of the economy. And 3, this plan includes a series of commitments to return to council on a regular reporting cycle to ensure that we remain on track with this plan. In terms of our anticipated results, we've talked a lot about the targets around adoption of various measures, expansion of things like the network of BIAs, but at an aggregate level, we want to see a doubling of Toronto's GDP over the next 25 years. And so to put that into context, that would mean growth on the order of about 3%. The city's financial planning calls now for GDP growth of about 2% next year. We feel that this target is achievable, and we've seen partners like the Board of Trade, in fact, call for a target of 3.4% GDP growth. So we are not too far off some of the ambitious targets being set by partners. Additional indicators that we would see, focusing in on the right-hand column, well, there is a significant focus on inclusive economic development and more policy work to be brought forward to this table in a month's time. But here we're going to look at patterns of labor market inclusion as defined geographically and racially, as well as looking at patterns in income and wealth distribution, among other measures. Closing then on financial impacts. Across its 73 actions, this plan for the city's 2025 budget calls for council to approve $5.6 million in new funding that would support 6 FTEs. That would support work on what are currently 13 of these actions that are unfunded. Of the $5.6 million, you'll see that more than 80% would be invested directly into communities, and 7% would be directed to supporting salaries within the public service. We think that the time to invest in Toronto's economy is now in a manner that will both confront some of the challenges that we are hearing about from stakeholders and that you're reading in the paper, as well as allow us to take advantage of our underlying strengths and some of the opportunities that exist in Toronto's economy today. So thank you for the time, and happy to take any questions.
We are going to go to deputations first, so we're going to ask you to remain for questions, which I imagine we'll have. The first deputant is Donna Spreitzer, Toronto Community for Better Childcare. Is Donna here or online? Online. Hello, Donna. Welcome to committee. You have 5 minutes. And you're muted.
Okay, I think I got it right now. Can you hear me?
Yes, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the ECDC, including my local City Council member, Paula Fletcher. I appreciate being allowed to present online. I will keep my comments brief as I see on the speakers list that you will be hearing from others in the nonprofit and caring communities who, like me, are here to speak to the key elements that seem to be missing in the action plan. My name is Donna Spreitzer, and I'm the Executive Director of the Toronto Community for Better Childcare. I also represent the Toronto Childcare Advocates. Both organizations are dedicated to the development of high-quality, affordable, nonprofit, and public childcare. TCCA members include childcare advocacy organizations, unions, academics, parents, and service providers. Please read TCCA's written submission, which is more comprehensive than my comments. Did I miss it, or is childcare really not included in any of the 73 recommendations? I'm curious as to what the rationale is for a vision that does not include targets for sustaining and growing the childcare system in Toronto. We know the current provincial government is keen to turn childcare over to big box for-profit centers. Now is a crucial time for Toronto to vigorously solidify its support for nonprofit and public early childhood education. Advocates and operators alike have long counted on the City of Toronto to be a leader in supporting childcare and the caring sector, and more importantly, in establishing and promoting quality targets that are unmatched in Canada. There are over 1,000 childcare centers in Toronto, all of which are small businesses. I was pleased to hear Mr. Tobin mention nonprofits, as nonprofit childcare must continue to be a priority in Toronto and should be included in any 10-year plan. The question remains, how could this omission have occurred given the undisputed fact that our economy and our workforce rely on childcare? Parents cannot work without childcare. Women especially cannot work without reliable childcare. And equally important, children benefit from early childhood education well before they even enter school. Frankly, early childhood education is one of the most important tenets of civil society. Members of the TCBCC and TCCA are asking the city to do more, not less, to advocate for intergovernmental collaboration in order to save and sustain the sector. We are counting on the City of Toronto to once again be a childcare leader. I urge you to include childcare and other caring community stakeholders in this action plan. Together, we are an essential part of the infrastructure for the economic and social well-being of Toronto. We realize much work has already been put into this plan, but it's not quite finished. We recommend this proposal be referred back to staff with a request to consider the submissions and deputations made today at this committee meeting and report to a future ECDC meeting. Thank you for the work you've already done on this plan. It's an ambitious and important initiative. And thank you for your consideration to include childcare and others in the care economy in the final plan.
Thank you. There's a question for you, Donna. Vice Chair Carroll.
Hi, Donna. Shelley here. I'm just wondering, I know that you've taken part in council's child care plan discussions and the ongoing work with children's services, but I'm wondering if you've been included in the conversations about the inclusive economic development framework.
Not yet. We would love to be included.
Okay, so it's one of the reasons that the mention of this, I don't know if you got as far as the implementation plan, but it's one of the reasons that we didn't attempt to catalog exactly everyone who is in those discussions, because as a result of the launch of the plan, we're hoping that anyone who's not already taking part in the discussions about the inclusive economic development framework that gets highlighted here becomes a part of that. I'll just turn your attention to it because in my view, and I hope you share share the opinion. In my view, it begins to tackle, you know, what we understand to be the caring economy and its role here. And that's on page 54. Collaborating with key stakeholders, create a working table for inclusive economic development to remove barriers. I see the availability of childcare as one of the barriers, to remove barriers and identify programs and partnerships to ensure economic opportunities for Indigenous, Black, and equity-deserving communities. And for me, equity-deserving communities are those who have an inequitable access to childcare. It is one of those barriers to entering the workforce. If we've missed that, because that's a key exercise and one that in the implementation plan comes immediately and has in fact already had several discussions. So if we were to include that, would that be a welcome inclusion by the childcare advocacy community? Oh, I think we may have lost.
Oh, there we go. Yeah, now I can, I was unmuted for a second. Of course, that would be welcome, but I don't think that that's enough. Right now, we are really looking, like childcare is in a crisis right now across the province, and the City of Toronto could play a part in really vigorously supporting nonprofit and public childcare. We are at the mercy of the province, and we know what their initiatives are. Toronto has long supported and almost exclusively nonprofit childcare because we know that that is where quality comes from. So the city has an opportunity right now to really work and change its language around prioritizing nonprofit childcare, but also could help us more with workforce and retention of early childhood educators, which I think are crucial to keeping childcare operating and functioning in the city. And people can't go to work if they don't have a place to put their children.
Absolutely, absolutely agreed. And can I assume that what you want in the way of staff resources at the city working on that, you want our best and most expert staff members in the field of children's services front and center helping us make that case?
Yes, it would also
Excellent.
be helpful, yeah, if the city could support some kind of early childhood education wage grid so that early childhood educators would stay in the field.
Understood. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your deputation. The next deputant is Jin He, Social Planning Toronto, is online. Yeah. Welcome to committee. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, members of the committee and staff. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I'm here representing Social Planning Toronto, a nonprofit charitable community organization that works to create a more equitable and socially and economically just city through policy and systems change work. We collaborate with over 150 community-based partners that collectively represent tens of thousands of economically and socially marginalized residents across the city. First, I want to express my appreciation for the work done to develop this action plan. We appreciate how the report names the realities facing Toronto and how it calls for a change in how the city approaches economic development, noting the need to ensure equitable opportunities and climate resilience move forward alongside economic prosperity. We also applaud the focus on affordable housing as the critical element to a thriving economy, the promise of 10,000 new youth jobs, and the collaborative approach outlined in the report, including the recommendation around the working table for inclusive economic development. We would like to share some thoughts on what is missing so this action plan can truly work for all Toronto residents. First, I have to say we are disappointed by how little the report acknowledges the nonprofit sector. The sector contributes at least $14 billion in annual revenue and 8% to Toronto's GDP, and plays an even greater role that is not fully measured. From cradle to grave, the sector increases community health, safety, and well-being, including through our vital role in the care economy contributes to thriving neighborhoods and culturally vibrant local main streets, provides shelter, affordable and supportive housing, leverages millions of volunteer hours for public good, and enables greater community resiliency, such as during pandemics and amidst heat waves and other climate change impacts. Our sector is a major employer in the city and provides job opportunities for marginalized residents. And we do all of this amidst stagnant or decreased funding, alongside rising costs and significant increases in service demand. Meanwhile, the sector relies on the local government for only 7% of total revenue. The city's own For Public Benefit framework recognizes this sector as vital to Toronto's economic and social infrastructure. This plan makes space for the forthcoming inclusive economic development framework and connects this work to other key existing strategies and plans, which is noted. But with Toronto seeing rising poverty levels after years of decline, and with one of the highest rates of poverty in Canada, more substantial actions must be pursued in order to address a deeply inequitable economic system. This moment calls for bolder steps to democratize the economy and to ensure wealth and decision-making power are more broadly shared. We offer the following recommendations. 1, we'd like to see the nonprofit sector more explicitly integrated in the action plan, with more concrete mechanisms identified for ongoing collaboration and feedback. In neighborhoods across the city, social service, arts, environmental, recreation-focused, and care-based nonprofits work hand in hand with small businesses to create thriving main streets and socially cohesive communities. Nonprofits face many similar challenges as small businesses. The plan could include actions to support the protection and expansion of affordable community spaces for grassroots and nonprofit organizations, and targets could be established to protect nonprofits from rising costs and expand the sector's role in enhancing the city's main streets and supporting to get them to also get the basics right. 2, invest further in models of shared ownership, community wealth building, and ways to create a more inclusive and democratic economy. For example, set targets for expanding the percentage of publicly and community-owned affordable rental housing units, such as co-ops and land trusts, as a highly effective means to protect affordable housing, and set targets for the city's existing community benefit and social procurement policies. Including prioritizing Indigenous, Black, and people of color, newcomer, and women and gender diverse-led organizations. And 3, finally, embed stronger human rights, poverty reduction, and worker-centered actions in the plan. As the plan notes, income has not matched rising costs since inflation. Toronto's action plan needs to directly confront poverty and set targets to substantially reduce poverty. As a critical element to thriving local economy, our human rights obligations should be embedded more thoroughly in this plan as they lead to and ensure quality jobs and enhance Toronto's economy. There should be a greater focus on workers and workforce development. And learning from many of the lessons of the pandemic, we need to better value and address the needs of frontline workers and ensure that there's affordable childcare. As a key component of this thriving economy, I'll just wrap up by saying, while some of these recommendations can be embedded in the upcoming IED framework, SPT and our partners strongly believe they need to be integrated more fully in this action plan. We look forward to working with you collaboratively on this.
Thank you for your deputations. Any questions of the deputant? Councillor Carroll?
Yes. Hi, good morning, Jen. I understand you're already one of the collaborators in the discussion about inclusive economic development. And
that's correct.
Yeah. Now I don't know if you've ever had a chance. I know how busy you are. You always ask a busy person if they can do one more thing. I don't know if you've ever had a chance to look at previous economic development plans for the City of Toronto. I don't know if you've had that opportunity. I don't know if you're aware of how very different it is that in this particular case, that the advisory panel coming out of the business community actually is asking that in terms of the Get the Basics Right section, they're really asking for that collaboration and cross-pollination, that the economic development general manager and his team should actually be in the housing strategy room, should actually be in the childcare room, should actually be making sure those things happen, but that but that we still recognize that those other staff structures make those things happen. But this is the first time that it's so fully embedded in the report. I wonder if you're aware of that.
I am aware of the changes, and I really appreciate the staff and your Shelley, your Councillor Carroll, your approach to this action plan. The context that's laid out in the plan is excellent and really speaks to what the needs are in this city, and we appreciate all that the consultations were embedded in the context setting. What we disagree with is how some of the actions can embed some of the things that we're asking for and that are laid out as needing to be addressed in the context. So we're offering up some ideas about how to shift some of the actions so they can embed these even more fully.
Well,
so we agree with your intention, and it's just maybe in some of the tactics and actions, we would like to offer our thoughts on how they can be improved for economically marginalized residents.
Right. So a number of the recommendations don't provide targets. They recommend that targets be developed. And I'm talking now even beyond the inclusive economic development framework. They're developed targets for certain things to be achieved. So I'm wondering if Social Planning Toronto sees itself as being able to collaborate, even collaborate beyond the IED, collaborate wherever we're developing targets, so that beyond just developing the framework, we then begin to make sure that the framework actually finds itself being layered into all those actions as we go along. Because this is not a plan that tells you exact things will happen as of March 27 and February 29. It actually is a plan telling us what to develop. Do you see yourself being able to bring your organization and its affiliates to the conversation for the development of some of those metrics?
Absolutely, and I appreciate that question and comment. We would absolutely love to continue to partner, and we see that there are recommendations in the plan around partnering. What we would love to see is some more actions that specifically commit to that and what that engagement could look like, as well as just naming the nonprofit sector in general, and commitments to embed the value of the nonprofit sector in this action plan going forward.
Thank you.
Thank you for your deputation. We do not have enough time to hear another deputation. We'll be breaking until 1:30 p.m., at which time we'll resume with deputations followed by questions and discussion. Thanks. We have quorum. We're going to get started in a minute. Councilors, please make your way to Committee Room 1 for Economic and Community Development Committee meeting. We're going to take the first, oh, there we go. Thank you, Councillor Moise. The next debutant is Kim Patel, the Neighborhood Group Community Services. Kim is online. Welcome to committee. Kim, you have 5 minutes. Hi, Kim Patel. Welcome. You have 5 minutes.
Awesome. Thank you very much. So I am the Vice President of Employment and Training and Legal Services at the Neighborhood Group Community Services. We are a multi-service community-based organization here in Toronto, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak today on Action 16 of the Sidewalks to Skylines Action Plan, specifically the goal of creating 10,000 summer jobs for youth by 2026. We are a crisis point in our city for youth employment programming. At the Neighborhood Group, we have been delivering youth employment services since 1983, but I cannot recall a time when youth faced as many barriers to support as they do today. Provincially funded programs such as Youth Job Connection and Youth Job Connection Summer are winding down, and City of Toronto funded social assistance programs under the Purchase of Employment Services umbrella will end this year. In addition, federally funded programs under the Youth Employment and Skills Strategy have also been dramatically scaled back. These reductions are dismantling vital support structures for our city's youth. This comes at a time when youth unemployment rates remain high, even as the broader labor market tightens. The combination of reduced programming and high unemployment has created a perfect storm, leaving many of our city's youth without the necessary opportunities to build their futures. Furthermore, the generation of youth who experienced the upheavals of COVID-19 continues to face career scarring, which has long-term implications for their employment prospects, earnings potential, and ability to thrive in adulthood. We know that early and sustained access to the labor market is crucial for long-term success. The evidence is clear. The earlier youth gain access to meaningful work opportunities, the better their chances of sustained employment and economic independence later in life. These early experiences lay the groundwork for a successful transition into adulthood, helping youth develop critical skills, build networks, and establish a solid work history. Investing in youth employment is an investment in our collective future. Without the support of government-funded initiatives, we are only failing our young people, but also undermining the long-term economic health of our city. Youth who miss out on early opportunities are more likely to face long-term unemployment or underemployment, perpetuating cycles of poverty and social exclusion. These outcomes carry substantial social and economic costs for all of us, straining social services, reducing the overall productivity of our workforce, and exacerbating inequities that threaten community cohesion. We must act now. TNG and other service providers across the city are ready and willing to meet this challenge, but we need the support from all levels of government to do so. We need sustained investment in youth employment programming that recognizes the urgency of this moment and the potential that lies in our city's young people. Together, we can ensure that youth, especially those from marginalized communities, are not left behind, but are given the tools they need to build brighter futures for themselves and for our city. I want to acknowledge the city's long-standing commitment to supporting youth employment and economic development. Programs like YouthWorks, Black Student Summer Leadership Program at the TDSB, the city's trainees program, and the Toronto Youth Job Corps have provided valuable opportunities for young people across our city, particularly those from priority neighborhoods. However, we are here today because the vision for 2026 must go beyond what is already in place. Our concern is that the 10,000 jobs being proposed may count existing jobs that the city already creates, without expanding opportunities that Toronto's youth so desperately need. We urge this committee to ensure that these 10,000 jobs are additional summer jobs, new opportunities that help address the chronic challenges facing Toronto's youth. Youth unemployment rates remain stubbornly high, and youth violence is an ongoing concern in our community. Meaningful, well-paid employment can be a powerful tool to combat both. There is an opportunity here for Toronto to show real leadership, not just in Ontario, but across the country. We know that other cities, particularly in the US, have successfully scaled up youth employment programs in collaboration with the private sector and other levels of government. Toronto can be a leader in doing the same. The city cannot achieve this on its own. We need to see a robust effort to partner with the provincial and federal governments, as well as the private sector. Together, we can create a transformative youth employment program that provides real economic opportunity and at the same time helps tackle some of the root causes of violence and poverty in our city. Thank you.
Thank you, right on time. Are there any questions of the deputant? Vice Chair Carroll? Question?
Hi, Kim. It's Shelley here. I'm wondering, sometimes you shoot yourself in the foot with a format. I know that the success indicator of the 10,000 summer jobs is something that we we put out in the press release, even. It's sort of a highlight. But I wonder if you had a chance to know some of the language around it and the broader language in the action, which goes beyond the summer job. To me, that's the important thing. Because, if it's a summer job and then you fall off a cliff afterwards, then we really aren't further ahead. Have you had a chance to familiarize yourself with the change to this new employment systems manager?
Yes.
Yeah.
We are, so it doesn't officially hit our region until March 1st.
Yes.
But we've heard from lots of other providers across the province, and one of their main concerns is the lack of specialized interventions, right? So we're losing our youth programming, and we know that youth need specialized intervention to support them into the labor market. We've been advocating with WCG. I'm part of First Work, which is a provincially wide member organization. We've been advocating with all the service system managers to ensure that there's specialized intervention for youth, especially the NEET youth, right? So the youth that are not involved in education or employment at this time and who are distant from the labor market.
Yeah.
We are preparing now. We just put in our proposals a couple weeks ago and are holding our breath. But we continue to advocate with WCG and the federal government as part of First Work to make sure that there's a continued and enhanced investment in youth.
Yes, it is a holding your breath thing.
Oh, yeah, it
Mr.
is.
Aziz is
And a little
sitting beside me
prayers.
holding his breath right now on this model working. I don't know if you share this view. I hold this view and some others do. That's where I think, because that system is now, being instituted across the province, I think that's where I see the potential in the inclusive economic development framework that will sit as a centerpiece of this plan, is how we'll put a stake in the ground to say, okay, that is the system that the province is rolling out across every municipality. What then do we do to fortify it? What then do we do to build on it? What do we do to use the federal programs, because they've got a better track record in terms of sending things for youth opportunities? How do we take that and layer better youth opportunities and more sustained youth opportunities on top of the base program the province is now requiring? Have you been collaborating with that inclusive economic development framework conversation thus far?
No, as far as I know, TNG hasn't been at the table. We're more than happy to be at that table. We're at the United Way inclusive employment table, but not the citywide. So we're happy to join that because we have other service providers that feel the same way, right? Like it has to be a collaborative effort across all. Because we absolutely can't do this on our own. And we're happy to be part. You just call us, we'll be there.
Totally understood. Thanks for making that offer. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? No? Thank you for your deputation. Jessica Bell, not online yet? No? Okay. Jack Koppel, Toronto and York Region Labour Council. Welcome to the committee. And you have 5 minutes.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Jack Koppel, and I'm an organizer with the Toronto and York Region Labour Council, which is a labor body that represents over 200,000 workers across 150 different unions and locals in all sectors across the region. I'm here today to expand on some comments that the Labour Council made in a written submission on this item. But first, I'll say that the Labour Council was very happy to be part of the stakeholder engagement process, which informed the action plan we're discussing today, and wants to say thank you to council and staff for the hard work they've put in. Through our role in the workplace, the Labour Council and its affiliates have a base of knowledge and expertise and a perspective that's too often left out of these discussions, as the priorities of working people often are. So we were very grateful for the opportunity to contribute directly. We think that our contributions also we've seen some positive outcomes, including some of our key recommendations, which made it into the report. And another one that I'm sure was brought up by many who participated in the stakeholder process, which is the fight for a new deal for the city. We agree that the major barrier to economic development of any kind in Toronto, but especially the kind that would improve the lives of working people, is the lack of progressive revenue tools and genuine democratic control over the affairs for the city. And we urge higher orders of government to urgently invest revenues at the municipal level and to stop meddling in municipal affairs. And we'd love to work alongside the city to fight for a new deal for Toronto. That said, we were disappointed to find that much of the submissions we made, the additional submissions we made, were not represented in the final report. Additionally, we're disappointed that the document's development process wasn't more iterative process, so that our priorities and concerns could have been raised earlier. And even the process of preparing today was difficult because, as has been noted, it's a very big, complicated document to chew through in a week. So some things that we think that we're missing that I'll highlight include, I'll just highlight some of the big ones, but the rest are in our written submissions, which is a recognition that unions have a key role in the economy, an expectation that employers will be good corporate citizens, aiming for living wages for everyone who works for them directly or indirectly, and protecting city revenues while keeping an eye on ability to pay. We also feel that while there was a very good acknowledgement of some sectors in the city, including creative culture, tech, and others, there were some sectors that could have seen a little bit more attention, including construction, nonprofit, core public services, and others. But the particulars of our contribution can be found, like I said, in our written submission, but overall can be summed up by what we see as an action plan that takes some very positive steps, but in some ways continues the status quo that have led to the inequities in our city today, which is a trickle-down economic policy which sees GDP as the best metric of success, while trying to address inequities by better directing that trickle. That said, we think there's still opportunity to make some direct changes which could improve the lives of working people today and still move the city towards its economic goals. So these are explored again in greater detail in our written submission, but I'll quickly move through them right now as well. First, we think that centering the inclusive economic development framework as a core part of the action plan through reporting and including regular reporting mechanisms would be an important part. It's been discussed today that that's already a core piece of the plan, obviously, but the reporting mechanisms we found were a little bit vague, so we'd love to see those more fully integrated into the action plan. Boosting productivity in the city by fighting against race to the bottom tactics employed by some sectors, including stronger regulation on gig work, for instance, and taking more climate action now by adding green retrofits into the plan, either by acknowledging the work that the city's already doing on that, which my understanding will create 18,000 jobs, full-time jobs over 30 years, or even expanding on that in the plan as well. These are just a few concrete suggestions, which could be steps to a broader reorientation of the action plan, which sees addressing the needs of working people as the best way to grow the economy as well. I'm a little early, but I'll stop there and see if there's any questions.
Thank you. Questions of the deputant, Councillor Carroll.
Yeah, so I'm interested in the reporting piece, and I have to preface it with that. That's kind of a lesson I think council has learned. We sort of in blind faith started our social procurement policy and didn't put in enough reporting mechanisms. So you want to see the framework discussion get on with its work, but you also want it to measure itself, whether through economic development summits or a reporting system of its own.
Yeah, my understanding is that the way the IED reporting will kind of be reflected in the action plan is through post-secondary institutions kind of handling the reporting work. We'd love to see that reporting actually be reflected directly in the annual review that the council does of the plan itself, and maybe see the principles of the IED be metrics that actions are measured against, and that community organizations and other stakeholders like the Labor Council be part of that evaluation process.
Right, so the post-secondary, you want them to focus on the measuring. You guys measure the data for us, but you want the public service staying focused on it and therefore doing the overall reporting.
Yeah, I think, just expanding the reporting process so that it's in the regular reporting that the action plan engages in. And post-secondary would play a part, and we'd like to be a part of that process too, kind of evaluation, yeah.
Okay, noted. Thank you. Thanks for coming today.
Yeah, thank you.
Any other questions of the deputant? No, seeing none. Thank you for your deputation. The next speaker is Josh Berman, Toronto Neighborhood Centers. Not online. Okay, the next speaker is Kumsa Bakar, Toronto Community Benefits Network. Welcome, you have 5 minutes.
Awesome. Good afternoon, dear members of the Economic and Community Development Committee. My name is Kumsa Bakar. I'm with an organization called the Toronto Community Benefits Network. We're a community labor coalition with 121 member organizations in neighborhoods across the city of Toronto. This year, we've actually turned 10 years old as a community and labor coalition, and through our work in focusing on community benefit agreements and ensuring commitments to community benefits, as part of new development projects in Toronto, we've been able to support over 2,000 individuals from our local communities into good jobs. And we've also, through community benefit agreements, have been able to redirect over $100 million in spending to local and medium-sized businesses within our local communities as well through social procurement initiatives. Today, we would like to talk about the action plan for Toronto's economy. We did participate in one of the consultations that happened in regards to this action plan. We are particularly interested in priority number 2, which focuses on quality jobs, as well as the inclusive economic development framework. We offer 3 recommendations that we would like to share with you today. The first one is a commitment to building back stronger. It was not too long ago that the city was faced with a pandemic and many challenges. As part of the city's commitment to building back stronger, there was a economic and cultural recovery advisory table or advisory group that was convened with community, labor, and business stakeholders to provide objective, informed, and constructively critical advice on priorities for the recovery. The number 2 recommendation committed to action on anti-racism and inclusion. Specifically, the recommendation makes is specific interventions to make meaningful structural change and ensure that Black, Indigenous, and equity-deserving communities have better access to the city's economic and cultural benefits and opportunities. We really urge the city to uphold such commitments to anti-racism and inclusion as part of this action plan. It is not enough for the city to play a coordinating role when it comes to really confronting systemic inequities. Rather, the city must be intentional and demonstrate leadership in its use of existing municipal levers, equity strategies like the action plan to confront anti-Black racism as mechanisms to really drive meaningful structural change. The second recommendation is really centering communities in inclusive economic development. We feel very strongly that with equitable processes that we could lead to more equitable outcomes. I think the reason why many groups are here today is because we recognize that the process of engagement around the action plan hasn't included everyone. And similarly to how we've seen over the last 10 years where, the city has done well, with some of the indicators that is identified, like GDP growth. We also know that, the situation in our communities when it comes to inequality, when it comes to rising poverty, when it comes to things like affordability and the cost of living, those type of issues have not been baked into, or those type of voices who are really experiencing these challenges have not been reflected in the engagement process. And I think that's where we're seeing a lot of the gaps and challenges through this report that is before us today. We know that there is significant data and stats that are out there to show that the inequality in the city is getting worse. And so I think as we think about the inclusive economic development framework and the next stages for the action plan for the economy, how do we really center those voices, people who are experiencing economic exclusion and barriers to participating in the labor market, and how can we center their needs and voices in actually building the action plan and the framework going forward. So TCBN definitely wants to be part of that process, given the work that we do in communities across the city of Toronto to advance inclusive economic development. Lastly, I would like to highlight the city's interventions to drive inclusive economic growth. Like we've heard already, things like the social procurement program, things like the community benefits framework, these are all strategies that the city is already doing. And, I think with additional enhancements of those programs to really strengthen them to drive inclusive economic growth, I think we can, at the very least, make some meaningful change where the city does have control. I did include a table in the letter that I have submitted to highlight some of those examples. Everything from the city as an employer. We know that, for example, TTC has a really great inclusive hiring approach.
Time's up. Time's up, but we can ask you questions. So if we go to questions, my question is, do you want to finish up?
Yeah. I just wanted to highlight, whether it's hiring and workforce development, procurement, contracting services, and building infrastructure, things like land use planning. So some of the work that we're seeing connecting secondary plans with community development plans and also private sector-led community benefit plans. as well as things like building affordable housing. You know, as we start to build affordable housing on city-owned land, how can we connect that to driving inclusive economic growth? So we just really want to emphasize that the city does have levers and tools to really drive inclusive economic growth, in addition to some of the other action plans of coordinating and bringing the private sector and other institutions to also be part of this, to drive some of this change. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions of the deputant? Councillor Carroll, questions?
Hi. I'm glad you're here because you don't drop by just for this. In terms of all those levers that you just use as examples in the city, you generally show up when we are considering them in this room. You're always connecting the dots for us. So you would appreciate that in terms of the levers that, you know, we now have these plans, culture and economic development, that direct economic development staff. We have similar plans in green standards, in social and community development types of initiative, housing, et cetera. And you generally are showing up for all of them. I'm wondering if it's clear, reading through the plan to you, do you recognize that in mentioning those and in having actions that are attributed to them, now when you go to those rooms, there's actually a direction coming from council, should they support this plan, that economic development staff need a place at the table, need to come to those other places and help connect the dots as you do back to that economic access that we're trying to create. Is that apparent in the plan, or do I need to communicate that out better?
I think it can definitely be more emphasized in the plan, and I think there's a chance with the inclusive economic development plan that's coming up next month to really emphasize that in there as well. Because from reading the action plan that's before us today, it seemed like the city was saying that there was less of a control that it had to really drive economic activities or inclusive economic growth. And I'm here today to kind of remind that, no, there are many existing initiatives that the city is already doing that we really need to emphasize and strengthen and continue to grow. Because like from what we're seeing, it does have an impact. And yes, we know that it's not only the role of the city, but you know, there are organizations like TCBN that wants to continue to partner and help support more of that type of inclusive economic development, you know, working with the city and other partners, you know, that are working on city projects or who are building, you know, in areas like Downsview, large-scale developments. We want to be kind of part of that, right? And so seeing that reflected and specified in the inclusive economic development framework would be really helpful for us to know that there is alignment with this action plan. And
alignment, perfect word. Thank you. Thanks very much.
Any other questions? Thank you for your deputation. The next deputant is Stephen Mensa, Toronto Youth Cabinet. Welcome to committee. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. My name is Stephen Mensa. I'm the Executive Director of the Toronto Youth Cabinet, the City of Toronto's official youth advocacy body. I'm here today to speak on Action 16 of the Sidewalks to Skylines Action Plan, which speaks to build an opportunity for Toronto's young people. Through persistent youth advocacy and mobilization by the Toronto Youth Cabinet and our partners, we successfully pushed for the inclusion of a critical target, 10,000 summer jobs for young people. We really want to thank city staff for their partnership and support. While this acknowledgement of young people's requests marks progress, this is just the beginning. As many of you know, the Toronto Youth Cabinet and our partners, more specifically TNG, Toronto Community Housing, TDSB, TCDSB, First Work, and many others, held a Youth Employment Summit where we convened over 150 Black Indigenous youth from each and every ward of our city, Toronto Community Housing youth, and young people most vulnerable to involvement in serious violence and crime. Additionally, dozens of stakeholder partners from nonprofits focused on income security, employment, and youth-serving organizations, as well as private sector partners, were present. At this summit, we called for the creation of a youth employment program, and young people made their position clear. Toronto needs 10,000 additional meaningful and gainful summer jobs for young people, beyond what currently exists, while also ensuring access to employment opportunities for young people year-round. Our young people deserve to live in communities with a bounty of opportunity instead of overwhelming poverty and violence. However, in Toronto, we are currently seeing the highest rates of youth unemployment. We're seeing cuts to employment services for youth at all levels of government, and we know that Black and Indigenous young people are most impacted by the purposeful disinvestment in employment opportunities and in youth services at large. This disinvestment leads to difficult choices for young people who are striving to support themselves and their families. The lack of meaningful job opportunities not only affects their immediate financial stability, but also their long-term career prospects and mental health. We know that youth violence and gun violence is real and is pervasive, but to address this, we must give young people the opportunity to hold the tools they need to be successful and productive citizens. We know we can do it if we invest in the right way. Today, we have that unique opportunity to be ambitious and make a lasting impact. While we commend the inclusion of the 10,000 jobs targets in the action plan, a direct result of youth advocacy, we must accompany this commitment with a concrete and comprehensive implementation strategy, which is why it's not just the hope of TYC and our partners, but of the thousands upon thousands of the city's equity-deserving young people we've consulted and engaged with over the last year. The hope that we begin the work to achieve the 10,000 summer jobs target. Let's remember we can achieve this without solely relying on the city's budget, but it'll take leadership and boldness to commit to an ambitious goal and begin the work to leverage funding from other levels of government, scaling up youth employment across city divisions, agencies, boards, and corporations, and leveraging our resources, influence, and partnerships with different sectors to meet our commitments. Toronto's economy cannot thrive without meaningful pathways to success for its young people. And together, I know we can build the economy our young people deserve and the future our city needs. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the deputant? Councillor Carroll, question.
Yeah, hi, Stephen. I'm just wondering, is it clear to people, when we say success, in all of these, we say success indicators and it's pluralized, but then you name one, which is, again, sometimes format shoots you in the foot. That's meant to indicate that there are other success indicators, that it is an ongoing thing. What I'm hoping, and I'm wondering if you see it this way, in the act of creating 10,000 jobs, just summer jobs, the hope is that the professional development also extends to staff. They're now learning how you go about creating that many jobs, using all of those partners so that it can be done again and again and again. You know, not just 10,000 jobs here and now by 26, but now we have a network. Now we can continue to address youth employment over time. Is that felt, or do we need to get out there as a component of the inclusive economic development conversation, as a component of our interactions with youth? We got to get that out there. That it's not just the 10,000 jobs, it's that and beyond. What we learn from those 10,000 jobs, we can then do over and over again.
I say yes to that, but I think this presents an opportunity to really explore and do a comprehensive capacity assessment of what currently exists within the city. I don't really think we've really been able to measure our targets across our agencies, boards, and corporations. I don't even know if we know how many young people we're hiring, if we know how many, the needs of youth employment across the city's divisions, agencies, and corporations.
Yeah.
And so I think this 10,000 additional summer jobs commitment is going to allow us to explore and open up a bigger conversation towards what does youth employment within the city of Toronto mean? What is our role at the city to really ensure that young people are receiving meaningful and gainful employment opportunities? So I think from the TYC and our partners' perspective, we're really hoping and looking for this commitment to be backed by steps to really do a whole undertaking of youth employment across the city so that we can
inventory. Yeah. Exactly. Okay. Thank you. Very helpful. Thank you.
Are there any other questions of the deputant? Well, thank you for coming. The next deputant is Victor Willis. Victor Willis here? No. The next speaker is Miguel Avila Velarde. Welcome to committee. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. I will start by displaying this on the overhead. I don't know if you can see it. All right. Disabled people deserve to thrive, not just survive. So my name is Miguel. I have mental and physical disabilities. I live in Regent Park and resident in Ward 13. Hello, Chris. For the last 18 years, the community of Regent Park has been going through the revitalization plan. We have a social development plan that addresses the need for job creation to improve the quality of lives of the people, in particular disabled people. But the success of this revitalization is quite low when it comes to people with disabilities, particularly people with mental disabilities. Every time I have asked questions to the SDFA, through Denise Campbell and Richard Kerwan office, the numbers that they provide are not very encouraging. So this plan that you are discussing today, it will improve the life and quality of the people, but we are not discussing the issue of the people with mental disabilities. Last week, I spoke at Accessibility Advisory Committee because this month of October is the National Disability Employment Awareness Month. So guess what, guys? People with disabilities are not included in this ambitious program. I tried to look for it. I look under it. I look everywhere. Sorry, SDV, but I don't see the ambitious goal for a successful plan that would leave people out of eternal poverty. In Regent Park, we have a little project that is a work of the Toronto Community Housing and the CS Center, which recruit members of the community that face barriers like myself to enjoy the opportunity to have extra food on the table and also to allow me to give some money to my children. Unfortunately, this is only a seasonal job. It's only 12 months. And they say that this is a successful plan because it will give residents without the experience and knowledge to get recruited or hired in the future. Tridel only hires bricklayers, plumbers, people who are able to work. They don't have an ambitious plan to hire people with mental disabilities. So the community animator program is an important at this moment because the social development plan is on refresh, has been put on hold in view that there has been some controversies, and I understand it because only 10% or 10,000 residents are aware of the social development plan. So the team of Denise Campbell has come up with a nice solution. This community Regent Park animator programs can be turned into a full-time job because what can happen is some of us who have struggled to find jobs can become animators of the social development plan, meaning that we can go to the condos, we can go to the other places and educate the community about the benefits, the implications, and everything related to the social development plan. So my recommendation to the SDFA, please put on the budget as an immediate solution or to make this program successful for people with mental disabilities is to get hired through the SCP plan to educate the residents through a plan called the SDP Community Animators. And I don't know if you have heard about that, Chris, but if you ask your colleagues at the SCFA, they said it will be a plan that can be put in motion, but as you know, no money attached to it, it means nothing's going to happen. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions? You know, guys, you know where to find me.
No, we don't see any questions. Thank you for coming to committee. Just last call for Jessica Bell, Josh Berman, and Victor Willis. Okay, thank you. That concludes our deputations, and now we are at questions of staff. Questions? Yeah, Deputy Mayor Malik, questions of staff.
Thank you very much. My first question is just about something that comes up quite frequently in speaking with the business improvement associations in my ward, and particularly in the downtown, and many of them are concerned about safety, and that won't be a surprise to any of us. And I know that this plan does look at safety in a holistic way, and trying to hear a little bit more, and I guess with a little bit more specificity, what some of the key proposals are tackling those concerns. And we know that the safety concerns range from, the safety and protection of property, and, even little things like, a broken storefront or door has an impact if left for a while, or with the frequency, as well as just, the concerns that might be raised by workers who are coming to work every day, and what those experiences are, and how we can see in this plan some specific measures to address those concerns.
Through Chair, bravo to you, Deputy Mayor Malik. Thanks for the question. You're right. We heard very clearly that there were very practical concerns around the viability of small business in this city based on the safety and cleanliness of our streets. Among the measures we're proposing here are an increase to capital funding provided by the BIA office that does help with public realm improvements that we anticipate will make streets more popular, populated, and therefore safer. We also recently have scoped into the facade improvement program capital costs for small business related to safety. So whereas this program dealt before with the aesthetics of storefronts, it now includes eligible expenses such as bars, motion detectors, lighting, and cameras. Notably, we've been able to increase funding in those areas through support provided by FedDev Ontario. That support is drawing to a close. This plan does ask for some incremental resources to allow us to bridge to hopefully a renewal of the federal funding, but otherwise a maintenance at some level to those type of investments.
Thank you very much. And on the piece around storefronts, can you share a little bit more about what opportunities have been used before that have been reviewed or brought back to reduce empty storefronts or to activate them, particularly on our main streets?
Through the chair to you, Councillor Malik, we've worked very closely with our partner BIAs for a variety of interventions. One, again, addressing the safety issues, the expansion of Safe TO work through the Safe TO BIA initiative, which has helped to reduce property crime and nuisance crime that has created issues for them. With respect to commercial vacancies on our main streets, we've provided community animation grants through the BIAs that have allowed for them during the pandemic and afterwards to animate vacant storefronts. I would suggest that we've had limited success in terms of how we might see that investment actually driving additional consumer spending in those areas, but it is something that we continue to work with the BIAs to try to figure out the best approach to that.
And there was a program previously that wasn't necessarily about activating vacant spaces, but activating storefronts and windows to allow for a partnership with nonprofits and community organizations in order to make sure that the the experience of people, walking along the main street and visiting the neighborhood was also improved and welcoming. Can you speak to that a little bit?
Sure, absolutely. Whereas pre-pandemic, the municipality actually had a vacant unit rebate where it subsidized property owners for the loss. We felt that was creating an unintended incentive for people to sit on vacant units. We have thereafter worked principally through the BIAs to try to encourage the releasing of commercial properties on our high streets. Among the actions in this plan, Action 45 calls for some of the activities that we've piloted with Safe TO, BIA, including public realm and placemaking, temporary placemaking, improvements, capacity building and training, such as de-escalation to assist particularly retail and hospitality businesses to deal with persons dealing with mental health or addictions crises, as well as broader community engagement so that all of the stakeholders, the providers, social services, the BIAs, those that own elements of the public realm and commercial interests can be brought together on community safety and vitality initiatives.
Thank you. Questions? No. Councillor Carroll.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask if you could just sort of outline, because my understanding that what's coming forward in inclusive economic development is a framework, which means it, not unlike the overall economic action plan, it's a framework that then, kickstarts a set of actions. So really both are sort of living, breathing organisms that are going to continue to work. They're not just, here's your report, tick a box, go away. Is that the case with IED as well?
Yeah, through Chair Bravo to you, Councillor Carroll, that is the case. There's a clear relationship between the two initiatives, meaning that this broad-based, high-level, aspirational 10-year plan will have a lens of inclusive economic development applied in a report to be brought to this committee next month. That will kick off a process of community consultation that will intensify from sessions held as recently as September 13 with members of the not-for-profit social service and community benefit sector that will allow us in a year's time thereafter, so saying into late 2025, to bring forward an inclusive economic development approach at greater depth with specific targets, metrics, and community partners to deliver.
Right, and the plan that's before us now, while the Sidewalks, the Skylines, while it's more of an overarching plan, its biggest job is to direct the actions of your team, which is to say the Economic Development Unit. Whereas when we get into IED, now we're talking about touching on every other office that's brought to bear. Is that a proper reflection of it? Because it feels to me like people want all the divisions to be pulled into this plan, and while we can reference them, we can align them and connect the dots. Ultimately, you're directing your staff and then going on to advise in the initiatives that happen in other places. You can't, for instance, with the field of expertise that you have in your shop, come up with a living wage grid for childcare workers that would be meaningful. For that, we've got to go to another division and rely on those expertise.
Through the chair to you, Councillor Carroll, the short answer is yes. This is a networked undertaking with 18
perfect networked undertaking.
As we move forward to inclusive economic development, I think it'll allow for the consideration of many of the concerns brought forward by deputants today to show up in the indicators. We heard most recently, I think in combination, both from Toronto Youth Cabinet and the Toronto Community Benefits about precarity of work and particularly youth exposure to the same. We're working on indicators such as a precarity index, which would show the proportion of Toronto employment that is full-time or a part-time. Those are the type of indicators we hope to develop under the IED process in collaboration with community.
Yes, thank you. Which leads me to the last one. There are certain challenges in doing this work. You can call in all the CEOs, but you won't hear a lot about precarity of work, because often they're the purveyors of precarious work. So we went beyond the CEO in terms of these consultations, even within that business group. We actually went a layer down to HR directors, which turned out all to be women, which was interesting. But to get at things like creating an index around precarious and gig work, we really have to keep going and develop those ourselves. We're not gonna get that handed to us by the CEOs who actually are creating precarious work.
Through the chair to you, Councillor Carroll, no, that work needs to be done collaboratively with the post-secondary institutions we've talked about today, but also with the community agencies who are on the ground, who can help us make sense of the numbers and put a human face to the numbers. Last thing I would say is that even from major employers, we've begun to hear a growing concern about precarious employment, the nature of income distribution in this city, and a sense that ultimately the lack of access to living wage jobs could undermine their ability to attract and retain talent, and thereby undermine their own competitiveness and productivity. So we are
Starting to have a how's that working out for us moment.
Quality jobs is a conversation among various stakeholders, even some surprising ones in a historical context.
Thank you. Those are my questions, Madam Chair.
Councillor Moise, questions of staff.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. I wasn't sure if I should ask this question or not, but I'm going to anyway. One of the things I don't see here is nothing mentioned around cultural hubs or land trusts. For example, I'm thinking about Little Jamaica. I'm thinking about the Church Wellesley Village and some of the issues that they have there. So how can we talk about supporting small businesses, but we're not talking about, these aspects of the plan?
Through the chair to you, Councillor Moise, I apologize for not looking as I flipped through the document. Action 19, in fact, relates to some of the measures that you're describing. So this is where we would look to recent developments in community ownership of space, such as the Community and Cultural Spaces Trust, the Parkdale Neighborhood Land Trust, Kensington Market Community Land Trust, and in Little Jamaica, we've seen Black Urbanism Toronto lead the development of a land trust in Little Jamaica. So we call explicitly for the city to support the development of these community-led initiatives, and that support could take the form of technical assistance up through to capitalization of their endowments. So we really do think it is a necessary tool to get to a more inclusive economy.
Okay, thank you. I'll look it over and I'll get back to you.
Thank you. And I too have a couple of questions. There were many deputations of people raising some questions around how we're going to share this prosperity. And many of the answers came through other deputations, but also questions from our vice chair, and who's been working on this plan. I just want to put it on the record to ask, so what I heard today is that the idea of the inclusive economic development framework can encompass, for example, the points raised about the contribution, importance, economic driver of the not-for-profit sector, for example. Is that correct?
To you as Chair, Councillor Bravo, yes, that is correct. Many of these actions would not be able to be achieved but for working with the not-for-profit sector.
And then there was sort of a few people mentioned the care economy, meaning care work that allows for the maintenance of call it social reproduction. Like, we can't function if we don't have childcare, if we don't have elder care with personal support workers, if we don't have shelter workers, very important. For example, when we're trying to talk about how people are perceiving their experience in the street, would that be something that would also be within that purview, sort of like what inclusive economic development is?
Through you as Chair, Councillor Bravo, yes. And in fact, the work on the inclusive economic development framework will allow us to zero in on certain areas like an adequate provision of childcare to ensure that we don't have gendered results in terms of the labor market. And we're developing indicators that do cut labor market participation by gender so that we can track that.
Yeah, and the workforce and the people being able to work in the city and live in the city, and then they obviously contribute through their taxes and through their own purchasing. So I was interested to hear from a couple of the debutants the idea of having regular reporting, which your answers to the vice chair became clear that there would be some dimension of that. I thought it was interesting that the mention of the gig work challenge. We're challenged with platform economies. So platform companies that are not located within Canada don't contribute to tax base the same way, use all of our public infrastructure like roads and et cetera, and then employ people in suboptimal conditions with misclassified not as workers but as employees but as contractors, and we're every day experiencing that, for example, with food delivery. I thought that was an interesting point, and I hope that it'll be part of the considerations about how this is like a macroeconomic challenge in many ways when we have platform economies growing. Just wondering if you have a comment on that.
Yeah, through you as chair, Councilor Bravo, you're right. The evolution of the convenience economy, app-driven new entries in the last generation have produced a series of perverse outcomes, including intensification of the gig economy, slippage of tax dollars principally for other orders of government, and challenges to our regulatory frameworks, which in themselves entail public safety considerations. We're very conscious of tracking these trends and working with the principal policyholders at other levels of government, our colleagues at MLS to ensure that we can mitigate the negative impacts on the economy.
Yeah, and also that I think that another thing that became clear from some debutants and from the letters that have been submitted is that we need everybody participates in the economy, every household. So I appreciate that. There was a submission from the Toronto Environmental Alliance that I noted that really wanted to highlight the embeddedness of Transform TO and climate adaptation and climate change work, infrastructure work as truly important if you think about what's happening with the insurance industry and the question of liability to be able to function. And I'm just wondering if you had a chance to review that letter around our commitments, which are that's one of the strategies I think that's most horizontal that we've adopted, which has equity at the center. It looks at how the economy interacts with climate. Just wondering if you had a chance to look at that.
Yeah, absolutely. Through you as chair, Councilor Bravo. We've had the chance to look at it. We were happy to have the intervention of the Toronto Atmospheric Fund in the development of the plan as well. I'd touch on three of the items, not the only ones in the plan. One, we do identify the green economy as among 6 sectors of strength that we want to have dedicated support for. 2, that support is going to take the form of targeted workforce development initiatives. If one thinks about the retrofit opportunity and challenge facing us and the skills necessary to install and maintain heat pumps, in one example of a skill deficit that we're facing right now. And then 3rd, there's a commitment to work to create a green industry cluster in the city.
I just have time for one more quick question. There was a suggestion that, I'm quoting from the Labour Council, that the principles of, that we consider the principles of inclusive economic development a metric for reporting. And I was pleased to hear all of what you said about what is envisaged to come in November, and perhaps you can conclude by telling us again what is going to come, so that people that came to speak today are assured that there is attention being paid to the points that were raised today around inclusion.
Thanks for the question, Councilor Bravo. I'll start and I'll ask some of the experts to weigh in with what I missed. But for the November session of Economic Community Development Committee, we're bringing forward the Inclusive Economic Development Framework. It's been about a year in development and consultation with community. A lot of the organizations that work on the ground to make Toronto's economy more inclusive. It is a framework that is driven by a series of principles, definitions, and a pillared approach towards what inclusive economic development should look like. There is work that will continue on for a year thereafter with community to get to a finer level in terms of actual metrics and tracking. We've referred today to a few of those metrics, gendered participation in the economy certainly, but we're really interested in drilling into the gig economy. So this precarious job index that we're developing is something we're very interested in. And I'll stop there and see if my colleague Mariana Moda, our Manager of Policy and Research, wants to weigh in.
Thank you very much, and through the chair. So I think Pat covered the most important points, but I would just add that this staff report in November is going to present the definition, as he said, and guiding principles that are being co-developed with the community, right, which is something extremely important for us. And there's going to be plenty of opportunity for engagement in the next year to make sure that the framework in Q4 2025 is really reflective of what the community wants to see out of inclusive economic development.
Thank you. That concludes questions. And now to speak. Anyone? I know that the vice chair is going to speak last. Okay, I'll speak to say that clearly a lot of work has gone into this plan, massive amounts of consultation, bringing a range of stakeholders to the table together, very challenging. Having CEO sign on the idea that equity matters and that we care about whether people are able to participate and gain benefit from the economy to which they contribute through their work is important, and it's an important thing to build on, as many of the deputants recognized, and certainly as captured in the plan. It can't have been easy. So thank you to all of those who were involved in this. It's important work to take a look 10 years down the road and to think about what we're enabling so that we can have the foundation to build a better city and to meet people's needs and to grow and to be sustainable. So I want to just focus on the questions that were raised by some of the deputants. I've been more involved in the inclusive economy conversations for a long time, going on a decade or more. And I think that it's wonderful to see that this is contemplated within this plan. It gives us a real opportunity to think about how we are looking to economic development from the lens of workers, the places that we're talking about, which may be left out through what was highlighted through secondary plans that come with community development plans, and imagine what kind of jobs we're locating when we're doing massive redevelopments, what kind of housing opportunities, what kind of public spaces, et cetera, is being supported there. The inclusion of employment lands is very powerful. I see that as the Toronto's jobs belt, and we have to make sure that we are protecting those jobs and wherever possible, making sure that they're continually more skilled, creating better livelihoods for the people that are working there. So we do have to think carefully about how we ensure that those companies that are employing those workers are constantly investing in their development and increasing the quality of the work and therefore the compensation. The economic precarious job index is so crucial. I mean, we really are experiencing right now the fallout of precarious work without an employment contract, and many of those workers are temporary foreign workers without very limited access to basic like labor protections under the Employment Standards Act. So that's very valuable to build on. There are pieces in this plan that aren't included, as you heard today, but they will be deliberated in answers from questions to questions of staff. You hear that care work, the impact it has on the workforce, and because it is part of the economy, it produces revenue in terms of taxation, when that's operating, that's an important thing that we can think about. We can think about the contributions of the not-for-profit sector in addition to some of the other things I've mentioned. And I think that we have an important opportunity to continue these conversations. I had the privilege of being there at September 13 and facilitating a meeting with 30 organizations. Many of the groups that have shown up today, I think some of them have been at that table for that one meeting. Others are part of big umbrella, so like United Way or Social Planning Network or Toronto Neighborhood Centers. So I think the question is how big do you go or how deep do you go to be able to ensure that what comes before us in November, it enables a continual conversation about how we don't do what was mentioned, which is we don't want to, the doubling of gross domestic product is a big ambition. The question is, how do we put pieces into place to make sure that that doesn't amplify inequalities and that it actually accrues in terms of economic opportunity and a share of participation for all the people that have a stake in producing that value. And so I think that's something good to consider. And while there are some elements that are not inherent in this plan, the housing piece was raised often. It's not going to be, it's not necessarily, as has been said, central to the actions that are going to be led through economic development, but it is important to our communities. And I also want to recognize that Social Development and Finance Administration has made a significant contribution to building out the inclusive economic development framework to date, and we look forward to seeing you again in November when that reports. Thanks. Go ahead, sorry.
That's it?
Yep.
Okay, thanks, Madam Chair. Before I talk about the plan, I want to talk about this committee. This committee does a lot of work. And when we first realigned the committees away from, we used to have a community development committee. Economic development was aligned with parks, forestry, and recreation. It's kind of a weird alignment. And we realized here we are creating jobs, but all the other services where we worry about whether or not the right people are getting the jobs are over in another room. And that was when we realigned it. And I nicknamed this the Everything Committee, because it really does have to cover everything in community and social development, and as an add-on, fire and ambulance. And then there is economic development. And granted, economic development is a far broader, more broadly defined thing today than it was even a quarter of a century ago. A quarter of a century ago, the cities destroyed themselves by saying, gee, everybody's moving out to the suburbs and we need to fortify our downtown. We'll just build we'll build a convention center and everything will be fine. And Philadelphia literally destroyed itself doing that, and about a dozen other cities. And they realized, oh, there must be more to economic development. And 25 years later, here we are. It does have to be inclusive. It does have to reference everything that we've talked about here today. But it does actually have a role that is purely business. And I'm just not going to apologize for that. I'm not going to apologize. Certainly those people were heard. That's why they're not making the biggest deputations here today, because they've been heard for 15 months. They get heard every month at lunch or breakfast and whatever's at the Board of Trade. They have a lot of rooms in which they are heard. And so they don't feel the need to be here, but they do want us to get on with this work. And to me, one of the most interesting parts of this exercise, the reason you see a very different introduction into this plan than has ever happened in an economic development plan before, was we had this interesting trajectory in which we put the group together under the previous mayor, and then suddenly there was no mayor. And we wondered, do we still have a mandate? We spent that time, we spent those few months making just absolute captains of the financial service sector down there, and all the major organizations all the way up to the Canada Council business wrap their head around what are the resources that we have as a municipality, what our long-term financial plan is, what our long-standing challenges are, that we have zero access to the economy even though we charge ourselves with the responsibility for economic development, nowhere in our tax regime do we have any direct access to the economy. And they had never wrapped their head around that before. And by the time we got through the second session on it, guys who actually should know this, because they do read the paper or someone reads it for them, sat around gobsmacked and said, what can we do? Would you like me to phone the Prime Minister right now? Things like that. They literally reacted that way. And they understood that it's more than just figure out a way for me to be able to rent out the vacant space in my office building. That's why this talks about getting the basics right. That's why they encourage us to do the economic inclusive development piece. That's why it is going to happen. That's why they are glad there is a housing strategy happening in another area. That's why all those women HR directors that we met with down at Deloitte's head office said, childcare, childcare, childcare. We wish the deal for Ontario had been a little different. They're very focused on those things. They know that they can't really build their business if we don't. But I'm not going to apologize for having a very sharp focus on the fact that we're in the process of the growing vacancy in the downtown core. We're not, you know, whoever's moving out has already moved out. We just have to raise from here. I spoke to someone at the Global Forum last week who was here doing the advance work for the Mayor of Boston's trip here to Boston. The Mayor of Boston, we all saw the nice pictures of her with Mayor Chow. She brought a delegation of 80 businesses here. They are on planes, 80 people all together in a mission trying to figure out what to do. Because in terms of the vacancy and the emptying out of their high yield, high employers in their downtown core, they're about 5 years ahead of us and they're in dire straits. So they're building their strategy right now because they know this. There is no future for any of our not-for-profit endeavors if there isn't extreme health in every facet of our for-profit endeavors. You can't have one without the other. They know that now. They know that the social landscape inside Toronto is vital. They've learned it by seeing us get to the depths of what we got to during COVID on our streets and having to invent SafeTO. We need all of that to happen. They know you need them. But I think we have to admit that, you know, they need all those people who spoke today, but all those people who spoke today also need all those big C-suites down there on the 50th floor. The collaboration has to be from the boardroom on the 50th floor down to the grassroots organization. And it's got to collaborate in both ways. We have to recognize that we're part of an organism and we all have to be in it. So this is a 10-year plan. It's going to report on itself constantly. It really breaks itself in actual recommendation that really think of it in 5-year tranches, that we are really going to take a hard look at the 5-year point. If we still have this employment rate for youth in 5 years, we really blew it. So there's a real hard look in 5 years and a re-examination for the second 5 years. That's why it's deliberately not giving itself exact outcomes all the way to year 8, 9, 10. Because we got to take a serious look at where is the economy in 5 years and did we get the first 5 years right? And we got to ask ourselves that every year. And we've got to not just tick a box on the one indicator that's put there as kind of an amuse-bouche for each of these actions. It means that every time the Economic Development and Culture unit of staff goes out to work either with the community or with other divisions, this is their lens now. It makes principled statements, it has actions, and more actions will present themselves with this work and build on it. We should be able to say that we're thriving 5 years from now, not continuing to empty out those high-end A-class office spaces downtown. They should be filling up with young people doing the work in the targeted sectors mentioned in this plan. If they are, then we've done our work. And if they are, every one of those young workers who's now working in a real job, not a gig job, but a real job for those firms, is going to be loading money into our tax coffers that we are then sharing with every part of the caring and not-for-profit sector. That's my wish, that's my goal, and I'm going to certainly do everything I can to join staff in trying to make it happen. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. So there are no motions on the item? Just to receive, right? Yeah. Motion to adopt the item? All in favor? Hello? Oh, okay, that's carried. Wow, it's been an exciting day. So we're gonna move on to EC 16.3, update on actions to address dangerous dogs. We have a deputation, David Blythe. Is David Blythe here? Welcome to committee. You have 5 minutes. Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, I want to thank the city staff and the city for your efforts to make it safer for the public against the risk of dangerous dogs. However, I have two major concerns. One is our ineffective measures that have been made in order to make the public safe. And number two, the cost to implement and maintain those ineffective measures. To be very specific, the Dangerous Dog Registry and Map, it does not provide the information that you are wishing. To give you an example, as of yesterday, there are 33 dangerous dogs in the ward that I live in, Toronto Danforth, 33. Toronto Danforth is 22 square kilometers. There's 109,000 people who live there. Giving the first 3 digits of the postal code tells me nothing as to where those animals are. It doesn't tell me where I can walk safely. I have no idea where they might reside. Now, if I want to quote Animal Services on their goal behind this data, the Open Data Registry, and I'm quoting here, and the online map include the same data presented in different ways, providing residents with options to view and consider the information. There is no information. I have no idea where those animals are. You can save yourself the online registry, you can save yourself the map by a simple notice that says there's a dangerous dog in the city of Toronto. That's all you need to say. It's going to provide the same information as I'm getting right now. The dangerous dog signs, I'm in favor of those, but I must say that I'm a senior citizen, my wife's a senior citizen. We walk every day throughout the city. I have never seen one of these signs. By the analysis that Animal Services has done, people are complying, but I've never seen one. And I walk throughout the entire ward. Some of the walks are very, very long. I tried once before with the city to try and stop this expenditure. I notified everyone, I notified the city on March the 16th, but on March the 21st, the city voted 21-0, and you accepted all of those measures, specifically the map and the dangerous dog registry. Now you're proposing to take 4 pictures versus the current 1. Those are not for public consumption, but, and again, I'm quoting, but are tightening their requirements for the required pictures, already a part of the dangerous dog order, that are meant to assist the officers in order to have them standardized. You already have a microchip. That's already mandated. You already have 1 picture. Now you want to take 4 more. Who is going to pay for that? As of yesterday, you've got 355 dangerous dogs. That's 1,400 pictures someone's going to have to take and maintain when you've already got 1. You're spending good money after bad. Don't do it. If you're going to make it safe, tell me the address of the dangerous dog. Who are you trying to protect? Are you trying to protect the privacy of someone who has chosen to keep an animal that's deemed dangerous? You, the city, you've permitted them to keep this dangerous animal. Should you not be protecting the public from injury by locating and telling me where that dangerous animal resides? And that's it.
Thank you for your deputation. Are there any questions of the deputant? Councillor Fletcher.
Yes, I'll give you one address on your route that you can walk by, and then you can let me know if the sign is there, David.
I will.
Yes, I will ask legal about, because I did ask myself and say, why can't we pinpoint that location? And I've got back, you'll probably understand that they've said, well, that would be violating that actual privacy. So that's been a discussion that's been going on for a while, since we started this. But you haven't seen one of those signs.
Nope.
But I just would ask you what you think the effect of, you've seen what the new sign looks like.
I've seen what the signs look like.
And you've seen what the old one from Home Hardware looks like.
Yep.
So I think you would agree with me that that's a pretty major step up for anybody that lives right around that dog.
Hopefully so, yes. I'd feel a lot better if I'd seen one, but I would agree with you. Yes, it is a step forward. Yes, I agree.
So I'm going to ask them about where the signs, because I know they, I think, installed them and looked at the locations. So to confirm that those locations are all what I'll just call public locations, so people know that it's not, that there's a dangerous dog there. Because you'd probably agree that most neighbors know that dog is dangerous to start with, but it's how it's being tracked, what the requirements are. I did read, and I'll ask more about that, that everybody's done their training, they've all done their ID chip, they're all licensed, they've all done these things. But what triggered this, as you'll probably remember, was that there was an attack in East York on somebody by a dog that had a dangerous dog order. This wasn't their, they'd already had 2 offenses.
Yes.
And now this was their 3rd. So you're still saying, make sure that those 355 dogs, that they're not able to do that again.
Well, yeah, what I'm saying is use the, don't waste the money. You're already considering hiring 3 more people for animal services. Don't have them taking pictures. It's a needless waste of money. Don't have someone maintaining a registry and a map. That's a needless waste of money. Have them go out and enforce the existing bylaws. Have them do and work with the structure that you currently got. Don't spend good money after bad. Please don't do that.
Have you looked at the Dangerous Dog Tribunal by any chance? You had a chance to look at that?
Yes, I have. Most recently, what I did look at was the data that became available that was presented today. It was a little bit disturbing because the tenure was that everyone was sort of patting themselves on the back over the fact that there were less fines and less charges laid under the Dangerous Dog Act. When you look at the data, the number of attacks and the number of bites is actually increasing. The number of dogs, registered dog licenses, has gone down by 25%, but the number of attacks has gone up. So don't pat yourselves on the back and say, hey, because the number of charges are going down, we're doing a good job. The data is going the wrong direction.
I will ask about that because I think personally, and I'm going to ask the staff, that because we've put such an emphasis on it, that people are now reporting things that they didn't report before, and what the nature of those bites are, because there's a severity kind of ladder from a menace to a nip to a full-scale ripping up your skin. So I'm going to, when we get into it, because we can ask those things, I'm going to ask that here today. And I did have something else. Oh, I asked about the Dangerous Dog Tribunal. So when somebody gets an order, they have the ability to appeal that order, which I'm sure you're understanding.
Yep.
And I will ask, because I think the 4 pictures may be part of that case, that once it's there, it's an administrative tribunal with a lot of powers that the staff don't oversee. And at that point, basically your evidence has to be quite strong that you've got the right dog. I'm not sure if that's clear in this report.
All I can say is the data, the answer that I got when I asked what function do those 4 pictures take? There was no mention whatsoever of the Dangerous Dog Tribunal.
Okay,
It was, as I said, just meant to assist the officers in order to have them standardized.
Okay.
I mean, you've already got a chip. It tells you what the dog is. You've got that. You've got the dangerous dog tag. Now, I mean, what are we going to do next? We're going to take the dog's DNA? I mean, this is getting kind of ridiculous. 1 picture, 4 pictures. Why not
We're
10?
over time on this.
Okay, thank you. I got it.
We have we have a lot of deputations and many other items, so thank you for coming to committee. Any other questions of the deputant? No, then we're going to questions of staff. It looks like Councillor Fletcher will kick off on questions from staff.
Yeah, I'll just kick off some of those from Mr. Blythe, and one of them is why the 4 pieces, how all of what you do relates to the tribunal? Is that legal advice? Why can't you give the address of the dog? Do we actually have a map that we don't show the address? We're kind of honing in on the postal code, but just the first 3 digits. And anything else, this number of attacks or bites that we've noticed hasn't gone down. Is the severity gone down, or is it just that people are now they're reporting? So that's a lot of questions, but I thought I'd put them all in one place for you.
No, I will try my best to respond to those, and if I miss one, let me know.
I think Dr. Attard will jump in because she's got.
I'll start with the number of service requests. When you make things more available, just as when we introduced 311, service requests went significantly up. This issue has been brought to the attention of the public, and service requests have increased. That doesn't mean it's purely about a dangerous dog either. So I'll start with that. With respect to the mapping, we do have mapping. We have worked on that. It is by postal code. And the reason we only include the first 3 letters is for privacy reasons for that individual. We rely on the sign to identify where those areas are. I live in a ward where there are 12 signs. I have not seen one either, so it's not something you do have to. You would have to walk past it to see it, and I can also say that I have not seen one. However, when we did go out and check the 356 to reissue all the new rules, we checked that each person had a sign, and they did. It's a requirement, and we ensure that they do. So they are up.
Our signs?
Our signs are up. If you were looking for more detail on the privacy piece, I would refer to my colleagues in legal if they want to add something on providing the address.
I just want to ask for the type of service request. Are you getting maulings? Are you getting severe bites? Are you getting bites? You don't describe what kinds of service requests you're getting, just that they're up.
There are fewer that are resulting in dangerous dog orders. So that has been significant. And that is what we were looking at. And so that would mean that there are fewer resulting in the dangerous dog order, fewer severe ones, because that's usually why we give a dangerous dog order for a severe.
So on those 356, have any of those dogs repeated now that you've gone out and you've started your blitz?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Not to your knowledge, okay. And the location of the signs, because I know we've had this conversation, and one of the signs I happen to know about was in a window buried very far away. What was your decision? Is there more than one sign at times, or is there just one sign, and where is it?
It depends on the property, and so the officers would look at that and look at how the property sits, whether more than one sign would be required. However, in the bylaw, it just says that a sign has to be required. So we do have to follow those rules too, but we do ask for signage that the public can see, and our sign placed in a spot where the public can see it.
So I'll probably ask you just to let me know that when this comes. It's going to council, is that right? Is this going there or not? Is it only information? Is it going there? Yes?
Should be.
Yes. That, just then on that, you've got that many locations. How many are apartments? How many are single-family homes? What's the nature of those locations? And then how many signs in each one? Because you all know I'm going to go and look at that address. as well as David's going to be looking there too. So we're going to check that sign. And I think it'd be helpful just to hear from legal why we can't be more specific, because just to legal, this is something that we asked for quite strongly. We want to know, identify exactly where that place is, but we were told that that's not possible. Could you give us that information directly here today, please?
So first of all, I don't know if we've specifically given an opinion on the extent of the limits. What I can say is
Sorry,
that,
can't hear you today.
maybe it's the microphone. Can you hear me now?
You have to be able to hear staff answer questions today.
Okay. Of course, I'm happy to keep speaking. That sounds better. It's the first time someone's told me they can't hear me. So what I can say is I don't think that we've provided a specific opinion on the exact limits of what can be disclosed. What I can say is that there is in privacy law restrictions and limits on how personal information is disclosed. And the IPC, the Information and Privacy Commissioner, has opined in the past on connecting certain aspects of personal information in this nature.
Okay, can I just stop? Because could you not make it smaller without giving the exact address? Could it not be a circle in an area that would make it closer, or you know what I'm saying?
So I think in answer to your question, those are things that could be considered, and we certainly aren't saying that they are not possible. We are saying that they'd have to be connected with the appropriate test set out in law and by the IPC.
I understand. So obviously we're going to ask about that. And one last question, because it's back and forth, and just has to do with the number of licenses and the deputants, right? Are our number of licenses falling at the same time as our service is increasing? We haven't had a licensing campaign for a long time. I know I asked you earlier, number of licenses, income, number of donations. Do you have that now?
I have you guys can find the number of licenses. I will let you know that the average number of, the average revenue for the past 3 full years has been $1.55 million. And the donations over the past 3 full years has been $455,000.
A year?
That's the average for the past 3 years.
Per year?
Per year.
And average, I'm sorry, the 1.55, sorry, Chair, I need to understand, is that yearly or is that aggregated for 3 years?
No, that's the average annual
Counselor?
revenue from licensing over 3 years.
Counselor, I'm going to ask you to take those questions offline because we're over time and we have 11 deputations.
Thank you,
on
I'm
that.
sorry.
Thank you. It's
You
okay.
know where I'm going. Yes, thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Exactly where I'm going.
To speak? Oh, questions? No. Okay. Thank you. Go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you very much. I'll be very brief. I'd first and foremost like to acknowledge Councillor Fletcher's leadership on this file. It is really such an important issue, especially for our communities where our green spaces are really precious, where we are using them and sharing them as communities. And this has to be a top priority for the well-being, the enjoyment, and the safety, especially of young people, of older folks, of people with mobility issues, and everyone who is a user of our shared spaces in our communities. And I want to thank staff for the detailed update and for many of the prompt actions that have been brought forward. And to acknowledge, and especially again in dense communities in particular, I can speak to my downtown communities, we see the very scary reality and outcome of this issue when it is not addressed with the seriousness that it is required. And I know that this is an escalating issue across the city as well. And for us to be here with this very clear action and with this seriousness is hopefully a welcome reassurance to Torontonians right across the city. And I'm glad to see the steps taken, the proactive visits, and also the progress on compliance, which is really, really important. And we know that enforcement after the fact is only one part of ensuring that we can all continue to enjoy our parks and really walk the talk when it comes to community safety. And a big part of that is public education. And what I have found in my communities as a school board trustee, as a city councillor, and a community member is when dog owners are speaking to dog owners, when folks who are adhering to the dangerous dog measures in a responsible way are talking to others who also should be adhering to them in a responsible way. And that is really a critical component of this, because after the fact, that's too much. One incident is too much in our communities, and we have to be taking that seriously. I'm glad to see the success and the measurable progress that our public education programs have had in reaching people. And I hope that we'll be able to see the results continue forward, and that we are not bringing this issue back to our tables again because of another incident, but because we've actually been able to make progress and set an example for how this work is being done, and that we'll be able to see it in our parks and public spaces and buildings and in our neighborhoods. And I really appreciate, again, the work, the leadership on this, and for us to be continually vigilant on this really, really important issue. The safety of our communities is at the heart of it.
Thank you. To speak, Councillor Fletcher, but within 5 minutes.
Quickly, I think everybody knows that on this issue, I'm like a dog with a bone, and will continue to be. Sorry for the pun. Thank you, Deputy Mayor, for acknowledging the work, but you also had a situation in your ward, and we're very happy to work with you. All of this work really stemmed from 3 maulings in 2023 that were so egregious. The woman in East York, the young lad in your park, and that woman in Rexdale that the person has never been found, actually. I think that owned the dogs I believe were found, but she's been disabled for life. So when you say that one is too many, it's absolutely right. So the work that we've been able to do in strengthening all the work around dangerous dogs is very impressive, and I really want to thank Mr. Grant and Dr. Attard and his whole team, Ms. Addy, for really taking the bull by the horns. I'm going to use another animal metaphor to really work on this. And I think that Mr. Bly's here saying, here's a few things I'd like you to think about, and I would be lying if I didn't say those are the exact same things that we've been talking about for a whole year. So they're on people's minds, and we should just keep going until we get this really right. I'm quite proud of the signage that was developed, because in looking at, people need to know, and they might already know, but that owner needs to know, everybody knows, I have this dog that's bitten people twice and in a dangerous way. So it's not just a regular family pet. When it's outside of the house, it's got a different designation. It's a dangerous dog. And the other things to make sure, and we haven't had a chance to really update on that, but the nature of the training that they're taking, that they must be in control of the dog at all times. The dogs must be on a leash at all times. This, even with the education campaign, which I think has been important, and there'll be a separate part of education campaign about leashing your dog, because a lot of people say, well, my dog's great. Your dog's great until it bites somebody, and then it's not so great anymore. And when I look at the Dangerous Dog Tribunal, that's when I said, when I read that, I realize that anything there where you haven't covered everything perfectly, that's where someone is saying, well, my dog really didn't do that. It's not really that bad. You didn't do this right. And a lot of this stemmed out of an Ombudsman's report where he said you need to have very strict rules so that everybody understands what they are. And when we're interpreting things, when city staff are interpreting things, there's a standard, because that actually came out of the tribunal, the findings there when somebody complained. So I'd say just the standards of practice have been raised considerably over the last year. The work is really going well. We can look and see about, I'm interested to know about the type of bites. If we're, as the doctor said, there hasn't been as many severe bites or maulings, but I think people realize, I'm calling up, I'm going to get that on the record that that happened with that dog, because if that's once and you haven't done it, then the second time around, you have got no ability to say, well, that dog's done that twice, because there's no record. So the records are so critical. I also just want to go back for 1 second to the licensing, because years ago when this was under Toronto Public Health and I chaired that committee, we'd gone to Calgary and seen that they had using postal workers, using letter carriers. They'd found out where every single dog was in the city of Calgary, and then they had to license them. That's no longer possible under privacy laws. So they did it. We didn't get to do it, but we did have a campaign, and now you can license online. So I think that if we're getting $1.5 million in licensing fees and only, I forget how many it is, it's either 25 or 50,000, and we're thinking there's at least 200,000 dogs. We can actually up that to have our Toronto dogs have a Toronto license. And people are very, very generous when you realize for $150 million, they're giving $500,000 for animals, because people that love animals, people that license their animals, people that love animals, they love to help other animals. And I just want to say before I wrap up that we're only talking about a small number of dogs that are bad dogs and dangerous dogs. The majority of dogs in the city are wonderful dogs. They're family companions, they're pets, and they're pretty well behaved at most times, as a dog owner would have to add that, at most times. But they, so this is really making sure that people are safe from owners who don't have control over their dogs, and that is it. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm just going to speak briefly to say that I think that there's a real success before us here. Deputy Mayor Malik and Councillor Fletcher have said a lot of what I would have said. I do want to recognize the leadership of Councillor Fletcher, who has the dubious distinction of having the most number of dangerous dogs in her ward, and she's led this in a really good way. I want to highlight that we get more calls now from people who are aware that they want to put this on the record, just as you said, Councillor Fletcher. They want it to be registered because there are more dogs than ever in reduced spaces, and in places like in my ward where we have very few green spaces and public spaces, people are irresponsible, letting their dogs loose in spaces where they don't belong. So the campaign to let people know what the rules are is important. The clarity around the triggers and what constitutes a dangerous dog, how that's being presented online and accessible is important. The system that we have now of increasing fines, and I moved during the last budget that we put more into animal services precisely so that we can enforce the bylaw that we created. So I want to thank staff and thank you and the members of the public who are really joining the call and creating a lot of awareness. And I do believe we're going to see a lot more calls, but what I'm happy to see is that the proportion of dangerous dogs within that group of calls has gone down, and that means that it's working. We need to continue to stay on this path. So on the item, all those in favor, opposed, that is carried. Thank you. We're now on to 16.4, update on outstanding directives related to the noise bylaw, and we're going to consider it together with EC 16.9, reporting noise exemptions and noise complaints transparently. We are going to start with deputations, and we are going to start in the order that they appeared, according to the order of the items. So the first deputant is Randy Libman. I'm going to ask Deanna Scriver to prepare to depute, followed by George Laceby.
So we understand that Deanna back too.
Okay. Welcome to committee. You have 5 minutes.
Can everyone hear me okay?
Yep.
So Councillor Bravo, Councillor Carroll, Councillor Fletcher, Councillor Malik, and Councillor Moyes, nice to see you again. I'm sure you've heard me a few times talk about overnight waste collection noise. So some of this is nothing new. The negative effects from overnight waste collection noise result in sleep deprivation and negative health consequences such as cardiovascular damage, cognitive impairment, diabetes, endocrine problems, immune system issues, obesity, increased susceptibility to accidents, mood disorders, etc. A simple Google search will show these and more. You've also heard me say that these health issues put additional stressors on our already overburdened healthcare system. If we get rid of the root cause of these health issues, namely overnight waste collection, we can ease the burden on our healthcare system. Some of the things you haven't heard me say are that some people will say, well, we live in a big city, there's bound to be noise. But I find that statement ridiculous and absurd. That's like saying, we live in a big city, there's bound to be crime. Yes, there's going to be crime, but we have laws and police enforcement to reduce the crime as much as possible. This should also be applicable to noise. Some noise sources are unreasonable. Case in point, the overnight waste collection exemption. In my area, there are multiple trucks that collect nightly and even trucks that collect during the day. How many trucks should be visiting these areas within 24 hours? The survey put out by MLS in regards to waste collection had an incredibly biased, loaded, and leading question tying overnight waste collection to traffic congestion. For future reference, MLS, survey questions are supposed to be unbiased and supposed to be objective. But since MLS brought up traffic congestion, I will address this issue. Yes, reducing traffic congestion is important. However, maintaining people's health is more important and more of a priority than traffic congestion. In any case, here is a traffic congestion solution. We can have a permit for the area of collection and have one company collect the area, not multiple truck companies collecting over 24 hours. If we have one company collect for the area daily, for example, and most importantly, during the day, it will reduce the amount of trucks on the road overnight and during the day. Even the hydraulics of lifting the bins are very loud, the revving of the engines, it's not just moving the bins. So not only will reducing the amount of trucks allowed to collect decrease traffic congestion, it will also decrease pollution from exhaust of these multiple trucks throughout a 24-hour period. Currently, businesses and residents have a mix of public and private waste collection, resulting in multiple trucks. Also, just of note, about the MLS report, even though there was much discussion of including the Board of Health in this issue, as it is a health issue at its core, Board of Health was nowhere to be found in the MLS's report, which consisted of 13 pages. I would love to know why, especially since this should be a collaboration. So ECDC member councilors and all other councilors, I implore you to remove the overnight waste collection exemption today. This has already been dragging on for over 2 years since implementation in July of 2022. The exemption was implemented directly into a live environment without first analysis in a testing environment, having real and material negative effects on residents' health for over 2 years. I'm asking for removal today. People need sleep like people need food, and people need air, and people need water. This is not complex scientific knowledge. This is basic human health 101. It's the cornerstones of even having a chance to be healthy. We've all experienced what it's like to be sleep deprived. I've had to deal with it day over day after day, suffering with it for over 2 years. I can't understand how we have meetings and debates and public consultations.
You're out of time, please wrap up.
For the fundamentals of human health and having sleep. So my ask is simple. Please remove the exemption today, as it's been dragging on for over 2 years.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any questions of the deputant, visiting Councillor Sachs, or questions?
Yes, thank you. So did I understand correctly that your sleep gets disturbed more than once a week by overnight garbage collection?
I live at Yonge and Eglinton in that area, and over the last 2 years, my experience has been, on average, nightly, there are 3 truck collection trucks, one around midnight, one in the middle of the night, maybe 1 a.m., 2 a.m., 3 a.m., and then one maybe 6:30 or 7:30 in the morning. And then sometimes I hear trucks during the day collecting as well. So over 24 hours, there are multiple trucks collecting.
All right, well, we're trying to focus here at overnight between 11 p.m. and 7 a.m. So you've had hundreds of these incidents. Now, MLS tells us they've only had 20 complaints total. Have you reported these interruptions to your sleep to municipal licensing standards or to 311?
So in regards to the 311 question, at first 311 was not taking complaints because of the exemption.
Right.
It was only recently, within a few months ago, they started taking the complaints to start tracking for statistical purposes. So I've complained a few times, but my complaint is one complaint, but the volume is nightly, every night, multiple times a night, and I can't call them every night. That's
okay. So I'm sorry, I have to keep the answer short because we have limited time. So you've had hundreds of disturbances. You have told 311 MLS is aware of the recurrent problem you're experiencing. As far as you can tell, have they done anything to resolve it?
Over the last 2 years, I've noticed that the trucks have become quieter sometimes, but they're still loud enough to create sleep disturbances.
Okay, so the problem's not resolved as far as you're concerned?
The problem is not resolved.
All right. Do you think it would be wise for council just to say to staff, well, go off and deal with it as you see fit and let us know if you want us to know anything? Or should we be insisting on continuing oversight and a report back on whether they've solved this problem?
I think the exemption should be removed. It was put into place in a live environment without testing, without public consultation.
Right. I understand that that's your preference.
Right.
If we can't do that right now, and the choice is between leaving MLS to do things as they see fit, or council maintaining oversight and asking that they show us that they've solved the problem, which would you prefer?
Council definitely has to have oversight. In my submission to this meeting, I have highlighted a few examples of how MLS's actions have been questionable in terms of dropping the ball regarding noise collection. Even in their 13-page report for this meeting, Board of Health was not included, even though it's been a speaking point in the previous meetings that this is a health issue and that Board of Health should be included. I believe MLS needs oversight and needs to be accountable to someone, and your suggestion of City Council would be great.
Okay. Now, you've said that you've had hundreds of disturbances yourself.
Yes.
And you've made a small number of complaints to 311 that they would accept. How many people do you think in your immediate area are being disturbed at night by overnight waste collection? Is it 1, 2, 10, dozens?
I believe the people that live on the lower floors are disturbed nightly, like me, but they don't go to the lengths of complaining to 311. They don't go to the lengths of complaining to their city councilors. I do see in Facebook groups comments and questions about how this can be allowed overnight, such noise overnight.
So is it your belief that the small number of reported complaints is a fair representation of how big the problem is, or is the problem much bigger than that?
The problem is much bigger because it is noted in more expanded detail. MLS did conduct statistical surveys, but were they people from the top floor of condos that wouldn't be bothered anyway, or were they people on ground level where they would be affected by noise at ground level?
Right. Are you encouraging?
We're at time, Counselor, and we have 10 more deputants, so I'm sure you'll have an. The next deputation is Deanna Scriver said she wouldn't be here. George Laceby, followed by Benjamin Selnick. Is George here? Yeah. Welcome to committee. You have 5 minutes, and I'm going to ask Benjamin Zelnick to prepare to depute, followed by Ingrid Boudet. Welcome to committee, sir. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Is this on? Yep. Yes, my name is George Laceby. I'm here today because of this noise bylaw. My typical weekday noise from commercial waste removal at Bayview Commerce Shopping Center. Wednesday, 4 a.m., pick up 2 green bins, requiring juggling the bins, backing up multiple times with ear-piercing noise, large bangs in the 80 decibel level, scraping up bins on the ground, live revving of the motor truck compact. Definitely waking people up. I live on the west side at 60 Reddington Boulevard, directly over. I'm on the 14th floor, and the noise is just as loud as it is on the first floor. Thursday, 6 a.m., picking up 1 large bin behind the Swiss Chalet. Friday, 4 a.m., pick up different 2 large bins again in the same location, but different bins. Saturday, total of 11 small bins, pick up anywhere from 4 to 8 bins every other Saturday at 6 a.m. Then we have occasional, very large cardboard compactor, usually picked up during the day, but sometimes around 6:30 a.m. on Saturdays. Large blue bin behind the drugstore. These are all creating noise. I've talked to residents in the building. Some of them are bothered, some of them aren't. On October 14th, this Thanksgiving, 5:55 a.m., 2 large green bins were empty, waking up a lot of people who are trying to just recover from their sleep. 6:20 a.m., a large blue bin was emptied on Thanksgiving morning. Surely they can be exempted for holidays. Why is this allowed to happen? How are commercial waste handlers, landlords, condominium boards, and business owners supposed to respect our health if council doesn't? My current situation, sometimes if the noise doesn't wake me up right away, then fight or flight takes over. Are any of you aware of what that is? While I'm asleep. See item A for details. In my case, my heart rate speeds up between 180 and 200 beats per minute. I feel flush and my blood pressure skyrockets. The highest reading so far is 102/208. Due to my own relaxation techniques, I can slowly bring it down. I suffer from childhood trauma, PTSD. I was sexually abused by a Catholic priest at St. Michael's College School in Toronto. This has controlled my life ever since, but only manifested itself in 2018. Since then, I'm a 2-time suicide survivor. So I have experienced what it means to have suicidal ideation. And I bring this up because a lot of young people have suicidal ideation right now. It's 20%. And a lot of it is caused by noise at night. This needs to be investigated by your committee. Due to the lack of sleep caused by the noise from commercial waste handlers, my health challenges are worse, sometimes becoming unbearable, and truly triggering again suicidal ideation. Attached are other studies that support your committee not recommending continuing the exemption of commercial waste from noise bylaw. More than 1 in 6 adolescents experience suicidal ideation during the past 6 months. See item C. Interruption sleep involves frequent awakenings during the night, disrupting the sleep cycle. Consequences include daytime sleepiness, cognitive decline, mood disturbances, and health risks like heart attacks. We can control our own sleep, but we can't control your allowed noise. See item D, interrupted sleep. A growing body of research indicates that sleep disturbances are associated with suicidal ideation and behaviors. See item E. 50 years ago, in January 1976, I was elected alderman for Ward 6 in North York. If I was on your committee today, I would be making the following motion. That council does not adopt the staff recommendation, but rather that the exemption be canceled immediately and Toronto Public Health, your department, come up with recommended standards for controlling noise health hazards due to loss of sleep and sudden sleep interruptions. By adopting staff recommendations, you will be if you adopt these staff recommendations, you will be turning your back on the residents, making wealth more important than health. I have included all the items. I think you probably have them before you. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your deputation. Question of the deputant, Councillor Carroll.
Just a quick question, because this has been going on so long. You named pickups and drop-offs at all of that pocket of Reddington buildings. Just wondering if you've had any discussion, do you know, are they all city trucks or is it a mixture of private and city? Do you have any idea of that, or have you
I
been
think
able
most
to?
of them are private.
Okay.
It's all private for the commercial. These are all commercial. This isn't residential pickup. This is all the commercial pickup from the back of the mall.
Okay. Thank you. Thanks. I'm going to follow up with staff when they come forward.
Thank you.
Your deputation, the next deputant is Benjamin Zelnick, who is online. Is Benjamin Zelnick online?
Okay.
Welcome to committee. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay.
You may proceed. Your time is running right now. You're 22 seconds into your 5 minutes. Benjamin Zelnick? Hello? I believe we've lost. He's there? Benjamin Zelnick? Okay, we're going to continue with the next deputant. Ingrid Boudet, you have 5 minutes. Welcome to committee.
Just going to start, just got a presentation here.
Yep. Great, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to share my thoughts today on 3 items in 5 minutes. So my name is Ingrid Boudet. I am founder of No More Noise Toronto. We are a data and process-oriented grassroots organization. We're taking a collaborative approach to reducing noises that wake us up, keep us up, and disturb us during the day. We've got many supporters through my Noise News and also through Fonterra and Fostra. So overnight waste collection is a problem for people in my organization, and we have a member survey, and out of 177 responses, waste collection represents 27.7% of the noise issues. Below the chart, you can see a graph, and that is what a waste collection looks like from my meters. You can see the number of bins by the number of spikes, and this is a collection event over 2 condo buildings. The ambient noise level was 63 decibels during the day with spikes over 95. At night, that decibel level will drop by 10, so then you have a 40 decibel increase at 3 in the morning or 5 in the morning or whatever that might be. And you can see that loudness is measured on a logarithmic scale, so that is a huge noise spike. And what does that do? Well, we actually have a survey on that because I'm a data process-oriented person, and we have 157 responses. So how many times have they heard waste collection this past week? 5 to 7 times is the yellow bar on the left. And what times do they hear them? Between 5 and 7 a.m. is the graph on the right. So people need to sleep, as you've heard. Sleep is not just important, it's essential for overall well-being. It impacts our mental health, our physical health, and our cognitive functioning. And I've asked people, have you noticed any changes in your sleep quality due to this noise? 80% of them have had a severe or moderate disruption. So here's Matt Elliott in his Toronto Star articles has a big number. Well, we've got a big number, and that's 0. And that was what was done for the public consultations for this motion. There was 0 public consultations, 0 graduated implementation, 0 education of drivers, 0 noise mitigation measures suggested, 0 education for property managers. As far as I saw, 0 consultation with Toronto Public Health, and therefore 0 consideration for residents and their health. So we need you to stop noisy overnight waste collection and figure it out. Immediately educate drivers and staff of the health impacts of noise. Maybe they can even come up with solutions. Make easy modifications such as strong bumpers to cushion the metal on metal contact. There is nothing right now that stops that from happening. Put rubber wheels on the bins, change the backup beepers, improve scheduling. Things can be done. And there has to be accountability. The situation is unacceptable and council oversight is essential. There should be fines for too much noise and area sound level monitoring for repeat offenders. And I am encouraging the members to report this noise to 311 so you get a good data set. We need to tell the city that it is a problem, otherwise they won't know it is a problem no matter how much we yell. They need data. You also put moving motor vehicle noise into this item, so here we go. We are also going to talk about the membership, and this is the most common noise source. Out of 177 responses, it has 74.6%, so it is the biggest. And I always ask questions, so I've asked people in a webinar that I had this past week, have you missed work or were you unable to perform your ADLs, activities of daily living? 8 said yes, 6 said no, 1 said not sure. That's a big majority. And then the other question I ask is, have you thought of moving somewhere else? 50% say yes. So you've got people in Toronto that are looking to move and are missing work and are not being productive due to noise and also overnight waste noise collection. So we are very pleased to be collaborating with municipal licensing and standards. I'm thankful that we were mentioned in reports and we've been collaborating with them, but where we've ended up on motor vehicle noise and waste collection noise is not good enough. At least for motor vehicle noise, in the events that we had, in the 3 events that happened, only 20 vehicles were inspected. I hear 20 vehicles in 5 minutes from my home. There's something wrong with the process. And what are the next steps to address loud vehicles? We proposed a sound task force to the Toronto Police Services Board when we deputed there. Spend time and money on fixing this harmful and 100% unnecessary noise source. And No More Noise Toronto has also sent a letter to the Ministry of Transportation to ask them to listen to the city and provide the exemptions that are required for noise cameras. You guys have sent letters to the shops. Great, awesome. What's next? Are you going to visit? Are there going to be inspections? Are there fines for non-compliance or removal of license? We need more than this. And until this process is fixed, we're not done. So in final 10 minutes, Councillor Ainsley, wherever you are online there, thank you very much for for your 16.9. Please make them maps. I have digitized a map that it was of the noise exemption permits as of August 2024.
Just gonna pause, I'm gonna reset your time. I know that you combined 3 deputations, which we appreciate, so I will ask you, what else did you have to share in your deputation as my question to you?
Thank you, Councillor Bravo, Chair Bravo. Okay, so maps make sense to people. And this is where I'm very thankful that 311 published the noise exemption data. That's great, but it's in a table. That means nothing to people. So please make maps. If you're gonna share information, make it useful so that people can scroll in and look at their data, look at what's happening.
Get the map.
And visualize noise complaints with a map by type. Let's share this information and create a dynamic dashboard to dig into details. I know you guys use Esri functionality. There's dashboards, there's web maps. You guys have it all. So do that so that people feel like they can be in control and have knowledge over these issues. Because right now, they're helpless. They think that we've been told for decades, you'll get used to noise. And guess what? We don't. We cannot close our ears and our bodies can't stop listening. So let's create a better Toronto by reducing noise. Thank you.
Thank you. The next deputation is Mark Hall. Mark Hall. Here.
Sorry, Madam Chair, I had a quick question.
I'm sorry,
Ingrid.
Councillor Ainsley. Please go ahead.
That's okay. Quick question. So Ingrid, the maps that we're proposing for noise permits and extensions, you're good with that?
If they were able to be sorted by layers so that people could see what those noise sources are. And I understand that there might not be, that's where general location would be good. In the service requests, you are asked to put in an address. I know confidentiality, so you don't want to have that, but that visual representation would be great, and to have that accessible and updated as frequently as possible would be amazing.
Yeah, so the discussions that I've had with staff I don't think we can do like noise applications, but we will, like once a noise exemption is granted, that can be put on a map. So for that, you would prefer like bars, residential address, like different categories like that.
Yeah, so for the exemption process, I know that it is like alcohol, extension of hours, and then there's continuous pours and all of that stuff. I mean, that is interesting for people, and I know that that database gets updated daily, so the map could be updated daily. And that's good, but just going back to the noise, a map.
Yeah, sorry, and I meant, that's what I was, sorry, this is what I meant was noise, sorry.
Sorry, okay, thank you for that clarification. Yeah, noise would be, and especially by whether it is moving vehicle, whether it's construction, whether it's, you know, like the spatial noise is a location-specific issue, but noise does not listen to land zoning. So that's the thing. You can zone something residential and then have semi-residential or mixed beside it, but then you've got these conflicting, and sound doesn't care. Sound, and especially with the new music now, low bass, that travels so far, you know? So yeah, I ranted there, but yes, noise by type would be great.
Okay, thank you, Ingrid, appreciate it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Heinze.
Thank you. Councillor Moyes, questions?
Thank you, through Madam Chair. So Ingrid, you mentioned that you encourage your members to call 311 to report waste collection noise, I believe?
I am encouraging that now because many don't know that it is now that non-exempt or that non-enforceable is the word, that non-enforceable items can be reported. They don't know that. So this was my little PSA announcement.
Yeah, so waste collection noise, when you type that in, nothing shows up on 311. To your point, non-enforceable noise report shows up. And I think to the average layperson,
yeah,
do they understand what that means?
Yeah, it's confusing.
Yeah, okay. So it was to me as well. I actually went onto the site yesterday just to try it out.
Thank you.
And this came up.
Yes.
So thanks for pointing that out.
Yes, no, it needs to be clearer and also communicated. Thank you. And then.
Thank you. I missed Councillor Sachs' questions.
So you saw in the report that MLS is saying, trust us, we're going to have this voluntary process. From your experience, has MLS made the noise problem and is this noise problem from overnight waste collection solved, or are many people still having their sleep disturbed?
Many people are still having their sleep disturbed. We haven't even started to solve it because we're not talking about it.
Okay. And do we need continuing council supervision to make sure that's get dealt with, or should we just wipe our hands and say, sure, go ahead with the exemption?
No, absolutely, it needs council oversight. It actually needs a longer dialogue because there was zero dialogue in the beginning.
Right. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
The next deputant is Mark Hall. Mark Hall here, online. Mark Hall, welcome to committee. You have 5 minutes. Mark Hall?
Hello.
Yeah,
Hello,
welcome.
committee. Sorry.
Yeah, you have 5 minutes. Thanks.
Hello, committee members and Madam Chairperson Bravo, and thank you. I am a 21-year resident of Toronto and have lived at the Bathurst and Shepard area of York Centre for over 11 years. I live about a block away from a shopping plaza. There are multiple high-rises and homes within about a 5-minute walk of this plaza. In the daylight hours, we have construction, leaf blowers, and trucks. In the evenings, we have constant cars and motorcycles racing through the street, waking people up with their modified mufflers. Now we have garbage dumpster pickup in the middle of the night. So the only small piece of the day where we had some steady peacefulness is gone. Hundreds, if not thousands, of residents in my neighborhood alone are exposed to this noise several nights a week. Where is the benefit to the residents? I know for certain that there is a disturbance to us, but who benefits other than the stores that save a few dollars by having overnight collection? Please, let's bring some common sense back and forbid overnight pickup of garbage and protect the residents. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next deputant is Harris Rosen, and that Harris Rosen will be followed by Bruce Van Dicton. Welcome to committee. You have 5 minutes.
please?
Pardon?
Is the projector turned on?
We need help with the projector, please. You can put your image on there. Thank you. Okay. Go ahead.
Yeah, initially, thanks for the opportunity. Initially, I wanted to speak, or thought I was speaking on transparency following Soundcheck, so a lot of the examples I give are relevant to Soundcheck. So I'm talking about the flip side of Soundcheck. First of all, the fact that Councillor Ainsley had to bring this forward is ridiculous, and here's why, or do I do it that way? Because this should be happening anyways. But it's not. Far from it. So we're talking about in this instance, and this is all relevant to the Soundcheck, these are the potential stakeholders of the project. But what's not written is this is already in practice. And nobody does any enforcing because the responsibility for bylaw enforcement is a power and discretionary. So if it doesn't fit with the agenda of the city, nothing happens. And the compliance agenda of MLS and legal services lacks proper oversight and accountability, rendering it entirely ineffective. Bad faith by a municipality suggests a lack of candor, frankness, and impartiality. Oppression, the definition is unjust or cruel exercise of authority or power. And I'm going to give you an example of all this. So at 9:08 p.m. on Thursday, September 19th, following 31 charges, MLS decided to educate the Velvet Underground Live Nation. So the same day, here's 84.4, an hour after that education, completely ignored. Here it is 5 days later, 88.5, which is almost 20 over the dB level. Every 3 dB is a doubling of sound intensity. So then there was, this is getting even better, but not really. October 3rd, there was a hearing. I was asked not to come in as a witness the day before. The Velvet Underground, AKA Live Nation, pled guilty to one charge and were fined $20K. It's a lot of money. Not for them, but for me. 6 charges were withdrawn. The justice was told the city met with the defendant, who was educated, and it was no longer a problem. The city benefits with $20K. Live Nation maintained noncompliance with, going into the relevance of the Soundcheck project, the promise of an inapplicable noise bylaw and tax breaks. The same day, here's what happened. Over 84, that's the same day as they pled guilty and said no problem. Here's 10 days later, still going on. Is there anyone on this committee who can assert that this behavior does not constitute a nuisance to the community? Behind the scenes, going further into the partnership of Live Nation and EDC and MLNS, notice that the comply was issued in November 2022, ignored. The city asked them to do a certified acoustical engineer report. 2 options, soundproof or repoint the speakers. They repointed the speakers for a couple of weeks, then they didn't. No accountability, no checking, nothing. Legal services, because it's discretionary, dropped 21 charges from November 2022 to December 2nd, 2023. 1 guilty for 28 charges, 3 unresolved before the court. For example, even making this better, the Velvet Underground is a Live Nation venue. Live Nation's market cap on Monday, over $26 billion US. They charge $2 venue improvement fee on each ticket, conservative estimate of $400K over 4 years. No noise mitigation, no handicap accessible washroom. I wonder if they hand out diapers, who knows? The lease is up for renewal in 2025. I'll continue this when I get to speak about the Soundcheck project. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Questions of the deputant? Thank you for coming. The next deputation is Bruce Van Dicten, followed by Ron Lubarski. Bruce, you're online. You're ready. You have 5
Can you
minutes.
hear me now?
Thank you. You have 5
Okay.
minutes, yeah.
Well, that was quite a deputation. I don't know if I can follow up as well with it, but I'm deputing on behalf, my name's Bruce Van Deeten. I'm deputing on behalf of the Ossington Community Association, whose catchment area includes the Ossington Strip from Queen to Dundas Street. We would support any efforts to improve transparency in all areas of municipal government, but we're certainly pleased to have noise addressed here. There's only one concern, and that is that it doesn't go far enough. The Ossington Strip from Queen to Dundas is proving to be a great success. The BIA estimates 100,000 people crowded the narrow sidewalks and the street for this year's Ozfest, and weekends in the summer can be especially crowded. While we support the businesses operating on Ossington, the dark side of Ossington's success is increased garbage, rats, safety issues, and at issue today, noise. We feel that this effort by Councillor Ainsley is a good start to help the city to understand the noise issues we face. Perhaps then we can mobilize enforcement to dampen the small but difficult group of businesses who are the most egregious offenders. We recently went to COA to fight an application which included a proposal to use the second floor space in contravention of the city's bylaw that prohibits using the second floor for the purposes the applicant requested. We feared the noise would be difficult to live with for our second floor residents, on either side of the business and the townhouses across the street. One panel member voted the application down, citing the bylaw as the reason. The other two voted for the application, stating that Ossington is an entertainment area and we should expect noise. But that is patently unfair to the residential neighbors who in this market are not likely to be able to find new housing without the specter of high housing costs haunting them. We could not appeal. Without the ad avenue open to us, we were and will always be at a distinct advantage so that COA, where vendors are represented by council. It was clear we needed to be more proactive. We have started to develop a set of standard operating procedures so that all residents know the various departments responsible for bylaw enforcement. For noise, as it turns out, that means knowing which department to contact, then contacting that department, also calling 311 and informing our counselor with an email. That's a lot of touch points to ask people to do who are just trying to live in quiet possession of their home. And almost invariably, the calls are addressed by the pertinent noise enforcement departments after the fact, sometimes days later, when the specific noise may have already, but only temporarily abated. Registering noise complaints is not for the faint of heart. If this new transparency allows the city to better monitor noise for the sake of actually enforcing noise bylaws, then we are all in on this. If, as I fear, this will be used to placate the public by assuring us that the city is listening, they'll have no plan on what and how the information will be collected and used, we are not much further ahead. This should be step one of a plan to streamline the complaint and enforcement process. Thank you.
Thank you. I see no questions. Thank you for
Sorry,
coming to
Councillor
committee.
Ainsley?
Oh, thank you, Councillor Ainsley. I couldn't see you. Questions?
No problem. Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, Madam Chairs. Bruce, so Ossington has a BIA as well. And does your community association work with the BIA? Like I went for a walk on Ossington a few weeks ago on a Friday night at 8 o'clock and it was very busy. Do you work with, does your community association work with the BIA? Do you attend BIA meetings or?
Yeah, we have a wonderful relationship with the Ossington BIA. Meg Marshall is an absolute wonderful administrator for the BIA on Ossington Street. We support her and by extension support the businesses that are there. And I don't want to make it out like every business is the problem, but it's the collective issue of what's happened to Ossington Street over the 25 years that I've been living here. It's just a different part of the city. It can't have the application of the same rules or the same enforcement oversight of the properties there that gets in Rosedale. I mean, there's just so many people on Ossington Street now. It's become so popular. And that's a great thing. And we are glad to see the businesses profit from it. Having said that, those businesses are also part of the problem that we have for so many of our residents. And I think it's important. I know it always comes down, we've been told it comes down to a numbers game, that if we have a lot of enforcement, a lot of people calling up about complaints, We've talked to people and they just simply say, I'd be calling every night. I don't have time or the sensibility to do that. I just get mad. So I think for the sake of the 311 operators, it's better if they don't call every time. But if we don't call every time, then we're not going to be seen as having a problematic area. You, sir, Mr. Ainsley, or Councilor Ainsley, did the right thing. You were out on the street, you saw what it was like. You know intuitively, you don't have to have 311 calls to know that it's noisy, it's busy. And we just need to have that strip just handled differently by the city. I think there's probably more of them around town, but certainly this opportunity to talk to you on behalf of the Oswego Community Association was much appreciated.
Okay. And would you find it beneficial? One of the things I'm asking about is noise exemption permit locations once they've been granted, that there'll be, we have a data set now, which I've been told by businesses isn't the most user-friendly. You would find a map with those locations pinpointed on a map much more beneficial?
Well, yes, I mean, that's a great start. The real issue for us is enforcement. I mean, we've got the laws in place. We've got teams of people operating under various noise areas, that's all I can phrase it as. And yet we don't have, we just don't see any enforcement actually happening. And I'm not talking just about noise in this case. I'm talking about garbage. I'm talking about rats. I'm talking about all sorts of different issues. And again, it's not one perpetrator. It's more, and it's often the same people who are the problem. The problem that we're trying to deal with. So it's I think it would be, I actually have no idea how to solve the problem, but it is a definite problem that needs to be addressed.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much, Bruce. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. And we are now on to the next deputant, Ron Lubarski, followed by Miguel Avila Velarde, and we'll give Benjamin Salnik one more chance. Welcome to committee. You have 5 minutes.
Your councilors, my name is Ron Lubarski. My wife and I live at 10 Torresdale Avenue on the 21st floor. The building fronts on Finch Avenue, just east of Bathurst.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
My concern is the constant noise level from the excessive amount of backfiring of cars and motorcycles due to illegal changes in their exhaust systems, which is way beyond any reasonable decibel level. Whether during the day or while most people are trying to sleep at night, I fail to understand why we have allowed residents to illegally make changes to their cars that have a major impact on a huge segment of the population. This issue has gotten progressively worse every year since the cancellation by the provincial government of the Drive Clean emissions test program around October 2018, thereby allowing people to make and get away with these illegal changes at the expense, once again, of a large segment of the population. I fail to understand that for this illegal activity that the fines are minimal, is not enforced, and that the city does not give bylaw enforcement officers the authority to enforce the bylaw. Therefore, by the government canceling the Drive Clean program, having a fine that is minimal, having fines that are basically not being delivered to the offending party, very little has been done yet to rectify the problem. We should also be aware that these modified exhaust systems and cutouts are probably harmful to the environment. That should be taken into account. Our homes are sanctuaries in these crazy, stressful times. Especially since the COVID pandemic started, there are a great many people with all types of mental health issues. Whether during the day or in the middle of the night, why are we all being subjected to even more stress? Why are people letting the illegal actions of a minority of people impact the lives of so many people? These excessive noise levels are not occasionally, they are constant. I have tracked excessive noise levels for long periods of consecutive times, and the results are astounding and quite frankly beyond ridiculous. Let's say some days, 24-hour periods, we'd be talking 75 times plus in a 24-hour period. Ridiculous. Thanks to Ingrid, who you just heard from, I had a noise meter placed on my balcony for a couple of weeks. The results speak for itself. I'm sure we'd be glad to share the results with you. In my opinion, this excessive noise issue is simply irresponsible. So in summary, we all need to work together to give our the bylaw enforcement officers all the necessary tools to find the offenders, including the use of proven technology currently in place in cities like New York. Increase meaningfully the fines for these illegal activities. There should also be large demerit points for offenders, which can obviously only be imposed by the provincial government, well aware of that. Perhaps we should be going after the auto dealers themselves who are making these illegal changes. I'm sure there are many things that can and should be done to rectify this very serious issue. Hopefully, our City Council will understand the impact this is having on a great many Torontonians and will start doing what is necessary to do the right thing and correct these very serious issues. Personally, I'm willing to give my time and energy to help with the solution to this very serious problem. I hope our City Council does likewise. Thanks for giving me the time to speak.
Thank you. The next speaker is Miguel Avila Velarde, followed by, is Benjamin Zelnick still in line? Yeah, thanks. No, she's not. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. We are here to talk about transparency in an interactive map, which is good. I hope that after finish my deputation, I get some transparency. This year, on February the 8th, you guys debated item EC 9.5. I wasn't able to come to this meeting of the EC in February due to a family emergency. I, however, was consulted by the team hired by EC, in City of Toronto, and I provided some input, and I also asked a question. I asked the question, have you received any communication from my landlord, Toronto Housing, with regards noise complaints at 220 Oak? I wonder if they have approached you to send out an LAS inspector to deal with noise complaints at 220 Oak. I waited, and the answer I received from the staff is that they don't have data available to residents to find out if the MLS has been ordered to call to investigate noise complaints at 220 Oak. Here's the magic plan of the Community Safety Unit, which is the Special Constables, is under review, by the way. They said, Miguel, to report noise complaints, you have to call the CSU office, and they will log the complaints. They will document it. If you're not satisfied, you can call the sergeant staff to answer any questions that you have. Now, if you're not satisfied at all, you can call 311 that they will deal with noise complaints. I live in this building, 220 Oak Street, 485 units. Last year in June and July 2023, we were awakened, half of my building, by a resident who was banging 2, 3, 4, 8 a.m. anytime during the day and nighttime. 35 residents signed a petition requesting TCSC, the landlord, to act on this matter. And it didn't happen. So for 30 days, we were not able to sleep. Now this problem is coming back again. In September 27, we are being awakened every night by noises. So I follow on the recommendation to call 311. I did, and I filed a report. And since we're talking transparency, I wonder what is the status on this report number that I submitted to 311? My request is to know if they are taking seriously my concerns because my health is being seriously affected. I'm not able to sleep well. My mental health is affected. In general, I'm a mess because I am not able to live a normal life since September 27. It's almost now a month, and I haven't received no information from my landlord as to what actions they're gonna take to end this nonsense. The only response I have received is from the MLS advising me, Miguel, you need to contact us so that we can forward it and discuss this matter with senior management. See, what happened in TCSC is that the CSU documents all complaints of noises, and it's up to property management to decide whether to give a call to MLS. So my question today, as I started my deputation, transparency, has MLS been contacted by TCAC staff as to what is the status of the investigation about noise complaints at 220 Oak? That is what I want to know because I am in limbo. I don't get answers. All I get is blah, 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 blah. It's not enough.
Thank you.
I really need to get my sleep.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Benjamin Zelnick online. Benjamin Zelnick, you're online.
No, I am on the phone.
Oh, okay, well, you have 5 minutes. Please proceed.
Thank you very much. I'm sorry I was unable to get through the other way. Okay, I'm at Ward 18, Young and Shepherd, high-rise condo, and I live in this area for a very long time, decades. And I was looking after problems of pickups at waste and all that for a very long time with a long experience. Okay, I have 5 facts to list here in front of you. Since 2022, private waste pickup time became unregulated, and this is when big problems started with unrestricted 24 hours private waste pickups, causing nightmare situation for many residents, taxpayers. Fact number 2, for the last 40 years, 40, every Toronto City Council supported private waste regulation pickup time between, it was started from 7 to 7, and then 7 in the morning until 7 p.m., and then last 7 years, they raised it from 7 in the morning until 11 p.m. And that was fine. There is a reason for this 40 years regulations in place for this city, for our residents. The same reason exists today. Fact number 3, it's a known fact that garbage trucks are noisiest machines in our city with amplified impact at the night time. Fact number 4, this situation causing life of many residents, taxpayers turned upside down with several health issues, causing to increase overall health cost in a province, loss of workers' productivity, since sleep deprivation a few times weekly is unsustainable. This also damages social fabric of society at large. People become more irritated, less patient in a daily life. Fact number 5. We do not want to start with the blame labels, why it started, COVID-19, or recommendation of the city staff, or lobbying, or heavy lobbying by garbage companies. Okay, let's put it all aside. Let's get on with it. Reinstate private waste regulation time pickup from 7 a.m. until 11 p.m., and that's fine would be, urgently, and fix this fix this problem with voting majority in the council, in the city council. This will bring back public trust in the system that worked for our taxpayers for 40 years in Toronto. Okay? Now, I would just put here a reference of the bylaws that was 591-2.4. If I may, I have one suggestion. Okay, I have one suggestion how to make it more efficient, and So, in front of our building here, there are 9 restaurants. 9 restaurants. One of them are smaller. Some of them are a little bit bigger ones. So, 4 garbage companies servicing 9 small, medium-sized restaurants here in front of our condo. Each of them, twice weekly, about 6 bins each. Okay? Now, if one garbage company, only one, single one, would come and do that twice a week, okay, and for all of them. And then you have no traffic in the city, far less traffic in the city, with only one truck would come twice, it would do all of them. And that would be very efficient, no noise complaint, less calls for whatever. It would be efficient, logical for everybody. So you see, restaurants, they have now right to choose the garbage pickup. The garbage trucks, they have now 24 hours rights to come anytime.
So you have 10 seconds to wrap up, sir.
Okay, so where are we? Are we also in the picture? So to help us out. So thank you very much for your time, and I would willing to answer any questions you have. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes our deputations, and now we can go to questions of staff, visiting counselors. Councillor Ainsley, you've been waiting all day. Do you have questions? And then we'll go to Councillor Sachs.
No, I'm okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Sachs, questions of staff?
Yes, thank you. So I do want to confirm, I understand that after council direction, 301 started accepting noise complaints in June, and that at least 20 noise complaints about overnight waste collection has been received since that time, thereabouts. Is that right?
So through the chair, that's correct. Prior to June 2024, we did not take in calls for things that were permitted under the noise bylaw. Since then, we have received 23 calls related to waste collection from June 24th to October 13th or 18th.
Basically, 3 months and a bit. And I understand you haven't yet begun trying to resolve any of those complaints.
That's correct. This activity is still permitted. We are strategizing on how to deal with this issue, and we will be, once this, if this passes through council, we will endeavor to work with each of those 23 complainants and work with those industries to bring the issue to their attention and to find a way to resolve it.
So up until now, you haven't even told the industry that you have a complaint at a specific location and time. Is that right?
We have consulted with the industry. We have consulted with property management companies on that these are issues, but we have not got to it by a case-by-case or address-by-address.
You haven't even told the offenders that they are keeping people up overnight, as we've heard from the deputants. You've got that information, you haven't yet conveyed it. All right, well, that's clear. So is it, the industry makes an enormous amount of financial benefit from this exemption, right? About 25% of their operating costs?
I can't speak to their business model.
Okay, but you do know it's an enormous financial benefit for them to be able to collect waste overnight.
I can't speak to that, but I can say that it reduces congestion and then it reduces safety potential issues that could happen during the day.
Right, at the price of a lot of people's sleep. This just, as you've heard from the deputants, the exemption has real costs to real people, and it has to be justified. And part of that justification has to be getting the noise impacts under control. And you agree with me, they are not yet under control.
Your mic isn't working.
I'm not asking about noise generally, I'm asking specifically about the adverse consequences
mic
of
is
this
on.
exemption.
Okay, I paused the time. Can just try, let's try again.
So yes.
We may check that. Can you switch seats? Sorry. Even if you yell.
Correct. It is an issue that we're working.
Right, you haven't yet started, it needs work, it's not yet resolved. So my takeaway from that is that the exemption has benefits for the industry, it has some benefits for congestion and safety, but the noise impacts remain substantially unresolved. And there's a, right? So you said yes, and you agree that council has a role in ensuring that. Right. Technology is wonderful. All right, that in order to justify this exemption, the public needs to see that these effects, the adverse effects we've heard about on hundreds of people's sleep, are resolved, and that has not yet happened, right?
Based on the deputations, the issue has not been resolved.
Okay. All right, and then in terms of, you do have many things you can do, starting with notifying the industry when there's a complaint and following up with them to make sure it's not repeated, and you could start that right away.
That goes under the presumption that we know the waste collection company at that particular address, which I do not have that information. I do not know the gentleman who spoke about Bayview and Cummer, the commercial waste collector. I do not know who that provider is.
That's fair, but we know that the Waste Management Organization has said they want to work with you, they can help you identify these people, and they are very, very, very anxious to keep this overnight exemption because it saves their members so much money. So you can ask them for their help in identifying the correct waste collector, and they have offered to be helpful, right?
So that is one method, and yes, we do want to work with the industry to resolve these issues, yes.
And they have offered to be helpful to do so.
That's correct.
But we have to ask them to act.
That's correct.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Other questions? I have, okay, Councillor Fletcher.
I have one that's in particular, a couple of the deputies talked about metal on metal. So for these exemptions, are there no conditions that can be put on? I think I'm looking at Mr. Kelleher there. Reasonable measures taken to deal with that operation at a nighttime.
I'll start and Matt can add on, but it's not a noise exemption whereby it would have conditions on it like we talked about the other. What it is this activity is permitted 24 hours per day without any prescriptive language about materials or backup beepers, et cetera.
Okay, so, and that's always been like that then. So there is a possibility to say, during these hours, here's the conditions under which you must operate? Yes or no?
It's something we could look at. I can't give a definitive yes or no. I can look at it as an undertaking.
Mm-hmm. Did you wish to say something to that? No, okay. I'm just going to go to our very own collections, because for our bins, if you live in a place with a garage, then you're just rolling them up from there. But in dense areas, when these bins first came in, I believe they had rubber wheels, did they not?
Through the chair, I'm not certain, but they have rubber wheels, the small bins.
They're plastic.
Are you thinking of the, well, Plastic rubber, sorry. Are you talking about the
no.
big commercial bins or the
So
residential bins?
home bins, so we're just, because
Home
we've heard
bins.
a lot of types of noise today,
Right.
everybody, and I think it's been great. We've heard so many different kinds. But I think those are plastic wheels. They're no longer rubber wheels.
I'd have to go double check, Counselor.
Could you get that? Is this going to council or are we just dealing with this here? Sorry.
Going to council. Supposed to council.
Council. So I think by then I'd like to know.
For
like,
sure.
you know, the price differential, because we did check that. So it's very noisy to hear all the bins being wheeled out with the plastic wheels. So that's one thing that I think we could look at. And somebody did mention that. Also looking at some of the pictures that we saw here today, I think of that one club. We've looked it up online. There's no sound attenuation there of any kind, and I'm not sure how that can be still. I think which club was it? I don't know if I can say, oh, the Velvet Underground, which one of the deputies spoke about. When you look at their pictures of their inside, it's a metal ceiling. So I'm just not sure how those inspections are done and what kind of requirements are made. I know it's hard to do that, but if they have a liquor license, which I'm sure they do, that is always an opportunity, or perhaps our hands have even been further tied. So I'm just looking at what kinds of things you would note in an inspection when you have that many complaints and what your remedies are.
No, it's a fair point, and the deputant has been here before regarding this establishment. I don't have the specific criteria of what each is looked at. However, as part of our, we brought earlier, I think it was in the spring or the summer, our bars, restaurant, entertainment venue report, and in it, it has requirements for a noise control plan. So that is something likely upon renewal of their, actually I'm seeing it now, it comes into play January 1st, 2025. So Velvet Underground and other establishments like this will need to have a noise mitigation control plan in place that we will use to ensure that they're following it, and then we can take enforcement action as necessary.
Plan with them before January the 1st, 2025.
Based on the complaint, I will take a look at our history of complaints, and if we have a history of complaints, I will have our staff work with that to tell them to get working on that immediately, not wait till January 1st.
Okay, this is coming to council, so we can make some motions there if we need to. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I have a couple of questions just to get on the record. Can you tell us what you've been doing to talk to the waste collection industry, which is, I think, the private waste collection industry is the subject of what we're discussing here. What have you talked to them about, and where are we?
Thanks for the question. As part of the development of this report and the recommendations around a collaborative approach, we've been working closely with the industry to work with them on an approach moving forward and a process whereby we could refer complaints to them and they would work with their members to resolve them. They've been working collaboratively with us, and they've been consulted throughout this process.
So you took the onus to reach out to them. They didn't have a process to receive complaints about noise until you instigated this at the request of constituents, correct?
That's correct. Following the noise report from earlier this year, there was also council direction to work on a process in this area.
And so I understand that you were working on guidance documents for the industry, as described in recommendation 4. How do you think, how long will it take for you to develop and publish these guidance documents?
Through you, I think we would begin work immediately. We'd want to give it time to co-create those documents and test them, but we would expect this type of thing usually takes a few months at least, and so we'd aim to have something available, I'd say, around early next year.
Right, and then there would be an opportunity to evaluate whether this is is producing results?
Absolutely. A very important part of this process, as it's piloting a new approach, would be continuously monitoring some particular KPIs and reviewing the outcomes that might be achieved through the process and monitoring that information.
And should we find that behavior isn't changing, that we're not seeing better results, this is the first, would put us on the first step toward figuring out how to actually create an environment where we create some conditions here. Because this is a new area for municipal licensing and standard, correct? And waste disposal has generally been sort of like a provincial area to govern. So we're going into a new area, and we're building up to something here, but we need the fact base to start, don't we?
That's correct. So having started in June with collecting the complaints, we would begin to layer on additional approaches and test out this collaborative approach. It is new, you're right, and we'd want to learn from it, see if it's effective. We do think that working on a case-by-case basis in this regard would help address the individual complaints and the different types of noise that people are experiencing.
Thank you. We're going to go to speakers now. Councillor Ainsley, would you like to speak to 16.9, and then Councillor Sachs to speak?
Yes, I would, Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm speaking to EC 16.9, reporting noise exemptions and noise complaints transparently. I have a letter in the report before me that I'm putting forward, but I would also like to say that I've been working very proactively with Chair Bravo, Councillor Bravo, and staff on an amendment to this letter, which I'm fully support of, and I think it's a good path forward for us, for all of us. My original motion stems in large part from my capacity as a City of Toronto night economy champion. I've been doing a number of, as was mentioned earlier, I've been doing a number of tours around the city in different districts, looking at noise complaints, how businesses operate in different areas across the city. One that I was in earlier this month was the Ossington BIA, Ossington Street with their BIA. Last weekend, we had a group of people and staff go along Queen Street West and King Street West. Members of the Night Economy Advisory Group that we have are involved in that. But the genesis around this motion was really finding a balance around noise complaints and noise issues and how to deal with noise in the City of Toronto, and trying to find that balance and a transparent balance so that we're trying between businesses and residents. And part of that is looking at mapping different exemptions on the city website. We do have an open data set. I think we have 3 open data sets. That information is there, but it's not very well illustrated. So what I'm looking at is asking for a number of maps that can be put up on the city website so that businesses and residents both understand where noise exemption permit locations are, liquor license exemptions, both to support our business community, but also support the residents in the neighborhoods as well. Once again, to try and find that sweet spot where they can work together. And I want to thank all of the deputants coming in today. We heard a lot of noise complaints in one area of the city around garbage. And there's been other issues around noise complaints for businesses, bars, nightclubs. Part of my tour last Friday night, a number of establishments on Queen Street West and King Street West, they're being very proactive. I was in a few of them. They spent hundreds of thousands of dollars soundproofing their establishments. They understand that they need to be good neighbors. There's people living around them that need to sleep at night, that they're working during the day, they need their sleep at night. They're trying to be good neighbors. And I think that's the genesis of what I've put before the committee today. And I would ask for everybody's support Councillor Bravo's amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers on 16.9? Okay, yeah, so we'll deal with this one. Thank you, Councillor Ainsley. I will move that motion, and while we put it up, I want to thank you for your continuing leadership on these issues, and I think it's the more we are able to document and map processes and the more transparency we can show the public, the better our decisions are going to be, and the more informed our community partners will be, both on the business side and the resident side. The motion is to replace recommendation 1 with the following, requesting municipal licensing and standards, chief technology officer, and economic development and culture, and the city clerk to collaborate to ensure there are direct linkages on the city's website between the night economy webpage, temporary liquor license map webpage, and the noise web pages by the second quarter of 2025. Councillor Ainsley has brought to our attention that we need to have ways for people to navigate all of these different pieces of information so that they can understand what's happening depending on their perspective. Some want many extensions, some would like to see noise mitigated, and I think that aggregating is the right call. So on the motion, all those in favor? You have a question of the mover?
Have we done 16.4 yet?
No, we're going to go back to
Okay.
that. Yeah, we thought considered them together, but we're voting separately. And I wanted to let Councillor Ainsley go. He's been here since 9:30. Thank you. On the motion, on the item as a, okay, that's it. Thank you. Now we're going to 16.4. Speakers, Councillor Sachs, and then Councillor Moyes, and then Vice Chair Carroll. Go ahead, Councillor Sachs.
Yes, well, thank you, Chair, for agreeing to make a motion that I've been negotiating with staff. We have a problem that the city created when we allow, I mean, we have the issues. I do want to thank Councillor Ainsley for his motion. We have a lot of really complicated interactions between the night economy and people's need to sleep. But the overnight waste collection ought to be one of the least complicated of this. Overnight waste collection was not allowed before. The city created an exemption from a noise bylaw in 2022 with no public consultation. It does have enormous benefits for the industry. They've told me it saves 25% of their operating costs. It has some benefits for the city in getting some of those waste trucks off the road during the day when people like me are walking around or cycling around. They're slightly less likely to kill me at 2 in the morning. So that's good. But the price is being paid by the deputants, people like Randy, being woken up night after night after night after night after night, which is a very serious health hazard. And what we have seen is, I mean, our MLS department works really hard and is doing many things, but has not taken this issue seriously enough. And so, in my opinion, and so we've had to, council has to keep pushing to say, this matters, interrupting people's sleep matters, and the exemption is not justified unless this issue gets under control. So the report back says, you know, we're going to have a process, and we'll let you know if we think we need to, and that's just way too hands-off, given the scope of the problem, which we know has been dramatically underreported because it wasn't even possible to report it till the end of June. And it also takes a long time to call 311. So what I've negotiated with staff, and thank you with Councillor Bravo to your staff as well, is that there needs to be transparency, at least quarterly. You need to show us, MLS needs to show us and the public that the exemption is justified because the problems are being solved. And that requires data, not individual names and addresses, but data. How many complaints? What's the outcome? Not just an output. What is the actual outcome? Is the problem solved? Because so far, from all of the conversations I have and from my communications with the waste management industry, precisely one issue has been resolved because Councillor Fletcher raised it, and it was resolved by stopping nighttime waste collection because nothing else was working. So everybody else has been left to suffer. So we need the transparency. We need there to be consequences for the industry. We need the onus to remain on staff and the industry to justify this exemption and to show us that they can allow its admitted benefits while solving the problems. And that hasn't happened up until now. It needs to start. Part of the motion is to say, okay, start now. Again, the industry says they're anxious to help. They haven't been given the information to even get started. That needs to start right away, and then we'll have reporting. So thank you for agreeing to make the motion for me. I appreciate it.
Councillor Moise to speak.
Thank you. I do have a motion. Do you want to put it up? It's really around the term non-enforceable noise report. The deputant, two of the deputants mentioned it in the deputation. Ingrid mentioned that she was going to ask her members to report waste collection noise. Also, I saw that Miguel also had submitted a 311 report, and I saw in the headline said non-enforceable noise report. You know, I think the customer experience needs to be a lot simpler. I mean, people need to go to 311 and understand how to use it without all these cumbersome ways of, you know, it's impossible. I actually went into the site yesterday and I tried to navigate it and I was having problems, right? Yes, I should have. So, and we keep asking people to use 311, right? We encourage everybody to go to 311, but you know, we need to make sure that people are able to use it in a way that they feel comfortable with, without having to ask for help to navigate the system. So it's really a simple motion just to, and I worked with staff on this, just to flush out the non-enforceable noise aspect of it, and allowing people to report all sorts of noise, including waste collection noise. So we can actually have the data, and perhaps, you know, we could do something with it, or, you know, figure it out at some point. That's all I need to say. Thank you.
Vice Chair Carroll to speak.
Oh, thank you. I don't have a motion to move, Madam Chair. I just some thoughts that it was frustrating here. You know, we have community members coming with long-standing issues, but we face a constant challenge of what isn't long-standing is the MLS inspectors themselves. They move through the roles. And so, you know, the Velvet Underground thing has been going on for a long time, but someone can spend a year on it and then possibly be promoted on to something else. But somehow there has to be more of a human touch to this. The reason I looked it up while we were there, I thought, I haven't been in that space for years, I think I saw a comedy show, which is not a problem. And I looked it up and nothing about it has changed in the probably 12, 15 years since I was there. It wasn't even called Velvet Underground then. But it's still bare brick, ceiling and walls, wood beams, and in all of this toing and froing, no one has said, can you just put some noise attenuation panels on there? They don't even have to join up. You can have an incredible impact in a recording studio or wherever, by spaced out ones. And sure enough, you can order 4 of them on Amazon for $145. I'm pretty sure Live Nation could afford that. They could even do 4 walls in the ceiling, and it's still going to cost them less than $1,000. And that would be a start. And yet, we say, what are you going to do? And they come back with, we'll talk to you in a year's time. And really, okay, someone may be designing something swanky for you, but in the meantime, could you just dial up Amazon and put something up? You know, something that contains the noise. And it just seems like if they really, oh my gosh, I'm doing Trump hands. If they just realized my hands were doing this. If they really meant it, they'd be just doing the bare minimum while we work something out. And it just looks like, from looking on the internet, that they haven't even done that. That likewise, in terms of the pickup for multi-residential units, where we're talking about tipping dumpsters. The reason I asked our former North York councillor if, are we talking private or public collection? It's mostly private now because that's so much more affordable for them. But it can't be just the neighbor down the street or across Bayview that's complaining. Surely there are people in the building saying, why were they here at 5:55 on Thanksgiving morning? I don't understand why property managers aren't negotiating the contracts to say, yeah, we'll pay for your service, we'll give you our money, but I don't want to get in trouble. So if you show up before 7 a.m., I'm not paying, because I'm not paying the fine that the city will give me. So I'm not paying you for this contract unless you abide by the law. I don't know why that isn't a term of contracts for all these property managers. But reading the report, it seems to me property management is where we're going to, once again, have to go back to and rattle some chains, because we sent out a survey asking them about this issue. 2,200 property managers. We can't fault MLS because they actively reached out to 2,200 property managers and got back 36 responses. If that doesn't say don't give a crap, I don't know what does. So while I don't have a motion today, I think we have to wrap our head around how do we make them care enough to say, yeah, you're right, I have a problem. And to square the circle, I think Councillor Sachs is right. We really do have to start to track the complaints so that we can at least see, did a complaint come from inside the house? Can you say to a property manager, people inside your own building want this to stop? So we're telling you, don't negotiate a contract with a carrier, don't take their business, and don't give them your money unless they're going to abide by our laws and not show up at your building until after 7 a.m. That would be a start. Although if it was Thanksgiving morning, even then, I don't want you to even come at 7 a.m. Like, see you at 10. But, even that, there's a holiday law, and that's not being abided by. But it seems like so many of these issues, whether it's solid waste directly trying to get diversion and have people care about diversion, or here it's a noise, we seem to always come back to the property management business, whether it's condo or purpose-built rental. And somehow we're going to have to start to legislate to make them care. Because I think that would make our public services jobs easier if we had some legislative sway over them. Anyway, that's my rant, but it doesn't have a motion, so that's the good news.
Thank you. So I do have a motion working with Councillor Sachs and staff to get to a good place where we're asking for on waste, private waste collection, reporting complaint and outcome data at least quarterly to ECDC, this committee. In the first quarter of 2026 after evaluation of the effectiveness of this work, mitigating overnight and early morning disturbances from private waste collection, including consideration of whether current exemptions should be continued and on what terms. And the second part of the motion is to begin working with private waste collection industry immediately upon adoption of the report to address the work toward preventing repetition of complaints regarding the same. I want to say that I do believe that the municipal licensing and standards staff have taken noise and complaints very seriously. There's so many different kinds of noise complaints coming. It's about, the majority of complaints are about, many of them are about construction, and the extensions that the noise extensions that are provided are for construction, and we're building the city. We've got noise that we heard about tonight from parties, from clubs, from waste collection, and it is a very complex environment to be trying to create an enforcement regime without all the power to compel, as Councillor Carroll said, the behaviors from industry, from the property managers, making this relationship with the private waste collection industry as a group. That takes a lot of work. It takes work to reach out to find what the appropriate guidance is, which they don't have. They don't have a standard of behavior yet. This is going to be progressive. It's going to take some time, The first thing is to set the intention, and having started the work in June and being able to come to us now with next steps, that's, in terms of municipal government, that's working fast. And I just want to also highlight that this same meeting, we also were dealing with dangerous dogs. The numbers of complaints around, or the calls to 311 for animal services is massive. And then there's so many other areas where municipal licensing and standards is trying to create conditions of safety for the public, assurance that commercial and private activity isn't causing harm. And that's, business licensing, it's so many other elements, by law enforcement in our parks. And I think it's important to remember that bylaw officers currently don't work overnight. We don't have the staff. And many of the complaints that we're hearing are would require a 24-hour cycle. So I think that's something that we have to think about. This is a really important front line of defense for public well-being, public health, and safety in a very profound way. People's safety in so many different dimensions. And it's very good value for money, what we do here through municipal licensing and standards and bylaw enforcement. And I understand that for people, we want to know that when we make a bylaw, we can enforce it. And so the capacity to, when we create bylaws and we create conditions, we have to be able to enforce those conditions. There's nothing more frustrating for the people of Toronto than when we put a bylaw on the books, but we don't have the capacity to enforce it. That is a really important way to reduce trust and belief in this level of government, which is handling all the things in everyday life for people. I think that the question of sound mitigation and the efforts that a company like Live Nation the steps that it should take, hearing from the deputant, is important. There have to be good neighbor and fair play rules. There's so many other elements that are intersecting here, but balancing the business model, the economic development objectives, the quality of life of residents, and the unintended consequences that come when that quality of life is interrupted because people are not healthy and safe. Those are, this is the stuff that we're grappling with at this committee. So I want to thank staff for the work to date and recognize that I know that they're working hard because we talk about this constantly on all of these different matters, and that I hope that people will support the motion from Councillor Sachs that I've moved. All those in favor of the motion? Okay. Sorry, first Councillor Moise's motion. All in favor? Excellent motion. You heard applause from all around the committee. All in opposed? That's unanimous. On my motion with Councillor Sachs, all in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Item as amended. All in favor? And that is carried. Thank you, everyone. Thank you to all the deputants on this important topic. And we're going to move on to our next item because we're far from done. We're going to 16.7. And I don't think that we're going to require questions on this, as I've spoken to all members of the committee. So I think we're just going to move to the deferral on 16.7, which was the Ombudsman Toronto Housing Unit Status Report 2024. I have a motion. The motion is to defer consideration of the item to the November 26, 2024 meeting of Economic and Community Development Committee and request the city manager in consultation with the city solicitor to advise on the statutory powers, obligations, and any limitations related to the Office of the Ombudsman as an accountability officer that may exist in fulfillment of the function set out by City Council decision in 2019 at the Planning and Housing Committee. And I want to explain what is meant by that. The December 2019 City Council requested the city manager report back with options on the role or function of a housing commissioner when it adopted Housing TO, the 2020 to 2030 action plan, and the revised Toronto Housing Charter. Council called for two functions. One was independently assess implementation of the revised Toronto Housing Charter and the housing action plan, and two, to ensure that the city within its legislative authorities and through the implementation of various programs and policies is taking concrete actions to combat systemic housing discrimination and address systemic hurdles in the housing system. And this direction was included in a reference in a staff report in consideration for options for a housing commissioner in 2022. So this is an attempt to just consider when the report comes back and when we have the presence of the Ombudsman, who wasn't able to be here today, that we have some information about what direction was given in relation to the functions, and so that we understand how what the report on the unit is going to accomplish. So with that, on the motion, a deferral motion, all in favor, opposed, that's carried. And now we're going to go to 16.8, the Soundcheck project. We have heard from the deputants, so we are going to proceed with the item. I mean, Ingrid already presented. I think Carrie's going. Yeah. Does anyone want to speak to this item who signed up? I think we're, oh, no, I think they spoke to everything. You spoke to the Soundcheck, you spoke to all three sound. Okay, right, so Ingrid, first for the Soundcheck, we have Harris Rosen and then Ingrid Boudet. So maybe Ingrid, you can start setting up, just so that we have quorum challenges, but we have Harris Rosen first. Yeah, go ahead. Welcome to the committee. You have 5 minutes.
A lot of stuff's going on behind the scenes with that one, and I'm going to talk about the flip side. Going in knowing that MLNS and EDC are promoting the agenda. So the impetus to advance business interests, particularly regarding LMVs, is significant, but councillors don't have the resources to make well-informed decisions. So there was 2 questions asked right here. You know, what wasn't captured, and stakeholders. So the private stakeholders are here. Anybody notice a stakeholder that's missing? How about half the city's missing? Just half the city's missing from this decision. So it's a housing human rights violation, you know, recognizing the International Covenant of Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights relevant to this committee. And the Toronto City has a human rights-based approach to housing rooted in principles, 2 of which are residents have a right to a safe, secure, affordable home which they can live in peace and dignity, realize their full potential, and that residents have an equal stake and voice in Toronto's future, effective participation in the decisions and policies. So why the haste to put this through? And why not even showing up? This goes back to loss of a few music venues in Toronto, and also what happened in Montreal, La Tulipe, excuse my French, where someone did the smart thing and did a civil action, and that venue was shut down. And what Montreal's doing is, the only difference in Montreal is they promote soundproofing and they contribute financial support towards soundproofing. Toronto, they're just bullies, oppressing people. The whole idea is to just get rid of the noise bylaw, get rid of regulations when it applies to live music venues. That's what's going on here in this city. Now, Executive Director Grant said everything will be taken care of with the Velvet January 1st, the requirements for noise mitigation. Of course, he forgot, but maybe not, that the Velvet is an entertainment place of assembly, exempt from noise mitigation, because they don't operate 4 times a week after midnight. They operate 250 days a year, but not 4 days in a row after midnight, so out of luck. That was a nice custom-built one there, because the draft proposal said anytime after 11, but then it was changed completely. So the compliance agenda of the city, no accountability. Residents with lower income and social status face persistent and significant health risks over the years. We're still waiting for a year on Councillor Grant to get back to Councillor Fletcher's request for clear definitions or boundaries for problematic establishments. Existing systems or measures fail to ensure compliance, and operators cultivate a sense of entitlement. So the Soundcheck's not solely about the sustainability of live music venues. Profit over people, pro-corporate system, framework established on principles and regulations restricting public welfare while promoting private authority, resulting in societal structure where the quest for profit takes precedence over the health of the community. Provincial example, of course, involving Live Nation, will be the clear-cutting of more than 800 trees for parking spaces last week. Does this behavior promote a harmonious relationship between businesses and residents, or is it divisive? So I'm asking everybody to defer this item, to don't rush it through in haste. And I'm going to give you the reason why in the words of Councillor Fletcher from April 30th for you all to read right there.
Thank you. Thanks for the opportunity. Sorry, I'm getting a lot of, so now, Ingrid Boudet, you ready to go? Yeah. 5 minutes.
And presentation mode. Okay, here to talk about Soundcheck, best for the last. So, you guys all know who I am, and my point here is going to be that host communities are what need to be included. Loud amplified sound is impossible to ignore, poor patron management disturbs neighbors, and businesses should be a benefit to the community. So in this report, there was the city recommendations, and at the very top, in red here, I've said they wanted to look at noise mitigation measures and modernizing regulations, and then work with industry stakeholders, venue operators, and engage audiences, thank you to Councillor Malik for that, to inform potential strategies identified. Well, what about the host communities identifying potential strategies? So it was also talked about pressures of on live music, rising land values, development, and gentrification. Well, gentrification, I wanted to make sure I had the definition right, is where a character of the urban area is changed by wealthier people. Well, these wealthier people have money to support music. Poorer neighborhoods tend to be louder, tend to be rental as well. So maybe it's time to look at sound and our music venues and make the city sound better for everyone. So, and then further on in the report, it talks about goals, and they want to talk about creating flexibility and incentives for cultural entrepreneurs. I love it. I like all of this. And then here they want to talk about those holding the keys. Neighbors hold the keys for other neighbors. So again, talking about the host community has some of these keys. And the host community is not the BIA. It's not the Business Improvement Association. This is about people, and I put it as there needs to be representation of the people in the community that are seeking to enjoy bustling neighborhoods while being assured of being able to enjoy their homes and have a good sleep. So in the proposed work plan that I just copy-pasted here, I didn't see if residents associations were contacted. Where is that dialogue? And also, what I also am curious about, and I'm very thankful to be part of the external working group for the night economy, and I want us to talk about technology. While more bodies, I don't think can solve the problem. I think we need to talk about efficiencies and good investments and look at, so when you're looking at these buildings, what about investing in good ventilation so that doors can remain closed? I was out dancing and the doors were open because there was no ventilation. So invest in good ventilation for businesses. Invest in the good soundproofing technology. I've got a company, I'm going to be doing a webinar soon, and the company's name is Noise End, and they do the counseling, they do the noise canceling headsets, like how that technology works, they do for rooms. And there's also sound limiters. I didn't know that those things existed. Apparently they do. So the questions that you had, how do we reverse the trend and create conditions for Toronto to continue to flourish as a city that nurtures music? Create awesome venues with great bathrooms, good ventilation, and good soundproofing. Refurbish the old ones of many different sizes. Don't focus on alcohol sales, which have been going down, and extended hours as a business case. And make sure that a variety of music types are supported. Classical, hip hop, jazz, all of those good things. And suggest key issues that that have not been captured: noise mitigation, the change in music, bass beats. 10 years ago, the bass wasn't what it is now, and also with the portable speakers, that is a whole other problem that report bass, that transmit bass, and also the reporting and enforcement process needs to be improved. And again, let's look at technology. So what other stakeholders need to be considered? These host communities, especially those people that are adjacent to the establishments, and then the special populations within those host communities. Seniors, newcomers to Canada that may not have North American kind of ideas of what is a good time. What is their idea of good music and a healthy community? So let's create a livable, inclusive, and prosperous Toronto by reducing noise. Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to make sure that you saw that this is about preserving live music venues. So we're not talking about places like dance clubs. We're not talking about heavy beats. We're talking about live music, which could be acoustic. It's just a place to perform live music.
But there's also, that can be amplified and can have loud bass as well.
Just because some of the comments were in relation to sort of more the nightclub piece, and I just want to make sure that anyone who's listening to this understands that this item is about live music venues, which we've lost. Thank you. Are there any questions of the deputant? Any speakers? Yeah. Deputy Mayor Malik to speak.
Thank you very much. And I just want to start by thanking staff who've come forward with this plan, and my colleagues on the Toronto Music Advisory Committee for the thoughtful questions and the collaboration and the input that move this forward to our committee. And it is really important to see staff tackling serious challenges in our city with forward thinking and with a collaborative approach. And as we talk and we discuss today the excitement around the culture plan and making investments in culture and arts in our city and artists and culture makers, we also recognize that too many of our cultural spaces are disappearing, especially our live music venues, especially the ones that are right-sized and part of our neighborhoods. And with property and land values at a high, many of these critical spaces are generally existing in a rental relationship. Actually, the vast majority of them are. And in the preamble to this motion that's in front of us, just giving us the numbers about how stark that reality is and why this sector is in jeopardy. They're at serious risk. And we know that our artists and culture makers bring so much to our city. They shape our city's identity, and they put us on the charts globally when it comes to music, when it comes to that live experience, and also when it comes to experimenting with what might be the next big thing in our city and right across the globe. And that can only happen when there are spaces to build a following, to get your name out there, to be part of communities that do seed the culture and the creativity that make us so proud, and that start small, right? That start local, and that are places that have some of the deepest and most storied history in our city to continue to build on. And what I really do appreciate about this project is that it's turning an incredibly challenging situation into an opportunity and a solution. This proposal in front of us is about looking for solutions in a collaborative way and leveraging new developments to ensure that we are building in the protection and the proper designation of spaces like this, and that we're using all the tools in our toolkit to do that. I look forward to seeing what comes forward through this effort. And again, thank you to everyone who is already showing so much care and interest in this effort.
Thank you. Any other speakers? I'll just add my perspective. As I've mentioned before, and my ward has a disproportionately high number of working musicians. I think that live music is central to our sense of identity. It's a convener. The Deputy Mayor Malik talked about honing your craft and building a following in smaller venues. Those are the ones that we're losing. We're not talking about nightclubs here with a business model that has to do with a lot of alcohol sales, although dancing is an important thing as well. But we're talking about live music here, and we're talking about acting quickly to preserve once it's lost, it's gone forever. The memories that I have of going to the Phoenix, for example, those are life-changing. And the fact that I can never go back there breaks my heart. And so I think we lose a lot of ourselves when we don't act on this particular piece. And most of the complaints that have been on this item do not relate to this actual activity. So I want to make sure that we recognize that really important work is being done with the Toronto Music Advisory Committee, and it has a social value for all of us, especially on a day when we adopted a culture plan. So on the item, all in favor? Opposed? That's unanimous. And then we have one more item, members, and that's EC 16.10, adopting the city's Coyote strategy. And you will have seen the letter from Councillor Stephen Holiday. Are there any questions of staff? No? To speak? I have a motion. So I've worked with staff and Councillor Holiday, and the amendment to his motion is as follows. It remains the same, but it amends the recommendation with a report back to the Economic and Community Development Committee by the fourth quarter of 2025, so that it now reads as follows. You see on the screen, and this is about making sure that we're thinking about how to respond to the presence of coyotes and how we're animal services contending with that. All in favor of the motion? Opposed? That's carried. The item as amended. All in favor? Oh, I'm sorry, Councillor Holiday, I didn't see you there. We're running out of steam here because it's we've been going since 9:30. Yeah. We voted for it.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So item as amended, all in favor, opposed, that's carried. Thank you, staff, clerks, members of committee, and all the deputants for being here and sticking it through a very long day. That's it.
Great job, Madam Chair.